Okay.
Oh, is it good?
Well, the meeting of the Property and Facilities Committee is called to order. Thanks for everybody for coming. Roll call. Regent Kramer's here. Regent Reiswick is gone. Regent Jaden? Here. He's here. First thing, we'll begin with approval of the minutes from the September 17th meeting. Are there any changes, any notes? Hearing none, they're approved by general consent. Our second agenda item is the Register of University of Iowa Capital Improvement Business Transactions, which contains 5 capital projects. Rod Lennertz will present.
Members, as you mentioned, the University of Iowa has 5 projects to present to you. The first is a permission to proceed at our UI Healthcare North Liberty campus. This is a completion of some of the shelled spaces there. When we built the building, we included shelled spaces for future development and expansion as needed. In this case, we would be primarily doing a fit out of much needed based on the turnout of patients and surgery requests at that site for 4 operating suites and the support spaces related to that. As the document summarizes, when we look at all of the shelled spaces, there is a preliminary estimate of those shelled spaces being fit out for between $19 and $25 million in this case as a first stage of fit out, and we would bring each of those to the board as they would occur. In this case, roughly $6 million, but this is permission to proceed, so we will bring a firm budget back to the Board of Regents as this is done. The fitting out, as I said, is shelled operating space, pre and post operative areas, as well as anesthesia care units, a PACU unit. We will advance the project accordingly through design and bring back to the board a budget and schematic design confirmation for your approval. The second project, and the remaining projects are schematic design and budget requests. The second is UI Healthcare the Medical Center downtown. This is level 2 on that existing building. These are operating room modernizations, as had been described, as we assumed ownership and management of that facility near downtown Iowa City. This will be a project that would renovate 14 operating rooms and, again, all of the associated diagnostic and treatment platforms that are related to those operating platforms. $9.57 million project funded by UI Healthcare earnings. And as a part of this project, we will also be addressing, and you can tell then the project is primarily for this, but addressing roughly $7 million in deferred maintenance needs. It was a part of the building that really needed to be updated for us to operate it as we would need to. Upon approval by the board, we will advance toward construction and bidding and construction of the project, with the estimated timing being January of 26 through the spring of 27 for completion. The next project we have, the third, is a schematic design and budget, UI Healthcare. Again, this at the Papa John Pavilion in the main hospital, level 5. It's a grossing laboratory renovation. It's $6.05 million project funded by healthcare earnings. And again, in that theme, $2 million in deferred maintenance addressed by doing this modernization. This would take care of a surgical pathology lab suite. There are images and there's a floor plan within your packet of information that shows the layout of this existing space, and it is based on the growing need for surgical services for Iowans, and it will not just modernize it, but will create greater efficiencies and throughput on all of those efforts. So we look forward to all of the systems in that part of the building modernized and updated. And again, this one, similar schedule. We would start in the spring of 26 and complete the project in the spring of 27. The next project is continuing with the theme, UI Healthcare. This is at the top of the Roy Carver Pavilion. It's a helipad, air handling units, 2 air handling unit systems, 18 and 19 as they're identified. This is a project that has come of need in recent evaluation of unique weather and wind systems that can occur, and when we have takeoffs of the helipad, from the helipad or helicopters, there can be backdraft into the air handling systems. So this is a project that will refine that system and put more modernized but also better positioned air handling units to avoid this unique situation where the either taking off or landing helicopters with winds in a certain direction, we're taking those fumes into an air intake. And so that will alleviate this challenge. $4.9 million project with new air handlers, the redundancy, new filter banks, and other things associated with it. And a project that upon completion on this, and once again, same thing, about a year's worth of work, but spring 26 to spring 27 for the duration of construction. And the final project we bring to you is not healthcare, it's housing and dining and student health. Our Burge Residence Hall, renovate restrooms in this building. It's a $20.3 million project and is part of student life and the housing and dining continued effort to keep our residence halls modernized. Burge Hall is a building that was built in 1957 and remains popular and our second largest residence hall on the main campus. And the needs in this case, as has been done in other residence halls, is to modernize the restrooms into a pod system and also new plumbing. Because we keep that residence hall and the others active, this is a project that will take 5 summers to deliver. So we will bid it starting with the construction in different phases of that building each summer and maximize the amount of work we can do when students are not on campus. So it would be completed in 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Again, $20.3 million project. It removes and will address $2 million in deferred maintenance within that facility. The project funded by housing renewal and improvement dollars. And you get there's a floor plan that shows, again, how those each of those floors would be organized with the shower and restroom facilities. And with that, I'll be glad to take any questions you might have.
Could make a joke about the open showers we had when I was a student, but I won't.
I make that joke a lot because I remember them too.
Thank you, Rod. Any questions? All right. If there are no objections, the committee, will recommend approval by general consent. So next we have our third item is the Register of Iowa State University Capital Improvement Business Transactions, and it contains 2 capital projects. Sean Reeder will present.
Thank you, Regent Kramer. As you said, we have 2 items for your consideration today. The first is permission to proceed with project planning for a new dining support center. This dining support center would be designed to be the central food production facility for ISU dining. It'll be approximately 27,000 square feet. It services over 20 dining service operations that include central bakery, catering operations, our retail outlets, and the residential dining. Currently, the dining is using the Knapp Storms building for their central bakery and culinary operations. This building was built in 1966 and really just no longer meets our operational needs. The aging infrastructure is at end of life, and it lacks the capacity to support the modern culinary demands, technologies, and workflows. The dining center will serve as a central hub for production for our dining needs across the campus. This project also includes an upgrade of the electrical utilities that will support the Dining Support Center, Wallace Hall, Wilson Hall, and the Wallace-Wilson Commons. The project is phase 1 of 2. Phase 1 will remove all the production operations out of the Knapp Storms building and into this new facility, and then we'll demolish the Knapp Storms building at the completion of phase 1. The estimated project budget is $20 to $23 million, and this will be funded through ISU Dining and Department of Residence through building renewal funds. A future expansion, phase 2, is anticipated pending availability of funds, and that would move the shipping and receiving operations to be co-located adjacent to the new building in a 15,000 square foot addition. We're seeking permission to proceed with the project. Planning and use of construction manager at risk is being requested for project delivery due to the complexity and time sensitivity of the project. The next item for your consideration is to proceed with planning of renewal at State Gym Natatorium. A recent condition assessment has found that some of the essential systems in State Gymnasium Natatorium for a pool are deficient. As you might be able to imagine, the high humidity environment of a pool, of an enclosed pool, is taxing on the mechanical systems and the building systems in that area. This project will provide for upgrades and capital improvements to the mechanical systems and provide remediation of the building envelope. Specifically, we will look to replace the roof and elements of the curtain wall and the moisture barrier for the pool area to keep the moisture from within the confines of the pool area itself. The State Gym Natatorium is a high demand and use amenity for our students, faculty, and staff. The estimated project budget is $20 to $22 million, and it would be funded through a combination of funds that include university auxiliary funds, president funds, and treasurer's temporary investment funds. And as I said, we're seeking permission to proceed with design at this time.
Okay, thank you, Sean. Any questions? All right, if no objections, the committee will recommend approval by general consent of that one as well. Our fourth agenda item is the Register of University of Northern Iowa Capital Improvement Business Transactions. It has 2 capital projects, and Michael Hager will present.
Good morning. Both projects the University of Northern Iowa is bringing forward for your approval are housing and dining, or Department of Residence facilities. Just as a quick reminder, one of the values of having the university run housing and dining is one, and when there's margin available, which you will see in the financial report, we had a good year in the resident system. Those extra funds are reinvested back into the system for the student experience or to keep rates low. They're not taken out for profit margin as you'd see from a private operator. So that's one of the values. The other one that's probably more important is, and this is statistically true and anecdotally true, and we see it across the country, and we've seen it longitudinally for decades, students that live on campus graduate at a higher rate, and they are retained at a higher rate, and they earn better grades. And so there is something besides monetary value, perhaps more importantly, there's value for the student experience for housing and dining at a university. So the first project we have is an update to our largest dining center on campus. This will improve the student flow through the facility, and then it's going to update some of the venues. The one venue that I'm pretty enamored with is one of the venues will deal with allergens, and it will have food at that venue that is minus the top 9 allergens for students. We deal with a lot of students that have different food allergies. We serve them very well. We have registered dietitian on staff that they can meet with. They can actually custom order food after meeting with that registered dietitian. So rarely do we have a student come through that we're not able to accommodate their needs, and those have been increasing over the last 10 years. And so this will more mainstream that particular venue. And so that's one of the venues they'll be updating. At UNI, then, the nice thing about our dining program, we have a rich history there. Niche.com has listed UNI as the #1 college dining in the state for 9 of the last 10 years, the last 8 consecutive. So we have a history of national food service presidents coming from the University of Northern Iowa, so we tend to be a national leader in food service, and that pattern continues, partially because of this type of investment in the facilities. The second project is related to the Trailside Apartments, which you may recall about a year ago you approved the university purchasing those, and we closed on those in January. That's been a very good transition. Things are going well there. We anticipated phasing a couple of these things over a period of time, but we've had such a good year that we're just going to move forward all at once with some improvements there. The apartment complex is market grade, and so the windows need to be replaced, and so we'll go ahead and replace the windows. The siding will be upgraded. And then some of the outside doors, all of the outside doors, we will add security and card access to bring them up to the security standards that we have for the students on campus compared to off campus. With that, I'm glad to answer any questions. Oh, I'm sorry, a couple more things. We're using a traditional design bid build method, and then the funding source is residence funding. I'd be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions for Michael? All right, there again, no objections. The committee will recommend approval by general consent. Our fifth and final agenda item is the institutional agreements, leases, and easements, which contains 5 items. Rod Lennertz will present the first, and Sean Reeder will present the last 4. So, Ron, go ahead.
Certainly glad to. I start this by recognizing that as a university that is tucked into the communities that fully surround us, we are very proud of the relationships and the partnerships we have with these communities. And one of those is University Heights, sitting directly west of the university. If you picture sort of directly west of Kinnick Stadium along Melrose. And we share a line between us very close to our large commuter parking lot, the Finkbine commuter parking lot, which is near the Finkbine Golf Course on the east side of it. Just off of the parking lot, and we built the parking lot as large as it could be on developable land, is a fully wooded area that the university owns that is fissured with ravines and slopes that made it not able to be developed. And it's also far enough away from the main campus that it's remained permanently wooded. There is a line between that and an equally full and mature wooded area that University Heights owns. They have approached the university, and this is our request for an easement to University Heights to allow them to develop a trail system within their and our adjacent and connected woods. This would be beneficial not only to the residents in that area, but to the university community and at large. As I mentioned, it's not land in our 10-year plan we would envision ever developing it because of the way it's laid out and its slopes. The city will fund all development of this trail system. They're designing it with engineers. They'll take all culpability, responsibility for care and maintenance of it. Any legal issues that may come about, they are also holding, as is indicated in the write-up, would indemnify not only the university but the Board of Regents in the state of Iowa, taking full responsibility of a site that then will allow for walking trails that will connect to other walking trails in the general area. And we see it as a great opportunity for us to share in benefiting our mutual communities and finding just one more way for us to partner. So this project is request for the easement of use for a recreational trail on university land. It would still remain university land.
All right, thanks, Rod. Yeah, Sean?
The first three easements we have are electric distribution utility easements with the city of Ames. This will allow the city to operate, maintain, and repair existing electrical distribution system components, including underground utility lines and the street lighting electrical system. The locations of them are on the west of campus, adjacent to Highland, south of campus, west of the Vet Med complex along the Ironwood Court, and north of Central Campus, adjacent to the Union Pacific Rail and 13th Street. All of these locations, the electrical services do provide support to Iowa State. The fourth easement is for a fiber optic cable easement with the city, and the location of this is along Haber Road and University Boulevard.
All right, any questions about this? Okay, no objections. The committee will recommend approval by general consent. To give a little teaser to a future meeting, the P&F committee, we are going to take a hard look at the deferred maintenance, and we want to learn more about what the universities are already doing. I know University of Iowa has done some right sizing that does really help with your long-term maintenance numbers. Rod, can you just maybe address that real quick?
I can. As part of our 2022 10-year physical master plan outlook that we presented to the Board of Regents, really a theming phrase within that is right-sizing our campus. And as I've reiterated for the board and others, we have a campus of more than 250 buildings, and average age of those buildings, 47 years. The cost of ownership is considerable, and in these tight economic times or not, to understand the importance of care for those and the cost as they age is impactful to any institution. And so we've worked hard at space planning that has allowed us to right-size or start to right-size our campus and take a careful look and with an important eye toward heritage and history and the maintaining and celebration of that. Where are there places we can do better by our students, our faculty, our researchers, healthcare, in facilities that match today and tomorrow's needs, but also address deferred maintenance rather than just building out with new, which since World War II has been a pattern in higher education because of the need to grow. I feel we've been successful on that front. There's a long way to go, but working with Gordian, which is a consultant that looks at our conditions index and models 5 and 10-year plans and anticipated needs for deferred maintenance, we work hard to kind of cut that off, because an ounce, as we always say, an ounce of prevention versus a pound of cure really hits home with facilities. And it's not just the cost, it's continuation of business and research and other things that happen for our students and our faculty.
Yeah, I think it's a great model to go for, and I'm sure the other universities are doing similar things, and we're going to get together in the next couple of weeks to kind of talk about that and really develop a strategic plan of how to get our deferred maintenance under control, do everything we can. We want to support you in doing that, so thank you, everybody. Is there anything else?
Sean has 3 leases.
Oh, I'm sorry, 3 leases. Sean, throw those in there too.
No, that's okay, thank you. So in September, the Alumni Association here at ISU and the ISU Foundation combined, and now the new structure, the Alumni Association is a supporting organization of the ISU Foundation. And since 2008, the Alumni Association has leased the Alumni Center building that we're in here today from ISU. You may recall that the cost for constructing this building was also funded by the ISU Alumni Association, and so that lease structure has been in place because they gifted the building to us, and we provide a $0 lease back to them. The first lease we're bringing you today is to change that lease structure to be with the ISU Foundation. The Alumni Center will continue to serve its original purpose of serving our ISU alumni. And the only really change that we're looking at right now is to move the lessee from being the Alumni Association to being the ISU Foundation. They will, the term that we're asking for is 5-year. The foundation would not pay rent, but they will continue to cover all of the care, maintenance, and utility costs associated with operating the facility. The second lease for consideration is with the city of Ames, and this would be a land lease for that would allow for construction of Fire Station number 2. The City of Ames' current Fire Station number 2 is located on Welch Avenue in Campustown and built in the 60s is at end of life. We have went through a site selecting process with the city and identified 601 State Avenue. This is located just north of Mortensen on the west side of State Avenue. The lease would be for 52 years. And given the city provides our fire protection services and emergency response here for the campus community, we're supportive of this and supporting the improved service within not only to the university but to the city of Ames. I will also note that when the city built the current fire station in the 60s, that ISU shared 50% of those costs, and that at that time we had agreed with the city that should they move to a future location, that the proceeds of the current facility, our share of those would be directed towards the cost of the new facility. And that agreement is in place, and we're honoring that and intend for those funds to go forward. The way the city will act on that is they did pass a bond last week, referendum to fund issuing bonds to fund the construction, future sale of the current building. Those proceeds would then go back to pay back those bonds, and that would include our share of the proceeds that built the original facility.
Question,
Yes.
please. On the location of the new station, will that decrease response times? What's the study on that with the citizens as well as the university?
The city's comments to us is that it actually improves service times for the community. As the community has grown since the 60s, they believe that this location will provide faster access for service for the west part of
The old one was probably pretty tight to get in and out. Yeah, right in Campustown.
Yeah.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Yeah, you have a really good access on State and Mortensen, and then of course as you go north on State, you have Lincoln Way as the other east-west thoroughfare.
Okay.
The last item, the third lease that we have for your consideration today is really the culmination of a multi-year progress of trying to partner with the state of Iowa, the research park, in developing the biomanufacturing capacity here in Iowa. And the lease specifically would be with the ISU Research Park to lease ground at the BioCentury Research Farm west of Ames. The state of Iowa, through the Iowa Economic Development Authority, Iowa State, and Iowa State Research Park, in partnership with the Bioindustrial Manufacturing and Design Ecosystem, it's a mouthful, they go by BioMade, will collaborate in on the development and operation of a biomanufacturing pilot facility at our BioCentury Research Farm. BioMade is funded through the federal government, and they will invest $20 million of their money in the pilot facility. The state of Iowa, through IEDA, will invest $10 million through a grant to the research park, and then ISU will provide cost-sharing contributions via in-kind contributions of our existing infrastructure in the facilities and some other value in rent differential to the tune of $6 to $10 million. The lease would include approximately 10,000 square feet for processing, 2,500 square feet of warehouse and storage space, and access to the existing common areas in the facility. It will also construct 2,500 square foot addition on the north side of the current farm bioprocessing building that will be dedicated for BioMade's office and support. The investment in the facility aims to strengthen our capabilities in biomanufacturing here in Iowa, further enhancing economic and security landscape for both Iowa and the United States. The lease will require an initial payment of $1. No additional rent will be owed by ISU Research Park during the initial 10-year term, and then there will be a sublease between ISU Research Park and BioMade that will include operating expense reimbursement that will be directed back to Iowa State University. I'm happy to take any questions on this. This has been a work in progress. It's fairly complicated in the number of moving parts here, but we're really excited about what it will bring to Central Iowa and biomanufacturing capabilities.
Yeah. Any questions there? All right. So we'll also recommend approval by general consent for that one. So any other business for the P&F committee? Seeing none, it's adjourned. Thank you.
The meeting of the Governance Evaluation and Human Resource Committee is called to order. Roll call. Bates is here. Regent Rouse? Here. Regent Weiswick is absent. Regent Kramer?
Here.
Okay. We will begin with the approval of the minutes from the September 17th meeting. Are there any changes? Hearing none, these meetings are approved by general consent. Next, we have the consent agenda. Are there any questions? If there are no objections, the committee will recommend approval by general consent. Next, we have Chair for Intellectual Freedom Bylaws. Executive Director Mark Braun will present.
Thank you, President Bates. In House File 437, which created the Center for Intellectual Freedom, in that statute that was adopted on June 11th. It requires that the center develop bylaws and that those bylaws be approved by the board. The bylaws are in your materials. They're the basic framework of how the center will operate. Obviously, additional policies and procedures will be developed as the center continues to stand itself up. Be happy to answer any questions.
Regent Dunkel?
Oh, sorry.
Regent Hensley or?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And I'd just like to make a couple comments. I know that there may be questions from other regents, but I think President Bates and Mark, as you well know, we've spent just a great deal of time trying to get the bylaws put together. Just for information purposes, Professor DeCastro, Luciano DeCastro, he is here, so he would be available to answer questions if so deemed necessary. But he did work closely with faculty and staff on these. I would say for the last probably 30 to 45 days, it's almost been a full-time job for many of the people that have been involved in them. And we realized fairly quickly that the legislation in some areas was vague. And so we tried to be sensitive to that and had questions with the appropriate people along the way. We, after having conversations with legal counsel and staff, determined that the best approach for the bylaws would be to keep them simple and maybe understanding also that we would maybe miss or not address every single thing. So this is the start. I would anticipate that maybe in the long run there might be an amendment or two. I have no idea at this point what that might be. But we're just trying to keep them simple and address how the center moves forward operationally. I think it's extremely important. There's a lot of notice of the center throughout the country. And there's also, as we've been working through this, there's been concern that other like centers have ended up not being successful because they diverged to something that was not really anticipated in the legislation, if that was the case when it was passed. So all of this is we've tried to take into account and be happy to answer questions. And as I said, Professor DeCastro is here if needing him to answer those questions. Thank you.
Regent Hensley. Are there questions? Regent Dunkel?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. Have we put together a budget yet, or have we, is there a budget? Will we be approving that budget?
The statute doesn't call for the board to approve the budget, but it's at the chair's purview as to whether or not they will.
Regent Dunkel, there has been a couple of budgets put together, one for the overall operations of the center for the rest of this year. As you know, we have $1 million appropriation from the state. There is also a second budget that's been put together for the inaugural event, and there's absolutely no reason why you can't have copies of those.
The inaugural event is this year?
It's going to be December 5th and 6th. We're just still trying to finalize that.
Oh, okay. I had a question about the membership in the bylaws and the fact that to be the executive committee, to be some of these committees, you have to be current or former tenured professors from R1 institutions. So of those that are members, do you know who that would exclude or who that would include? Those.
No, we'd have to have Professor DeCastro answer that question, but the executive committee has not been established at this point. I mean, there have been a few extensions of requests for people to participate, but it's not been finalized.
You know, as I said in the past, I'm hoping that we have and can maintain Iowa control. So therefore, I'm concerned about who that would be and how many of the people that would even have the opportunity if they weren't tenured professors from R1 institutions. How many would that mean that were Iowans, I guess? I don't
Well, there will be significant, you have myself, Regent, Jaden, and Kramer will be on the executive committee. Plus, I also see that there would be several of the business community representatives, and there will be faculty. Right now, the bylaws, and I know this has been a question, just put it out in the open, there has been questions about should the executive committee be made up of a majority of faculty. And right now, as one of the first things that the executive committee will have to deal with is hiring a permanent director. So at that point, I think it would be fair to have the executive committee be staffed, have faculty that are probably weighted a little bit more as you go through that hiring process. Doesn't mean that that would be that way permanently, but I think as you go through the hiring process, that would be important.
And it's okay if I hop in? Because on that same note, and Regent Hensley and I talked about that a little bit, I have that same concern where right there in Section 4, or Article 4, Section 2, the second sentence about a majority of the executive committee will be advisory members who are tenured professors or from the other institutions. So I would propose we just strike that line, and then if here in the initial deal, if the committee, wants it to be a majority, they could, but I'm just thinking 10 and 15 years down the road to lock in that people from outside are a majority of doesn't seem quite right. So if I was to propose that kind of a change, Mark, would we do that here in this committee, or do we do it tomorrow when we vote on the?
Excuse me, the membership of the committee could offer an amendment. Otherwise, you can pull it out of the consent agenda tomorrow as an individual item, and then the whole board could vote on that.
Okay. Do you have any preference, Regent Bates?
I would have one more, as long as we're amending this. I really appreciate that. I think that's a very good common sense and kind of addresses the problem. How about Section 4, the Scholar Committee? That to the members of the Scholar Committee shall be advisory council members who are current or former tenured professors from R1 institutions again. I wish I knew how many there were. Do you think half of them would fit that category?
It is a very large number, but we can get that. I can, we could have that in time for the vote tomorrow on that if we leave it in the consent agenda. Or do you want to have Professor DeCastro answer that?
What was your question? I'm sorry, I was
No, that's
asking
fine.
Margaret.
How many people from the original
R1
26
universities.
people,
Right.
how many of those fall into this category? I mean, who are you choosing from?
Yeah.
Because I'm curious how many of those are Iowans.
Yes. Yes.
I would make a suggestion that we
Yes.
get the information so that we have it before it comes back on the consent agenda tomorrow. Would that,
We can do that.
okay.
We can do that. I think, I agree with Robert and Nancy. I think that, and I've heard from others, just kind of concerns that it's not an Iowa-based executive committee, and I think that that's really important to have. And I know you've just started, and I know that you've worked very, very hard. So we'd just like to help you with this if we can, and
Absolutely.
kind of go from there. All right?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or
One more
comments?
question. I don't know if this fits with the bylaws or when I should ask it, but how are we going to measure success? What's the guideline here?
We are required to give an annual report to the legislature outlining what has all transpired. And to be perfectly honest, I think that annual report will be really key. And if you continue to receive state appropriations for the center, I think that would be a concurrence that they agree with the work moving forward.
So you're sort of saying that the measure of success will be that we've made money, that we're,
No, the measure
we're-
of success
that we're
will
not
be based
negative?
upon the annual report, I believe, that's given to the legislature. We do have to have a presentation to the legislature about the third week in January on the progress that we've made with the center so far. And to be perfectly honest, we are way beyond what was outlined in the legislation. We've got the board appointed, we'll have the bylaws done, we're talking about events, and we've hired a firm to do the market study for us. The one other key item that we'll need to move forward with that the executive committee will take the lead on is doing a national search for the director of the center.
Regent Gipple?
I guess I just want more clarification on what will be included in the annual report. Like, how, again, how are we measuring success? Like, not on money, but like, what are we putting together in this annual report? I'm not sure I'm understanding.
Well, it's going to be the first one. I can try to summarize what I think should be in the annual report. Obviously, expenditures and what the has been, that's going to be minimal at this point because it's just starting. But also talking about the background, I think, on all of the faculty and everybody that's on the board. It's going to talk about courses. Professor DeCastro is already finalizing some of the courses. There are 2 courses he's talking about that will be 1-hour courses that will be in the spring semester. There will be outside speakers that will be engaged. I know that they're working hard on engaging some outside speakers. So it'll be a complete summary of everything that has transpired since the legislation was passed.
Kurt?
If I could,
Sorry.
a suggestion, Regent Hensley, maybe as you think about this under Article 2, what your objectives are should tie back to your purpose and mission. And I think accomplishment of your activities, our activities this year is interesting, but longer term, is the center delivering against its purpose and mission? And how do you measure that? I think would answer Regent Dunkel's question.
Yeah.
Is that fair,
Yep.
Nancy?
And to have that as a guide every year, every single
Absolutely.
year.
Whatever those goals.
In the
yes, they
data,
tie back.
absolutely. And then that all reports, just as a reminder to everybody, all of that reports back to the board. So, also.
Well, the important thing for all of us to remember is that the Board of Regents is has the final say on this. And that's really unique as you look at centers throughout the country.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Or okay, all right.
I was
Regent
just going to add
Kramer.
that when you ask, what is the win? I think the goal is to raise the level of civic, both knowledge and engagement by our students, by bringing in speakers and by offering these classes, but then also with the long-term intent of bringing people of adding more debate to our campus, where people of different sides can view different opinions, and we can let the students, grapple with those things. And then thirdly, I think the great benefit will be to attract more people of diverse political thought or just different ideas to come to our university. So I don't know how you measure those, but we'll leave it to Chris to figure that out.
Yeah, that is well said, Regent Kramer. And to measure each one of those things that you just said, that we will have more students then come to the University of Iowa, and figuring that out, that is the measure of success, something tangible that we can say to Iowans, here's the good job we've done. How many students are in the classes, whatever it be, but thank you.
And I think with your advisory council, are you planning on them having input into some of this also?
Sorry, I didn't hear the first
When
part.
is your first council meeting with everyone?
It will be, it's going to be Zoom, and it will be November
Sure.
18th. And
Okay.
yes, so this will all be discussed with that
Yeah,
group.
so that
Yes.
because there's a variety of people on there that
Correct.
would have
Yes,
different
correct.
concerns. Okay.
And then
All right.
one more question.
Yes,
Is
go
that a
ahead.
closed meeting, or can we all Zoom in?
They're all open,
All open, okay?
all open.
Maybe we could get that information ahead of time to
Yeah,
those who are curious.
Okay.
yeah,
Thank
that
you.
would be good. All right.
Just want
Robert?
to add my thanks to Regent Hensley for all the work on this. It has been a big lift, so thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, I would echo that. I know that you've worked hard, as
Thank you.
has Luciano, wherever he is at. So, thank you. Okay. All right. No other questions? Or if there's no other objections, the committee will recommend approval by general consent and pulling out that one. Okay, very good. The business of the Governance, Evaluation, and Human Resource Committee is concluded, and this meeting is adjourned. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll call the meeting of the Free Speech and Student Affairs Committee to order. We'll do roll call. Regent Lucy Gipple
Here.
and Regent Dunkel.
Here.
Okay. We will begin with the approval of the minutes from the June 11th meeting. Are there any changes? Hearing none, these minutes are approved by general consent. For our next agenda item, Jason Pontius and representatives from the 3 universities will provide an update on board-mandated First Amendment training. I'll turn it over to Jason.
As many of you already know, we provide First Amendment training to all of our students, faculty, and staff. And in years past, we have made verbal reports on how we've been progressing in that, what percentage of each of those populations are completing the training. This year, we're adding to the docket a table that kind of shows those percentages and those numbers. We are continuing to work on this and improve this. For next year, we also plan to add additional tables showing how many of our faculty, students, and staff have completed the training within that first year when they first arrive at the university, because we want to provide a special emphasis on having that training done at the very beginning of their time at our universities. And then I'll also just turn it over to our representatives from the 3 universities to talk about any kind of context they want to provide for those numbers.
Well, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to give a brief update. As Jason noted, the information in the docket is for all of our students, and I would just note that we've really made our efforts be focused on our incoming undergraduate students. We think it's really important that they complete the training early in their educational journey. So as I've mentioned before, our free speech training is embedded in Success at Iowa, which is a required course for all our first year and transfer students. And I would say that our strategy of embedding it in a required course has been successful, as 98% of our first year and transfer students complete the free speech training as a part of Success at Iowa. I also wanted to really briefly note that we've actually paired the free speech training with a new dialogue this fall on civic dialogue that's titled From Free Expression to Responsible Expression. And so it's been piloted for the first time. It focuses on, the importance of recognizing the value of different viewpoints and describing the role of dialogue in building and maintaining community. So we're really pleased with that pilot, and we'll have more data on that. Our graduate and professional students, I would note that although 64% of our new students complete that, we are looking at ways to increase that percentage. I would note that in reviewing the data, that the percentages are lowest among those who are working professionals returning to college to complete an additional degree. So I just wanted to provide that additional context regarding our students. Our employees, it's embedded in our compliance and qualification system, which has been a very effective way for us to deliver that training. So if there are any additional questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you. For Iowa State, you have the numbers in the docket item. I would say for students, similar to Iowa, we have a Cyclone 101 course that is made available to all of our incoming students, and we see a lot of completions of the training from July 1 to September 1. And so we believe those are all, as I reported last time, we believe those are all new students who, on their way to campus, they're doing all their required trainings, and so they're coming in August, ready to go. We're also looking at how we can support the training through our Center for Cyclone Civics, our civic education initiative, and so that's something that we'll take a look at over the next year as well. But if we move on to faculty and staff, as you know from taking the training yourselves, we do this through Workday Learn. And so it provides regular reminders when your training is due for repeat. We've made some special efforts in the last year to really get at people who may have never taken the training or who are delinquent, with pinging the academic deans, for example, to, hey, here's your list of people who need to take it. And we found that to be provide an extra level of success. Nothing like the boss telling you that it's time to take the training. And so, I think that's in large part supports the effort, the results that we were able to get this past year. Just in closing, I would thank a couple colleagues who do a lot more work on this than I. Steve Couchman, who is in our University Human Resources Department, and also Lindsay Dew, who is in our Center for Excellence in Learning and Teaching, who help wrangle students, faculty, and staff respectively.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to share our work on the First Amendment training. It is a team effort. There are a lot of people that are involved in discussing different strategies to refine our metrics, our measuring, looking at the categories, how are we reporting, how are we communicating to campus, and what are the different strategies for offering and assessing our efforts are. On the faculty and staff side, we have been very intentional in focusing on the new faculty and staff, the incoming faculty and staff. So we have embedded training in the orientation for both. With the new faculty specifically, there is a course, a seminar type course that all new faculty attend where they discuss different topics pertaining to in and out of classroom experiences. And we do meet with the faculty and walk through different scenarios in and out of classroom that are both pertaining to academic freedom and to the free speech and the First Amendment. With both faculty and staff, we have seen our numbers increase as we compare numbers to the previous year. And as my colleagues mentioned, we are looking at other strategies that might enhance and further increase our completion rates. Our campus transitioned to the Workday platform just last year, so we're looking at options to perhaps move faculty and staff training to that platform. Currently, it sits in the Blackboard learning management system that our campus utilizes. Moving on to the students, I would like to separate undergraduate and graduate students because we do have different strategies for the two groups. With the undergraduate students, we are very intentional about orientation. When the students come to campus, they have very busy schedule ahead of them during the day, so we do not offer the training at that time, but we do talk about it. And upon their return from home, from the orientation, they do have a series of tasks that they are expected to complete. There is a portal where students log in to complete those tasks and they can track their progress there. The First Amendment training is very prominently featured in there, and of course we also communicate reminders to the students to complete the training. We've made great progress with the graduate students. Our graduate college has created a new academy for graduate assistants that all graduate assistants are expected to complete. The training is embedded in one of the modules, required modules for all of the graduate assistants. So we will be capturing all of our GAs that way. We do also have a new orientation for graduate students, looking at the numbers just for this fall that are not reflected in the table in front of you, but looking at the numbers for this fall, we're seeing really good results with some of those efforts. And of course, we understand that different groups respond differently to different communication ways and methods, so we are being mindful as to how we are reaching those different audiences. We do know that we continue to refine our metrics, reporting periods. We do know that the numbers in front of you we're under-reporting what we're seeing, but we are committed to this work, and we continue to find other ways to increase our completion numbers. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the presenters? Regent Dunkel?
I must be hung up on the word success today, because I would ask all three of you, how do you measure success? What number do you want there that we should say they did it, they are successful at that?
I would say we would like it to be 100%.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks.
You know, that's always the goal. So we're always trying to inch as close as we can, to that every year, while trying new things to reach that margin between where we are today and where we want to get to.
I would add to that capturing new students that come in is really important for us. We know that during their course, during their stay on campus, during their time at UNI, they will hear different parts of this conversation in different classes, but capturing them as they come in to make sure that they understand, that they're aware of all the different nuances. And of course, this is a complex topic, so you cannot cover all the content, but we're trying to really focus on those incoming students.
So we're required to take this as well, so it's not that hard, really. And so that's why I'm wondering, what other ideas do you have that you've all mentioned, well, we've got some ideas to make this more successful, but can you give us some examples of what would that be? What you're not doing now, but you might do to raise these numbers?
I think for us, the reminders have been important. As you might imagine, just from your own lives, the amount of emails you get, the amount of reminders that you get to do certain things, they're ever proliferating. And so just moving it, doing things that move that reminder to the top of the pile, can be helpful. When people realize that they're delinquent in renewing their training, they typically will email me and say, "Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I forgot about this." And I think a lot of it is just that students the same way. They have 1,000 different demands on their time, and this is important, for sure. But we're always trying to work into that mix of all the other things that they're doing.
I would just note for Success at Iowa that that's one of the reasons we've been able to get up to 98%, is that we have staff that, and this is one module amongst many, that literally they email. If that doesn't work, they call them, text them. So they're really trying to make sure they complete. I would just note that there are students who frankly don't complete the training because they may not be retained at the university. So when you're looking at the denominator, please know that that's all incoming first year and transfer students, not all who may stay during the entire first semester of their time with us. So I just wanted to mention that I can't guarantee, do I wish I could guarantee 100%? I do, but no. I know that we have some students who leave the university, so I just wanted to mention that.
Totally understand that we would understand it won't be 100%, but so the wheel that squeaks loudest gets oiled first, that's the plan for everybody, right? You're continuing to, okay. All right, thanks.
Good questions, Regent Dunkel, and they've certainly been conversations we've had pretty robustly. I know there's some efforts, and maybe Jason wants to comment about maybe trying to freshen up the training so it's a little bit different moving forward too, or having several different variations of it is something else we've talked about, so you don't literally feel like you're taking the exact same training every year. So there's some things, I don't know if Jason, you want to add anything else to that?
I think you really covered it. I mean, one of the things we talked about was maybe adding some social media modules or some additional things, but I mean, the First Amendment's the First Amendment, but having the same exact training for a number of years in a row might get a little bit old, so adding some different variation to it, I think, might help as well.
I also just want to add that while 100% is the goal, would be the goal for all of us, certainly, I also care a lot that the students have an understanding of it and are not just going through the motions. So the more we can infuse these conversations and understanding into the classroom and extracurricular activities and student organizations and things, that would be the goal for me as well, which is harder to track. So I just wanted to add that as well. Regent Kramer, did you have a question?
I got my other question answered, but I think if Jason would do a TikTok dance on the front end of it, it would really increase the numbers. So.
It's not going to happen.
I think that means you're volunteering. Regent Bates.
Yeah, I just have a comment. I really appreciate that you're targeting incoming students. But sometimes the incoming students may not know what this really applies to until they've been there for a while and an incident happens or is talked about in the news. So I'm kind of wondering, when you keep reminding them, then after that happens, then it may click. So I appreciate that. So while we target the incoming ones, I guess I'm just questioning, is there another time in there? Like we focus on retention of students. Maybe the retention of those students to make sure that they have that too. Just a thought.
Any other questions? Well, thank you all for all the efforts that you're making to do this work, because it certainly is important. We'll move on to the authorization of the 2025-2026 Free Speech Survey. The board policy requires that every 2 years, the Free Speech and Student Affairs Committee surveys all university, faculty, staff, and students on campus First Amendment matters. For this requirement, I'd like to authorize the board office to begin work on the 2025-2026 free speech survey in consultation with the members of this committee. The plan would be to survey the universities in January, February, and report back to this committee in April. Are there any questions or concerns about this approach? Hearing none, we will authorize the board office to begin the process by general consent. Our next agenda item, and we'll ask them to come forward, our friends in the back, is a presentation on campus career services. I was jumping the gun here. I would like to welcome to the table Robert Frederick, the Director of Career Services at the University of Northern Iowa. I apologize. That was my bad. And thank you so much for being flexible with our scheduling, because I know you were tabled from the last meeting. So
it is
thank
absolutely
you
my
for your
pleasure to be here.
flexibility.
Yeah, no problems whatsoever. Yeah, my name is Robert Frederick, Director of Career Services at UNI, and I have the privilege of being in the Division of Student Life that's led by Dr. Heather Schrader to my right. And our mission is very clear. Our mission is we help students succeed. That's the mission of the division. It's the mission of Career Services. And we have traditionally Career Services, and this is true of my colleagues at Iowa and Iowa State, who we talk all the time. We're very close. We were just together 2 weeks ago. People think you're the resume people, right? We're a lot more than that. And so I wanted to just draw your attention to a number of things that we're really involved in at our university, starting off with our usage rate. We are not a required service. No student gets a hold if they don't come and see us. They choose to come and see us at some point during their time. And year over year, we have about 75% of our students every year who stop by and use some aspect of Career Services. We certainly do talk a lot about resumes, cover letters, job search strategies, and networking, because that's part of the essence of really career readiness. We are focused on grad school preparation. We actually sit down with students one-on-one, assist them with the application process, collecting their letters of reference, writing their personal statements. We actually go and visit graduate schools as well, and we have a graduate school fair at UNI as well. So again, big piece of what we're doing. We collect the data of first destination. So when people leave the university, we're the first destination snapshot. So about 6 months out, following the National Association of Colleges and Employer Standards, we take a snapshot picture to see where are they and what are they doing, what are they up to. And I'll be sharing some more about that data in a minute. We certainly focus a lot on networking. Networking is one of the most important aspects of doing the career search. As it turns out, year over year, the national studies indicate that about 60% of all jobs are not posted anywhere. I'll say it again, 60% of all jobs are not posted anywhere. You networked your way into that job, because most employers are small employers. They're not the major employers. So activating your network is a very important piece of what we talk about with our students that are going through the University of Northern Iowa. And it's nice because about 85,000 UNI alumni are currently on LinkedIn. So when somebody says, I'd like to move somewhere, I may not know who's there, but we can find out who is there, and we can connect you with those individuals. We do have 7 different free assessments for folks to take a look at their own knowledge, skills, abilities, interest inventories, how they can connect their academic studies with the world of work. What's nice about that is that about 55% of our employers this past year and a half or so, when we've been asking, recruit for all majors. That's really important to understand, because traditionally, certainly an accounting major usually becomes an accountant, a teaching major becomes a teacher, but I love the fact that we have corporations, both big and small, that come to the university and literally are recruiting for individuals because of who they are, not just what they know. And that has been really changing in my time at UNI, and I've been there just about 25 years now, and it's been really interesting to see that transformation occur. So that affects how we prepare students then, talking about their knowledge, skills, and abilities. Career readiness and Life 101 is becoming a bigger and bigger piece of what we talk about at the university as well. That just really comes down to students coming in and saying, what's the cost of living in this community? How do I pay back my student loan? Does this contract look okay? Are these benefits, good benefits? How much of my paycheck will be used for these things? And we're always happy to sit down and have those conversations with students. We always have a foot off campus. Employer development's a very big piece of what I'm involved in and my staff's involved in. We literally touch about 500 employers a year. We actually do business with about 5,000 employers a year. And that's really an important piece of that, because about 80% of those employers actually are from the state of Iowa. I know my good friends at Iowa and Iowa State have companies from the coast and everybody in between that comes. We have companies that only come to UNI because they know they want to stay in Iowa. So we have a little bit different group of employers sometimes, but they're employers who don't have to try to sell Des Moines or Manchester, or even what year? I want to focus on 4 things real quickly. A number of years ago, we started doing some research into the attributes that students who say they were successful when they graduated, was there any commonalities in those attributes? And we looked at a lot of data points, but over about a 10-year period, we discovered there were 3 fundamental things that really showed up for anybody who said, I was successful when I graduated. I got a job or I got into grad school. And it came down to this 3-2-2 notion here. If you have at least a 3.0 GPA, if you have at least 2 leadership experiences, if you have at least 2 internships, you're successful. You were successful regardless of major. What was curious about this is as we kept looking at it year over year, you could move the 3. If you had a 2.98 GPA but had 3 internships and 2 leadership experiences, you were still successful, and on, right? So when we talk to students, sometimes when they're first coming in at orientation, they're a freshman, it can be a bit overwhelming to come to a university. There's a lot of moving parts and pieces, but our initial conversations are like, you don't have to think about everything. Here's just something simple to remember, 3-2-2. So this concept we utilize with our individual appointments that we shared across campus as well. We do a lot of focus on workforce. We do spend a lot of time with our employers and our employer friends. And part of that is we do have an advisory board, and our colleagues at Iowa and Iowa State do as well. And it's very important we listen carefully to what they're saying to us. What do you want? What do you need? What are the attributes you're seeking? What knowledge, skills, and abilities are important to you? We look at the NACE competencies as well. There's about 8 competencies that employers say they are important to them year over year. And this is really helpful to us because we share this directly right back to the faculty, staff, and the students at the University of Northern Iowa. You can see from our sponsors as well, we have individuals who say, we'd like to do a little something more with the University of Northern Iowa, and it's a way for us to raise a little bit of revenue and give them a little bit more of an opportunity to raise their profile with our campus. So we have a sponsorship program, and we have our advisory board. Our advisors are dispersed across different industries to make sure we're talking about education, community, nonprofit, healthcare, and the private business industry as well. One example of that, Regent Dunkel, was we actually have partnerships with our economic development corporations. And it's really exciting that this has been a growing area over the past few years. Recently, the Greater Dubuque Partnership came to the University of Northern Iowa. They hosted an event in which they were just trying to help students see that Dubuque could be an option for them. Coming to the tri-state area, I'm a bit biased because that is where I'm from. And it was fun to have them do this inaugural activity on our campus. You can see you could win a bike and a kayak and a weekend trip. They really were talking about the jobs and internships. They brought employers with them as well. And we had a good number of students that came in and just to explore like what would it mean to just stay in Iowa but stay in the Dubuque area. I'm literally leaving this meeting right after this to go to the Greater Des Moines Partnership meeting, which we have 26 employers gathered. The Greater Des Moines Partnership is gathering today for our career folks from Iowa, Iowa State, UNI, and other colleges in the state to come and meet them and explore opportunities that we can share back with our students on our campus. So our connections with the chambers, our connections with the economic development groups are really important, and I love the fact that we have these partnerships all across the state from Dubuque to Council Bluffs. First destination is an important piece of what we do collect, and I just wanted to share a few data points very quickly here. We have a very high success rate at the university, and the success rate is predicated on students really feeling that they're prepared. They're ready to go out into the world of work. And so 95% of our overall first destination success is a very high rate. We're just yesterday, I looked at the data, the preliminary data for this past year, we're closer to 97% of overall success. But 81% of those are employed, 13% are going on to graduate school. The 90% of graduates achieve employment related to their studies, while that's with an average pay of 54. Yesterday's data showed the average pay now is 60. Yesterday's data also shows that close to 80% of UNI graduate report staying in Iowa. It's 88 this last year. So bucking a trend for the state of Iowa, UNI continues to have the majority of our graduates stay in the state, including about 50% of our out-of-state students stay in Iowa after they graduate as well, mostly because they had an internship and a great experience here in some organization, and they decided, I'm going to stay here, I'm going to live here. So you can see that the success across a lot of different factors here really boils down to the fact that UNI is a place that supports the growth, prosperity, and success of Iowa, and we can show it by where our students land. I do want to mention one important piece of data here, the 1,000 employers who hire our students. In the past, we had fewer employers hiring more students. The problem with that particular issue is that if there's volatility in a particular market, it affects a lot more students' ability to get a job. I love seeing a really broad array of employers coming to the university and hiring lots of students because it actually negates the volatility in certain markets. So a particular industry or area could go up or down, but our students are so dispersed in where they're getting jobs that we're still going to be okay as an organization helping that student land in their first employment opportunity. So we'll talk about student employment real quickly. We are the HR office for student employment for the university. About 1/3 of our student body works on campus. That's about 2,300 to 2,500 students annually. They average about 10 hours a week. They make about $12.50 an hour. We've got over 230 employers involved with that. And what's neat about this is that we actually spend a lot of time focusing on the employment competencies that they can learn while they're in that job. So it's more than a paycheck is what I'm really saying to you. We don't want them just to get a paycheck, although that's very important. About 94% of our student body works at the University of Northern Iowa. So a very high percentage actually need to work in order to afford to go to UNI. But when they're in a job on campus, what's really nice about that is that they're also learning about organization, time management, teamwork, skills, right? They're learning skills that are actually applicable to the world of work when they leave. And we do training with the supervisors every year to help them make sure that those are things that are talked about and incorporated into the job. So it's not just working at a residence hall. It's not just working in the dining facility. It's literally learning life skills that are going to be applicable to after you graduate. Does it make a difference if you work on campus? Well, it turns out that institutional research folks did a deep dive on that, and they looked at a longitudinal study, and where they looked at people who worked on campus and people who didn't work on campus. And what's fascinating is that when you work on campus, we have a much higher retention rate. Now, that shouldn't be a surprise to us, but it's nice to see the data back it up. What that means is you're making a community connection. You're connecting with faculty and staff. You're connecting with people beyond your major. You're connecting with people from different areas of the university. And you're really building a community culture as a result of working on campus. So to me, it's really neat to see that it's more than just a paycheck. You're also learning career readiness skills. But it's more than just that, too. It's also one of our best retention tools. It's this opportunity for students to work on our campus and feel connected to our campus. And as a result, they tend to stay and matriculate and graduate from the university. Last piece for me is I get the privilege, thanks to Heather, to do research on the future of work, and which I really enjoy. It's one of my favorite topical areas. And so I just wanted to share a few quick things about the future of work with respect to my own research. There's a great book that came out called Thanks for Being Late, and the concept in there was up the down escalator. Today's graduates, today's high school graduates and college graduates are literally walking up a down escalator in their careers. And what they meant was this. In the past, my grandfather could walk up a career staircase, stop at any tread, and stand there for 30 years and retire. That is not the case for these young people. They have to be lifelong learners. If they ever stop learning in their 30, 40-year career, they will go backwards. So the quintessential important thing you have to learn when you're in K through 16 is how to learn. Learn how to learn and learn for a lifetime, right? So when we talked about what things are important when we talk to employers about you're looking for in a future employee, they need to be curious, adaptable, and a lifelong learner. That call. People who are curious, adaptable, and a lifelong learner do better and are more successful than those who are not. So the two metrics, by the way, I recently talked to some folks at a corporation in Minneapolis with a big logo that looks like a bullseye. And they were saying there were two metrics they looked at that are not indicators of success in their leadership training program. I said, what are those? And they said, major and GPA. I said, really? I said, what are the things? Curiosity, adaptability, and lifelong learning. Earn and learn is going to be a big piece of the future of work. People will have to continue to learn. Not necessarily degrees, but learning for a lifetime. And many of those will be doing that as they earn, too. So people working while studying while working is going to be just ubiquitous. It's part of what we do. Obviously, you see that with some of the programs happening in the state of Iowa right now. About 44% right now, as to some data about a month and a half ago, of our incoming freshmen will be applying for a job that doesn't exist when they're senior. Right? It didn't exist yet, right? So it's really fascinating to look at, like, how do you prepare for jobs when you're a freshman that don't exist yet? And so really focusing on the core competencies is the key for us in career services. We talk a lot more about what employers want and what those knowledge, skills, and abilities are than about you're going to apply for this particular job, which may be gone by the time you're a senior or be replaced by something we don't even know what it is yet. And part of that's going to be driven by AI and cobots. AI is a very important thing. In fact, Joe Murphy recently had a meeting down in Des Moines a few months ago that I got to go to, and we had an AI expert in there, and the AI expert said this: there'll be two kinds of workers in the future: those who understand and utilize AI and are working, and those who are not working because they don't understand and utilize AI. So it's not AI will take over your job; it's that AI will be a part of your job. And the collaborative robot piece of that as well. I was recently at the John Deere Engine Works in Waterloo, and they had 3 collaborative robots, which are incredible because the person and the robot were working side by side, collaboratively to build something. And so it's not a machine in a cage that says stay back. It's like, no, they're so intimately tied together. And so I was asking the manager of that facility, is this what you want to do more of? And he said, I expect every station here to look like this within the next 10 years. Being tech savvy is not extra, and I'm going to say even this: technology is like electricity, gas, and water. It's an expected thing. There's not like, oh, you have that. It's like, no, that's just the usual stuff, right? So that is in every major, in every field, and in every career, you have to be tech savvy. The half-life of skills right now is about 5 years, and this is fascinating research. This comes out of the Harvard Business Review. That means this: you don't learn a new skill every 5 years. All of your skills are replaced every 5 years. That's what the half-life of skills means. So if you have a 40-year career, it means you have to reskill 8 times in your career. Reskill 8 times. That's why lifelong learning is so important. This is a hard one for some people, but if you change jobs every 30 months, you're going to double your lifetime earnings. And that's just a data point. So people who stay tend to earn about a 2.5% raise. People who leave every 30 months get between a 12 and a 14% raise. So there's no incentive for millennials and Gen Zs to stick around. Just saying that for a fact. And then seeking all majors is a very important piece of that. So I love that. The bottom slide is just sort of a wake-up call to all of us who I'm a fervent Gen Xer, missed baby boomer by a year, thank goodness. But look at the size of the workforce. The current workforce in America is 66% millennial and Gen Z. Globally, it's 75% millennial and Gen Z. That's under age 42. That's the global workforce. 66 is the US workforce, and it's rapidly transforming. So however millennials, Gen Z, and eventually Gen Alpha want to do it will be how it's going to get done. So this isn't about multi-generational communication of older people telling younger people how it's going to be. It's multi-generational communication so that people will listen to each other and talk across to each other as peers, because you know things they don't know, and they know things you don't know. And my students remind me of that every single day. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Very good presentation. Are there any questions? Regent Dunkel?
Back to your finding jobs for students. Do you have any unpaid internships, or are most internships?
I fight every day against unpaid internships. I believe internships should be compensated, and I think we've got some pretty strong connections with employers who understand that that's an important piece, especially if you're asking them to leave the community and go live somewhere else. And do we have some? Of course we do. Sometimes those end up being in the non-for-profit world. We really we actually have some grant programs at the university through the Koob Fund from former President Koob, Bob and Yvonne Koob, and we try to help them as much as we can. But most of our internships now are actually paid, and Regent Dunkel, you're going to be surprised. Sometimes the pay in some of those internships is as high as $30 an hour, depending on the internship. So if they really want them, they really want them. So we're not in favor of unpaid internships, but we know that some of those do exist. But mostly, yes, they do get paid.
Good.
Yeah.
And do you collect a lot of data around income?
Yeah, we do have.
How much they're making as their.
Yes, although the data from the state, from the Iowa Workforce Development Statistics area is way better than anybody else's. They have excellent, because they can look at UI data, unemployment insurance wage data. So the wage data that they report is actually better in the sense that it is all of the data as opposed to somebody who earns a lot and they're real proud of it versus somebody who's not real proud of it, so they don't report it. So you can get skewed data when you self-collect on the wage side, whereas the UI data that the Iowa workforce collects is exactly what it is. And I go to their site often because it is actually really, really good data. If you want to know how much somebody earns in Des Moines versus somebody how much in that same job earns in Cedar Rapids, it is there. All of it's there, first quartile through fourth quartile. So you can see what it's going to be.
That's good information because a lot of times we hear that students are leaving Iowa because of wages. You know, they can go some other place and get higher wages. Well, we all know that story. Of course you can, but the cost of living.
It's why we have our Life 101 conversations, which is let's take a look at housing, let's take a look at cost of living, let's take a look at transportation, you know, your parking, all the things that to live in Chicago, you can make a lot more money in Chicago, and you'll spend a lot more money in Chicago. You know, so it makes Cedar Rapids look pretty good. Yeah. Or Dubuque.
Other questions? Regent Kramer?
You made a great point about how important the lifelong learning is. What is UNI doing to, you know, to kind of grab those graduates and hang on to them for life so they could be lifelong learners through UNI?
Yeah, so I think, again, that's kind of a little bit out of my lane, Regent Kramer, but I will say this. I think we're very good at that because we obviously have, here's an example. We have educators in, I think, every district in Iowa, you know. We always will have the ability to give them continuing education if they need it, right? We certainly have programs that extend because of our online and distance education. We've got 1,700 students, more or less, right now that are online distance ed, some of whom are returners, right? And so our collaborations with the community colleges, our regional centers that we're involved in, I mean, as somebody who works with the employers, they love that that's there because instead of having to have someone come to Cedar Falls, they can be a completer but stay in Des Moines. Right, so I think there's a lot of good growth in that area for us, and I think our access actually is quite good. I'm excited we're going to continue to grow that area as well. We actually have a staff member who literally works with just our online and distance education people now, because we have so many people doing that. So it's like, well, and that means alternative work hours. They're not free during the day. Most of them are working, so she offers her services in the evenings when they are free, right? So we're doing things along those lines. I think that will be a growth area for us as well going forward. So.
Any other questions? Well, thank you so much and for your help in making sure our students are workforce ready and to send them out, hopefully in Iowa. So thank you so much. All right. In accordance with the Federal Clery Act, every October, our universities provide a public report on campus crime statistics. As we enter these reports into the board's public record, we are joined by our heads of public safety to discuss campus trends. I will welcome Helen Hare, Michael Newton, and Mark Bullock. As always, thank you so much for being here, and I'll turn it over to you.
Start for us today, since we're here at Iowa State. But Michael Newton, Associate Vice President for Public Safety, Chief of Police. And one of the first things I'll say is, you know, wow, what a year it's been. You know, here at the campus. The Clery stats, though, I always like to say, don't give you the whole picture. We're always looking at year behind. We're looking at 2024 when we're already almost at the end of 25. So I'm going to take a couple liberties and talk a little bit about some 25 trends and data as well. But, you know, we have dedicated members of our police department, our risk management team, parking, our DPS, emergency management, key management, building security services that really provide the foundation here at Iowa State for all of the public safety work that we have. I also want to mention that in April of 2025, our team thwarted a plot attack at our May commencement. And in August of 2025, we had the swatting incident to start the school year. These are things that don't show up in the Clery report. These are things that our police team, our risk management team, others are spending a lot of time on. And just two examples of the great work that exists with the public safety team. Well, when we talk about the Clery report, definitely enrollment continues to go up, which is a good thing, which also sometimes brings with it just other topics and other issues on crime trends and other pieces. I think I give, or one of us gives this caveat every year when we talk about the Clery numbers, but because we have relatively low crime, when you try to put a percentage on things, it looks really astronomical. And so I really caution people when they look at these reports. And I'll give an example from ours. We went from 5 fondling cases in 2023 to 12 in 2024. And when you look at that, that's a 140% increase. And those are the numbers that people are reporting, but that doesn't show the true number of what's happening at our institutions. Some of the other key trends that we saw, we're down in several categories in our sexual assault categories. I get asked about that a lot. And what I do tell people is, while we're happy to see that number down, we do know it's a very underreported crime, and we need to do more to get people to come forward, to be willing to talk to us about that. Something that we're doing on the fondling side of things has gotten people greater awareness, has been willing to report. So we're going to try to study that, look at that, and how do we, capture, if people are willing to report that, how do we get them to come forward and report the other things that are happening? Because we can't stop it if we don't know it's what's actually truly happening. Aggravated assaults, you'll see 4 in our report. That's really due to domestic and dating situations. We've spent and focused some time on domestic and dating violence, looking at that, because those cases unfortunately involved strangulation, which is very serious when we look at those cases. One trend that jumps out, you'll see motor vehicle thefts. We jumped to 22. This is an interesting piece of the Clery Act because those electric scooters are actually considered motor vehicles, and they seem to get stolen like all the time. So micromobility issues has really skyrocketed. What people see as stolen vehicles, they're not in the sense that we all look at them, something that we all talk about frequently. Our burglary cases, we had 10 cases, and I will say that these are really related to a couple individuals that found the campus as the opportunity. One who we arrested this year had several $1,000s, committed multiple burglaries on our campus. We actually arrested in 2018. As soon as he got out of prison, he came back and thought Iowa State was the place to go again and do that. And I can say that we arrested him, and he's going to hopefully head back to prison based on those cases. Liquor law arrests, people ask me about this. It's slightly down. But the weather, how many home football games you have, all those things kind of relate into the trends on those. We're seeing alcohol is an interesting one too, because we're seeing that this new incoming group of students don't drink as much as we saw previously. They do parties with non-alcoholic drinks, doing some of the other things that are kind of an interesting trend that I want to know more about and see. Stalking cases, we're happy to report, are down. Some of the takeaways that I would give you are, while some of our categories fluctuate, overall trends show progress in our education and our prevention efforts. Prevention is very hard to, as you know, to quantify. But we do have some emerging issues like micromobility theft and dating violence that require some more attention for us. One of the things I also wanted to mention was our outreach efforts. I think last year I reported, the 2023 numbers. We reached 48, almost 49,000 community members. I'm happy to report in 2024 we reached 72,000 community members in our outreach efforts. And I'm proud to say that in 2025 we will be well above that. I'm probably at capacity, I'll throw that out there, with the staff that we currently have, but I'm really proud of the work that they're doing. They're really our signature programs, our dogs, our mental health awareness, working with our campus partners in wellness on Green Dot and Green Flags, and we've done a ton of safety resource fairs. In 2024, thanks to campus leadership, we also got back into doing student and parent orientation. So we get to see every new cyclone and their families on day one and set a positive tone with our public safety team. They see us not in the emergent situation. They build a relationship with us up front, which has gone a long way in building the relationships that are important. Also, on the proactive services and transparency, we know that safety isn't about responding. It's about being proactive. That's why we've expanded services like our active threat drills, our incident response training, mental health outreach. We've also launched new and continue to enhance our public safety dashboards, where people can go to our dashboard today and see the crimes that happened on campus yesterday. so that they don't have to wait for a year for the Cleary crime statistics to come out. It gives them a complete picture of the activities that are happening on our campus on a day-to-day basis. And it builds transparency and trust and an overall sense of community and safety. What the Cleary numbers don't tell you and that aren't reflected in the report, prevention efforts that stop crime, it just doesn't, we can't capture that for us. It can't show you the community trust building and the encouragement that we give people to report crimes and to come forward. And it can't show you the preparedness initiatives that we have. Our team does a holistic approach and work on public safety. We do education enforcement, and we try to do that with empathy. Every outreach event, every safety tip, every conversation contributes to a safer Iowa State. In closing of mine, I just want to say public safety at Iowa State is not just about responding to incidents. It's about creating an environment where students, faculty, and staff feel safe, secure, and supported. The numbers tell a part of the story, but the real impact is in the lives that we touch and the crises that we, as public safety professionals, prevent, which we had illustrated in 2025. I want to thank you all for your continued support that helps advance our mission. I also want to express my sincere gratitude to campus leadership for their unwavering commitment to public safety. They talk to me twice a week. We have calls on every Monday and Wednesday where they get to hear about the things that are happening on campus, and I can tell you that that's not what some of my colleagues see and feel. And so I'm very appreciative of all the support. I want a special thanks to President Winterstein, who's been very supportive of us, and we wish her the best in her next journey.
Good morning. Like Chief Newton, and I'm sorry, I'm Helen Hare, UNI, Chief of Police. Like Chief Newton, our numbers are fairly consistent if you look at them. We don't have a lot of fluctuations from 23 to 24. We do have a couple of things that might have jumped out. One is there was an increase in our stalking. It went from 24 to 34. The thing you have to remember about stalking, though, is that is such a low threshold to count. If you think of Iowa Code harassment, that might possibly be a stalking. So we had an increase in those, and I attribute it, like Chief Newton said, our students are more willing to report these things than they used to be. That's a good thing, but when you look at the numbers, people don't always perceive it as a good thing, that your numbers went up. But otherwise, we tracked right on with some of our alcohol incidents. The drugs went down. That's a good thing. Some of the referrals went up, though, and that speaks to the partnership with Res Life, where they can handle referrals. We don't have to go down a criminal path all the time. So that's a wonderful relationship we have with them. We will, just to give you a preview for next year, we will probably have some increases in our burglary statistics. And just like Chief Newton said again, most of those could be attributed to a single person or maybe two people who go back time after time, and we finally catch them, and we did. And that's in the process right now. You know, we'll probably see some increase in our liquor law violations too. I will attribute that ahead of time to our new apartment complex that we purchased. Some of our residents there were not UNI affiliated, and it will take a little bit of time for our folks in Res Life and Student Conduct to get the message across that that is a university housing facility now, and our rules apply. That's a learning curve. Hopefully they'll learn. So some of the things that we do as a department, you know, we still have our VIDS program, our active shooter program. We have good attendance for those. We do special sessions for people when they request. Once again, we've done some for Res Life, admissions, different people. And our RAD, our Rape Aggression Defense, Self-Defense course, we still offer that to people. We do a lot of collaboration on the campus with our student life. Some of the things we do, we orient with the international students every semester. it's a little bit of a learning curve for them too to come somewhere outside their country. We do the Clery Act training for CSAs. I've already mentioned VIDs. We do a lot of safety programming with Res Life. Our officers will go into the res halls, speak to them about specific topics, or it could just be an open session. You know, give us your questions, we'll answer what we can. We work with the Student Health Center a lot on different things. So the goal is to better serve our students. Next year, we're working right now for a recruitment event for ROTC next year. So they're one of our collaborative partners. The Northern Iowan, our student newspaper, we work with them this semester to give them information so they could provide crime reporting in the newspaper. And it's separate from the Clery report. It's actually crimes that the PD investigated, and they may or may not be part of the Clery report. And with that piece in the paper, they include information on our Rave Guardian app for our students and faculty, staff. And when outside of the university, we do what we can with the local community too. Just last week, we hosted a group of local high school students who are interested in policing. So as part of the program, they got to wear our drunk goggles. If you're familiar with those, that's always a hit for some reason. They also got to see a demonstration of a taser deployment. Trust me, we did not let them touch the taser. We knew better. We meet with students as part of their class projects. And we also host interns in various programs periodically. We will do people who are in a police science or criminology program. And we even have a high school student coming this semester and part of next as part of his careers in human relations. What did they call it? They called it, he's kind of shadowing, I'll put it that way. It's not a true intern because he really won't be doing anything, but just to see what his interest is and open ourselves to questions. So that's what I have. Any questions? Thank you.
All right, Jason let me know that I needed to be prepared to be brief and quick. So I'm going to go over the stats. I'm going to go over Clery statistics for 2024, and then I'll also highlight an update to a program that we've made some changes to on campus. And it's got great data, so Regent Dunkel will be very happy about that. It's great to be back. I'm excited to come here every year. So we have a few nuances on our campus, as you hear me say every November. Because of the fact that we have a large and growing healthcare enterprise, a lot of our numbers look different than the other campuses. So what we like to do is we like to look at the trends, not compare from one campus to another. And also I want to point out the nuance that the things that are reported in the ASR, those are not all reports to police. So when the police do receive a report of a crime that occurred, our team and their teams are very, very good at figuring out who's done these crimes and you know, holding them accountable either through student life or through the criminal justice process. But we take in reports from a large variety of sources on campus, including student life and others. So with those two nuances, I will move forward. We did see, as we do every year, a significant portion of the aggravated assaults that occurred on campus occurred within the healthcare setting. Year after year, healthcare accounts for 70 to 75% of the aggravated assaults that occur on campus. One trend that I did want to point out that we've narrowed down a little bit better is what we're seeing is that single individuals are committing multiple crimes, kind of like what they were talking about with burglaries. An example of that, so 51 of the 64 aggravated assaults occurred at the hospital, and 16 of those were one person. And that's not the only person that has multiple incidents tied to them. That's just one example. As far as our work with healthcare, we continue to staff through UIPD, a lieutenant and 8 officers who are dedicated to healthcare. We collaborate and partner with their safety and security team and their emergency management team. better than we ever have before. I'll also point out that a byproduct of that is we're more aware of some of the things that are happening, so the reporting numbers are going to go up. But in this case, that is a good thing. So moving on, sexual misconduct cases. I've had to talk about this for the last 3 years as well. We report for the ASR for the year that we received the report, not the year that it occurred. What that's resulted in is there was an employee within healthcare that was having inappropriate relationships with patients that has impacted our rape and fondling numbers for the last 3 years, because once we file charges, it goes public and more victims come forward. Again, it's a great thing, but we've had to report in 22, 23, and now 24. So of the 59 fondling reports, 20 were attributed to that one single individual. I would also say that many more of the fondling reports involve patients inappropriately touching healthcare providers as well. So the reports of dating violence and stalking, they remain consistent with trends that we've seen over the years. Hate crimes, we did have an increase in hate crimes. 6 of those, so we had 13, and 6 of those involved dry erase boards. I know that there's conversation amongst the institutions about dry erase boards, but it provides a very easy opportunity to write inappropriate things and that are genuinely offensive to some of the people that live in these residence halls. There was an aggravated assault hate crime that occurred in healthcare. That was a situation where a patient assaulted a hospital security officer and yelled some racial slurs. And then we also received 2 simple assault hate crime reports from Iowa City PD. Racial slurs were used. Our liquor law violations. So we had a very significant increase. This is 100% attributed to enforcement strategy with Kinnick Stadium in our student section. So we've done a lot to make the inside of the stadium safer. We're doing weapons detection. We do better screening of fans as they're coming into the stadium than we ever have before, and that's a great thing. We're also finding that we have students that are throwing empty airplane bottles and things onto the field throughout the student section. So we made a decision that we were going to start issuing Paula citations for people bringing alcohol into the stadium who are underage. Historically, we've just ejected them, but let's face it, they can go to a different entrance and come right back in anyway. So we issue the Paula citation, then we submit that to Student Life, and then they go through the student code of conduct process. But the increase is 100% attributed to that. But we have also seen better student behavior within our student section. So that's been a good thing. I'll move on to the project that we've had. So we provide a free late night transportation system on campus. So we've been doing this since, I believe, 2007, and it's gone through many evolutions. And I know that you have breakfasts and lunches with our student government, and they've talked extensively about the work that we've done together. That has allowed us to get into like the next version of Night Ride. So as you know, and I believe you've heard, that we started subsidizing Uber rides with the help of Division of Student Life and student government, graduate and undergraduate, as well as some funding from us. That has given us an opportunity to now shift, now that there's that direct point-to-point service that we're helping to subsidize through Uber, there's now opportunity to better align and be more efficient with how we're actually doing the bus service. So we did something that was a really novel concept. We went to parking and transportation and asked them how they run CANBUS, because we are not transportation providers. They allowed us to get on their transit app. So now we have 2 buses that run free of charge, opposite directions, clockwise, counterclockwise, around campus in our late night hours. A lot of details, happy to talk about that, but what I really want to talk about by bringing that up is we were piloting the Hawk vouchers, which is the Uber vouchers, last year. So when we go back to where Night Ride was Night Ride and we didn't have Hawk vouchers, in the first 75 days of the semester, we served 5,500 students, okay? Between Night Ride and Hawk vouchers, in the first 75 days of this semester, we've served 10,400 students. So that's over a 90% increase. So I think the data looks good. I really like those numbers. But that's all I've got. Thank you.
Regent Hensley.
Thank you. A question for all of those universities. Do you have ambassador programs within your departments for citizens and/or students?
So we do have a campus safety ambassador program. It's run by students. So the students serve the leadership roles, and they go on lock buildings, check buildings, do safe rides, patrol campus, and assist our law enforcement officers.
And what do they have to, is there some training or some?
Yeah, we give them training, we give them some mentorship so we have a kind of a tiered leadership system to give students the opportunity to become leaders and to know more. Several of them have become my police officers too. We have a huge percentage of our police officers are Iowa State grads that were part of the program, that were involved, and that is one of our goals with it. We train them on the radios. We train them on how to get help if they need it. They wear a polo shirt with Campus Safety Ambassador patches so people can readily identify them. Safe Ride is the huge part of their job. We're trying to get away from needing them to lock buildings so that they can do more. We're trying to get more access control in some of those features so that they can do other services that students really find valuable.
Okay, thank you.
To echo that, we also have student security officers. We try to have about 60 to 80. That fluctuates throughout the year and then the breaks. But they do a wide variety of things from driving night ride to doing dorm patrols, the art museum. They work football games. They do a wide variety of things.
Great.
We also we call our student patrol. And like Chief Newton, a lot of ours have come back to be officers. But they do similar things. They lock buildings. They provide escorts for people during evening hours if somebody wants an escort. They serve as kind of eyes and ears for officers. And if we need assistance, if say we go to a res hall and we need somebody to wait downstairs for the ambulance, they will be there to facilitate that. So it's a good program.
Excellent. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Well, as always, thank you so much for all the work you do to help keep our students and faculty and staff and everybody safe. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
If there's no other business before our committee, we will adjourn. Thank you.
I think for right now, we'll take a 10-minute break, and then it'll be academic affairs.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we're going to call the Academic Affairs Committee meeting to order. Good morning to everybody. Greta, Lucy, Regents, Greta and Lucy. Sorry. I saw you coming. Okay, we have a really busy schedule this morning. There's a lot of activity going on. So first item on the agenda, we have the April Academic Affairs Committee meeting minutes. Our first item is to approve the Academic Affairs Committee meeting minutes from September. Are there any changes? Hearing none, these minutes are approved by general consent. Moving on to our next item, the UNI program termination of the BA in anthropology. Our first new business today is a program termination at UNI. Provost Hara, would you like to share information with us, please?
Thank you, Regent Hensley, and good morning, everyone. This is a fairly simple request for the board to terminate a Bachelor of Arts in Anthropology due to declining enrollment and faculty losses, making the program really unsustainable. There are currently 19 majors in that program. We have a 2-year teach-out plan in place to get those students where they need to go, with individualized advising and tailored course plans to ensure a timely degree completion in 2 years. The anthropology minor will continue, so the major will be discontinued, but the minor will continue and it will be moved to Department of History, which also oversees the Museum Studies Certificate, preserving access to anthropological coursework for other students. The 3 current faculty will be reassigned to growing programs while supporting out the teach-out over the last 2 years, and closing the major will reduce administrative costs. While this program has a long and vibrant history, existing anthropology program across the states are sufficient to meet workforce needs, and resource allocation is necessary to support sustainable growth elsewhere. And I'll be happy to take any questions about the request.
Thank you very much. One question for you, and I guess for some of the other programs that are coming before us. There's not as much detail on the financial impact on the programs, and you just made the comment that there will be some administrative reduction in costs. I guess I think it would be helpful for future if we could have specific numbers than just a general comment on these programs.
We could certainly do that, Regent Hensley. I think initially it's difficult to anticipate how much of those dollars will actually come into fruition, but we could certainly do an estimate. Yes.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any other comments, questions? Okay, the committee will recommend approval for this at the meeting tomorrow. Next item, we have the UNI program realignment. This is the Master's in Philanthropy and Nonprofit Development.
Thank you, Regent Hensley. This is also a rather simple administrative change and movement and merging of this program into the Department of Political Science. So we're moving this program into political science with the hope that it will engender a little bit more interest and elevate it to make sure that we get increases in enrollment. This faculty-led review identified, as of about 6 or 7 months ago, opportunities for resource efficiency and program synergy by combining the 16-student program with a 19-student program in Master's in Public Policy, again, both in the Department of Political Science. Both programs prepare students for careers in public service and nonprofit service. This change will have minimal short-term impact on the students while streamlining recruitment, enabling coordinated course offerings, sharing faculty expertise, and reducing overhead costs. Again, difficult to quantify just based on the actual numbers depending what happens this year, but we'll try to get that estimate for you. The merger poses no questions on accreditation. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions? Hearing none, this committee will recommend approval of the realignment, philanthropic, and nonprofit development to the Department of Political Science at UNI. Thank you. Moving on, finally from you and I, we have an accelerated BSN program. Please share more with us about this proposal.
Thank you again. This is really just a revised program of study. This is not necessarily a new program. We already have, as you know, a Bachelor of Science in Nursing program at UNI that allows students to finish their degree in 4 years. We're just asking for approval for this expedited program of study that will have the same courses, same learning outcomes, only in a very condensed time frame, that is in 12 months. Sometimes these programs are often referred to as second degree BS in nursing, so ASDBN. The ABSN, Accelerated Bachelor's of Science in Nursing, is designed for students who already hold a bachelor's degree or have completed at least 70 college credits and who have fulfilled BSN requirements. That is mostly non-traditional students that are coming back and transferring from some field to nursing to fulfill workforce needs. It builds on UNI's existing competency-based BSN program, housed an innovative teaching and technology center. I think you visited that, some of you visited that, which has the space and resources to support accelerated learning over the summer and into winter terms. This program addresses Iowa's critical nursing shortage. Registered nurses were the most posted job in the state in July of 2025. Launching the ABSN requires 1 additional faculty FTE and will start with a modest cohort of 12 students, expanding to 32 students in about 2 years. Depending on demand, once fully developed, the program is projected to generate approximately $250,000 in net revenue annually. I'd be happy to address any questions about this particular program as well.
Any questions? Great program. I really enjoyed the tour that we had a year ago. So the committee will recommend approval of the accelerated BSN at UNI. Moving on. University of Iowa's new program request for a BS in Pharmacy Sciences. Provost Kriegel, can you please share with us some information on this program?
Well, I'm going to ask Associate Provost Tanya Uden-Holman to share. She's worked closely with the college on this proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. The University of Iowa College of Pharmacy is proposing to offer a Bachelor of Science in Pharmacy Sciences. The proposed degree is designed to equip students with a robust foundation to prepare them for careers across the pharmaceutical industry, such as research, biotechnology, drug manufacturing, and drug development. A distinctive focus on clinical trials analysis and professional communication will ensure graduates are not only technically prepared, but also industry ready. To further enhance career flexibility and marketability, the proposed program offers specialized tracks in business and regulatory affairs. All students will select one of the specialized tracks. The College of Pharmacy is partnering with the Tippy College of Business to offer the business track. In addition to preparing students for immediate entry into the pharmaceutical sector, this program will well position students to apply to the college's PharmD program, either upon completion of their degree or through the BS in Pharmacy Sciences PharmD Combined Degree Program. While the PharmD program does not require an undergraduate degree to matriculate into the program, the Combined BS in Pharmacy Sciences PharmD does provide a unique opportunity for students to complete both a bachelor's degree and a PharmD in an accelerated format. In looking at the catalysts for the proposed degree, there's rising interest amongst PharmD students in pursuing postgraduate training in pharmaceutical industry careers. Additionally, according to current labor market projections, careers within the pharmaceutical sector are expected to grow by approximately 11% over the next decade, driven by innovations in drug development, regulatory affairs, and biopharmaceutical manufacturing. It should be noted that while PharmD students are increasingly interested in careers in the pharmaceutical industry, aspiring professionals don't necessarily need to commit to a 60-year, 8-year education journey. The proposed degree offers a streamlined, high-impact alternative. Housing the degree in the College of Pharmacy leverages faculty expertise in pharmacy education, discovery, and healthcare delivery, as well as the training the highest quality pharmacists and pharmaceutical scientists. We're always also very pleased about the partnership with the Tippy College of Business. It truly will provide students with a unique opportunity to develop a multidisciplinary skill set within these areas. In regard to opportunities for experiential learning, The degree will require a completion of a 3-semester-hour capstone, which allows students to integrate and apply their knowledge and skills throughout the program. Additionally, students will be encouraged to pursue research and internship opportunities to enrich their academic experiences and better prepare them for further graduate and professional education or to enter the workforce. The College of Pharmacy is well poised to facilitate these internships with a substantial number of alumni currently employed across the pharmaceutical industry and who are very engaged with the college. It's a very unique program. There are few other institutions across the country that offer such a degree. In the state of Iowa, although no institutions offer the BS in Pharmacy Sciences, Drake does offer a BS in Clinical and Medical Sciences as well as a pre-pharmacy major. We appreciate the support of ISU and UNI on the proposal, and there were no concerns raised on the ICC-PHSC posting. If approved, the program would launch in the fall of 2026. When looking at projected enrollments, we anticipate approximately 30 students in the first year and growing to approximately 240 total students by year 5. And we did do a financial analysis that took into account expenses related to faculty, staff, student financial aid, and getting the program up and running. And then we also took a look at the projected revenue that looks at students and also the student mix. So trying to take into account what do we project in terms of in-state versus out-of-state students. I would note that based on the analysis, the program is anticipated to be net positive by year 4. And any tuition revenues will go back to the program and to really, if they're very high, we'll go back to help with terms of the college in general. I think that those are the main points that I wanted to hit. Very happy to answer any questions you may have.
You made reference to out-of-state students. Do you have, what is your estimate on out-of-state students?
Right now, I think for the beginning of the program, probably we're looking at the majority of them being from the state of Iowa. Thinking right now probably a 70-30 mix, but we do anticipate as we have the opportunity to market it more broadly that would probably, we anticipate the out-of-state students will increase just because of the unique nature of the program.
Excellent. Any questions? Okay. The committee will recommend approval of the new program in the pharmacy science at the University of Iowa. Thank you. Moving on, the annual accreditation report. We'd like now to ask Rachel Boone to share the accreditation report.
Thank you, Regent Hensley. In the docket, you have the report. This is responsive to Board Policy 3.9, required an annual report on the accreditation, programmatic level accreditation at all 3 institutions throughout the past year. Every program that receives has a specialized accreditor must report on the outcomes of those to this board. Not every program has a programmatic accreditor, though, so just to be clear. Every program is covered by program review. Some programs are covered by specialized accreditation. So the 9 that are reflected here in this year's report are listed there. All of the programs listed, or in some instances, a full department or a college, received either full accreditation, or in one case it was an initial accreditation, which is a positive step towards full accreditation. As you know, accreditation, the intention of programmatic accreditation like this is to sort of inform continuous improvement activities within all of these departments and programs. There's an important quality assurance function, and really that in many cases relates very directly to licensure opportunities for graduates when they leave the institution. The state of Iowa has many professions that require licensure, which would then say you have to have completed an accredited program and to be eligible. So this report covers that. There are a few details on each of them, and I would defer most of the questions to the provost if you have any.
I just have one question. Can you talk a little bit about, there are no serious risks of any of them losing accreditation, but there are a couple that require some interim reports. And are those newer programs?
So I will say, yes, there is no, I'm sorry, I'm trying to look back to the language that's on here. The ones that have interim reports, it's usually for a specific reason, and just for context, and please, I'm going to ask one of the provosts to jump in as soon as I stop talking here, but by way of example, a programmatic accreditor may come in with 80 requirements and require you to have a follow-up interim report maybe on 2 of the requirements. So if you met 78 but have 2, they just want a little follow-up. And all 3 provosts are here. Maybe you want to weigh in on any of that?
Do you want to turn your mic on, please?
Just pull it closer.
Oh.
I don't think it was.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yes.
Thanks. So I'll give you an example of interior design, which we have at UNI. We just got a letter yesterday approving our full accreditation. That there were a couple of instances where we had to submit a summary report on 2 or maybe 3, if I can remember. And it's just an accreditor requiring a follow-up on some of these items.
Okay.
And so once we submit them, we get full accreditation. We got that letter yesterday. So these things change on a daily basis sometimes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Questions, comments? Hearing none? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Moving on, we're now going to have the Lakeside Lab annual report. Rachel?
Yes, I will share this. Dr. Mary Skopik has occasionally come and provided this report. She's unavailable today, so I will just share. The report is in the docket. I won't go over it at any length, but I would highlight there is some construction underway. I know Dr. Skopik is very excited to say that there is work happening on the new lab that is got some capital funding through the state, so she's excited to see progress on that. They had a successful summer with 31 interns, so we talk a lot about internships and all of our academic programs. We talk about all the ways that we can support workforce development through that. Lakeside has a thriving internship program every summer. So there's a lot in the report regarding that. And then youth education has been very strong. They're very embedded in the community up in Northwest Iowa and the opportunities they have. And as is noted in the report, when they have youth camps, enrollment usually fills within minutes of them releasing it. They're very, very popular in the local community. And one of the struggles they have had in the past several months, within the last year anyway, they've relied in the past a lot on AmeriCorps placements, and there's been some unstable funding in that regard. They're working on that to make sure that they have some more predictability on the level of support for AmeriCorps in the future. Those are partnerships through UNI and Iowa State right now. So continuing to work on that. But that's all, and I'd be happy to take any questions you have back to Dr. Skopik.
Questions? Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate this. Moving on, the faculty activities report is required by Board Policy 3.14. We'll have the associate provosts for the faculty from the 3 universities provide us with this report.
Thank you. And as they gather, Regent Hensley, I'll just share. I'm pleased here. I think today is the first time presenting to the board for 2 of our 3 associate provosts for faculty. So I know they'll introduce themselves as they come here, but yeah, Provost Ferrer, yeah, we'll let Amy. So thank you, yeah. So Don Bratch Prince, Amy Peterson, and Barry Thomas are here to share with you.
Excellent. Please proceed.
So let me say thank you for this opportunity to share with the board a summary of the findings of our faculty activity study. I'm Dawn Bratch Prince, as Rachel mentioned, and I'm Associate Provost for Faculty at Iowa State, a role I've held for many years. Joining me today are my Associate Provost colleagues, Dr. Amy Nielsen, who is Associate Provost for Faculty at UNI, and Dr. Barry Thomas, who's Associate Provost for Faculty and Strategic Operations at the University of Iowa. And I'm going to start off with a general overview. We only have, 6 slides, so short presentation. And then I'm going to speak to faculty service, and my colleague Amy will speak to faculty teaching, and Barry will highlight faculty research. So to provide the board with robust information about the broad range of faculty activities, the 3 universities conduct every other year the faculty activity study. In spring 2025, we administered the survey over an 8-week period. Surveys were emailed to all full-time faculty, with 1/8 of the faculty randomly selected to receive the survey in each of 8 weeks over the semester. And I want to just emphasize that it's the same survey, and we are all aligned in our timeline. So faculty at all 3 universities are experiencing the survey at the same time. The survey administrators at the rank of dean or above, and faculty members in phased retirement, on long-term disability, professional development assignments, or those on leave were not surveyed. The 3 universities work together to develop and administer communications to faculty members as outlined in Table 1 of the report. Our response rates are extraordinary. They vary from 79% at Iowa to 86% at ISU to 88% at the University of Northern Iowa. And these are rates well above industry norms for email surveys. And I hope they give confidence that the results of this survey are valid. Across all 3 universities, the overall average of hours worked by faculty per week is a notable 53 hours dedicated to teaching, research, and service responsibilities. While the 3 Regent universities pursue the same overarching tripartite mission, the board charges us to seek different areas of specialty and emphasis so that each institution provides a unique educational and engagement opportunity within the state. As a result, faculty activities among the 3 universities vary in specialty emphasis and distribution of time. In addition, within each university, there are distinct faculty types and tracks with defined responsibilities and areas of emphasis. All faculty tracks report working a similar number of hours, but how they spend their time can be very different according to their assigned work. And on this slide, you see a listing out of our tenure track faculty and then the different types of non-tenure track faculty that each institution has. And I'm just going to briefly describe those because I think the distinctions are important. While the majority of faculty across the 3 universities are tenure track, these faculty are expected to demonstrate excellence in all 3 core missions: teaching, research, and service, which promotes and incentivizes faculty to develop high levels of expertise that builds over time. Their expertise translates to deep knowledge and to skill development in teaching our students, and allows for successful pursuit in areas such as securing external grants, patents, outreach to Iowa's P-12 schools, medical and agricultural advances, and broad economic development across the state of Iowa and the nation. At each institution, we also have a vital core of non-tenure track faculty. For example, at the University of Iowa, there are 3 regular non-tenure tracks, each with a clearly defined focus of responsibility, as we show here. Faculty on the clinical track emphasize clinical duties plus teaching, research, and service that advances clinical excellence. Faculty on the research track at the University of Iowa emphasize advancing the research mission, and faculty on instructional track engage primarily in the teaching mission. At Iowa State University, specialized term faculty tracks, as you see listed here, were formalized in 2019. We have a significant number of clinical track faculty, for example, in our College of Veterinary Medicine, and our practice track faculty are experts who have had professional careers in business and industry, also education, architecture, and engineering, to name just a few fields. And they share that professional expertise through their teaching and mentoring of students. At the University of Northern Iowa, renewable term faculty serve the ongoing teaching and service missions of the institution, while term faculty are employed for shorter appointments of 1 to 4 years. Adjunct faculty members teach 1 to 4 courses per semester and are hired according to departmental need in offering discipline-specific courses to UNI students. I believe UNI is currently expanding the tracks listed on the slide to offer clinical tracks in nursing and education, as well as practitioner tracks, to attract successful business and industry professionals to teaching our students. And that certainly is a trend across higher education. So let's see. I'm going to briefly talk about service engagement activities by our faculty. So all faculty members at our institutions engage in a very wide range of community engagement, outreach, and at Iowa State University Extension, such as delivering educational programming throughout Iowa, consulting, partnering with public and private organizations to advance community goals, while along with this, enhancing teaching and research. Many faculty members, particularly those on the clinical track, provide critical health care, veterinary, and other clinical services to the people of Iowa. Our service activities can also include institutional administration, for example, serving as a department chair, serving in the faculty senate, chairing a committee, etc., or service to the profession at large, such as serving as a journal editor or as a grant reviewer for one of our agencies, or in a leadership role within a professional organization. To illustrate the impact of extension and outreach work, I just want to highlight the work of two ISU faculty, Professor Chad Hart and Professor Phil Jarden. Chad Hart is a professor of economics and ISU's extension grain market specialist, and he's a much sought after voice whose research and analysis supports Iowa's grain producers, helping them get the most for their crops, which is very critical when many farmers are operating on the smallest of margins. Another faculty engaged in extension work, Phil Jarden, is a clinical associate professor of veterinary diagnostic and production animal medicine, and he's also ISU's dairy extension veterinarian. He works alongside colleagues in Iowa State's veterinary diagnostic lab. Through his work, Dr. Jarden played a role in identifying and addressing avian influenza in dairy cattle in 2024, which of course is incredibly important, again, to the industries of our state and beyond. I could add many more examples of how our faculty, through their service and extension work, provide vital support to Iowans and our Iowa industries, but let me turn things over to Amy, who will elaborate on faculty efforts in teaching at our institutions.
There we go. Good morning.
Good morning.
Related to teaching, as you can see on the slide, tenure and tenure track faculty spend approximately 19 to 30 hours a week on teaching related activities. And about half of this time is devoted to classroom, online, and also hybrid teaching, including preparation and grading. On average, our tenured and tenure track faculty spend approximately an hour to 4 hours per week on each of the following: guiding student internships and independent studies, mentoring student research, assisting students outside the classroom, advising on academic and career planning, and preparing new courses. Experiential and work-based learning and faculty-student interaction outside the classroom are critical components of both undergrad and graduate studies. We also have a number of non-tenure track faculty who typically spend between 34 and 36 hours on instruction. This is significantly more than tenured or tenure track faculty, reflecting their primary teaching focused roles without major research or service activities. At University of Iowa and Iowa State University, we see clinical track faculty and research track faculty devoting between 11 to 19 hours per week and 6.5 hours per week on student instruction. For these clinical faculty positions, it is difficult to separate clinical work often from student instruction, since much of their teaching occurs within work-based and clinical settings. Thank you.
Before you go on to that slide, I might know the answer to this, but I just want to make sure I'm looking at it correctly. The tenure track at University of Iowa and Iowa State is 19, 22 hours. At UNI, it's 30 hours, which seems significantly more. Could somebody address that?
Sure. At University of Northern Iowa, we are considered a teaching institution, and so we typically have a larger focus on our teaching activities, perhaps than what the other two institutions might. With that, they tend to have a heavier research focus.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to reiterate that our faculty on the tenure track, there's an expectation that they're producing research, they're securing external funding, so that is a significant portion of their time allotment, hence the difference.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, and I'm Barry Thomas, the Associate Provost for Faculty and Strategic Operations at the University of Iowa. It's great to join you this morning. So I'm going to talk about research, and as you know, research is a critical part of the missions of our institutions, and importantly, the research that our faculty do, both the methods and the new knowledge they create, are important for informing the teaching and engagement with the communities that our institutions engage in. And similar to what we have just seen with teaching, you will see a difference across the institutions as well as the tracks in terms of the number of hours that are spent on research, and this reflects differences across the institutions as well as across those tracks. And as we have been discussing, the tenure track faculty at the University of Iowa and Iowa State are hired with the intention that they will engage in high levels of research, and that is reflected in the time that is spent on research activities by those faculty. And then, again, commensurate with its mission and focus, you see faculty at the University of Northern Iowa engaging in scholarship, but at a different level. You also see that the research track faculty at the University of Iowa are engaged in 39 hours of research per week. This is a reflection that their track is designed to focus on scholarship, and thus most of their time is spent that way. But interestingly and importantly, you also see that the non-tenure track faculty at all of our institutions are contributing to the research mission that we have, and creating new scholarship and conference presentations to disseminate the research, and also reflecting that they are current on their areas of knowledge that support the teaching that they also do. So if there are not any questions, I'd be happy to turn this back to Rachel to close us out.
Any questions? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I don't want us to end this without recognizing the work of Christina Yaus at the University of Iowa. All three of these folks would agree this is an enormous undertaking, this project of gathering this data, getting this 80+% response rate, whatever, and Christina is a huge reason why it is successful every other year that we do it. So I just want to give Christina a shout out.
Well, I know as I read through all of the information, I was really quite impressed. You don't understand or fully appreciate the amount of work and all of the other activities and responsibilities that there are for the faculty. So thank you very much. I appreciate your gathering all of this and the great job everybody's doing. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, do we want to move on here? Yes. Next item on our agenda. We'll receive the professional development assignment reports and requests from the board chair academic office. Rachel.
Thank you, Regent Hensley. So I'll start by talking about the professional development assignment reports for FY 2025. These are provided for you. It's a little lengthy because there are 106 reports there of the work that was done, of the really productive work that was done. As is noted, these were initially approved back in November of 2023. So they did the work in 2024-25. We received that report now today. I would highlight that already there's been over $8.9 million in grants and various awards have been received through this. There are another $66 million of pending grant proposals that are still out there, many of which will be received, but not necessarily all. So we've already got, for every dollar that's invested in these professional development assignments in FY25, we've already got over a $33 return on that investment, which I would take that bet every day with my personal investments. So really want to highlight not only that side of it, but patent applications, dozens of articles published, book chapters, public presentations, creative works performed, students mentored, courses developed or redeveloped. An enormous amount of work happened through these PDAs, as we refer to them. So I just present that report to you, and if there are questions, I'm sure our provost would help us answer them.
Comments, questions? Okay. The committee will recommend
Can I do one more?
Sure.
Sorry, now I want to make the requests. It's very important to all these folks that we do our requests for 2027 as well, and then we'll take our action. So the requests for 2027 that were also presented to you here, 105 requests here, which represents 2% of the eligible faculty. These requests, again, cover a wide, the plans that they've presented for these have been rigorously reviewed by multiple layers within their departments, colleges, and then through the provost's offices as well, as they come before you today. So these requests come with an estimated cost of about $325,000 right now, but again, as you've seen, we have a historically very strong return on that investment. So would present these 105 requests to you for consideration of approval.
Okay. Very good. The committee will recommend approval of the 105 requests for professional development assignments in fiscal year 27. And hopefully the return on investment will be just as strong.
Indeed.
Thank you. Okay, our next item on our agenda is an honorary degree request. Provost Kriegel, the University of Iowa would like to request an honorary degree to be awarded at the May 2026 commencement. Could you please speak to this?
And I will step in for Provost Kriegel. The University of Iowa requests approval to award an honorary Doctor of Musical Arts degree to Mr. Stephen Schick at Spring 2026 commencement. Mr. Schick is a globally acclaimed percussionist and conductor whose career reflects the University of Iowa's values of creativity, scholarship, and service. An Iowa native and alumnus, he has premiered over 150 works, led major ensembles, and returned in 2024 for a powerful Born in Iowa residency. Honoring him with a Doctor of Musical Arts degree celebrates both his visionary impact and the university's role in shaping transformative artists.
Questions? I always appreciate the honorary degrees that are bestowed on individuals for their accomplishments. Okay, thank you. The committee will recommend approval of the honorary degree. Thank you very much. And lastly, our last item on the agenda is a presentation on accredited bachelor's degrees. I will turn the program over to our presenters.
Great. Well, thank you, Chair Hensley. We are delighted to be here today to talk about some of the accelerated pathways that are already occurring at each of our institutions. So just a little bit of overview for the presentation. We'll talk a little bit about some context for these accelerated pathways. We'll share some of our most common programs at each of our 3 institutions. And then my colleagues Didi, Tanya, and I will each kind of highlight some of those key areas where we're already seeing a number of students participating at each of our institutions. So the context for this is really important. Over the last number of years, the number of students who are coming to our institutions with prior credit continues to grow. Our most recent data from fall of '24 shows the percent of entering students with some credit is well over 70%, 74% for Iowa, 75% for Iowa State, and 79% for the University of Northern Iowa. Now, this credit comes from a variety of different modalities or different areas. Some of it is AP credit, some of it is credit students have taken at community colleges, and then they're transferring it in. The other trend we have seen, which is the second set of bullets I want to point to, is the percent of those students who've brought in credit, the percent of those students who are coming in with 20 credits or more. So essentially the equivalent of 2 semesters of college credit. So of the 74% of students at Iowa, 41% of them are bringing in 20 or more credits. At Iowa State, 56% of our students are, and at the University of Northern Iowa, 39% of their students are bringing in over 20 credits. We think this is directly contributing to our increasing 3-year graduation rates as well. University of Iowa and Iowa State have a 5.9%, while University of Northern Iowa has a 13.5%. This is likely due to our different academic programs, and you can see on the last bullet, many of our programs can be completed in 8 semesters or less. We have a number of programs, though, I would say at Iowa and at Iowa State, that have some limitations on the ability to do that because of the complexity of our curriculum and also the professional licensing requirements. So for example, our engineering and health-related programs, which have that external accreditation, have some constraints that we have to work within. We did include some of our top majors. We thought that that would be of interest to the group. Iowa State in red, Iowa in yellow, and University of Northern Iowa in purple. The one thing that is consistent across all 3 schools is psychology. That continues to be one that we're seeing a number of students graduate in less than 3 years. Part of that is because of the flexibility or the way a psychology program is created. It doesn't have nearly as much complexity from a curriculum standpoint as, say, an engineering program with a set of prerequisites that you've got to move through before you can continue on. But you can see a lot of our strengths at our institutions are highlighted here. A number of agriculture programs at Iowa State, event management, human development, areas that Iowa is strong in with English and creative writing and political science, and then also the areas that University of Northern Iowa is quite strong in with social work and business administration. So these are just some examples, and we'll talk some specifically about each of these at our institutions. So Dee Dee?
Hi, everyone, and thank you for inviting us. As Anne-Marie just pointed out, at UNI, we've been seeing more and more students transferring in higher amounts of credit, which has led to our increase in our 3-year graduation rate. When you look more closely at those students, especially in those top 5 majors, one of the things that is a clear pattern is those students are transferring in some of the most credit. As a matter of fact, 98% of those students are transferring in credit, and the average number of credit among those students is about 30 hours or 2 full semesters of college coursework. So that leads us to an important question, which is, could other new students, especially those who maybe don't have access to dual enrollment opportunities, also benefit from a faster pathway that allows them to enter the workforce sooner? I'm pleased to share with you that the answer is yes. And just 2 weeks ago, UNI launched a new degree in 3 for elementary education majors. This innovative pathway allows students to complete their elementary ed degree and receive recommendation for Iowa licensure in just 36 months instead of the traditional 48. I note without compromising the quality of their preparation. This program is intentionally designed to address Iowa's teacher shortage with urgency. It combines rigorous academic preparation, strategic year-round scheduling, and strong wraparound student support services. In a recent article that came out, Provost Herrera highlighted the significance of this work by saying, UNI's 3-year degree is a bold response to the state's demand for teachers and aligns very well with Iowa's legislative objectives. This builds on our legacy in teacher education while providing an alternative for today's high school students seeking an accelerated path to elementary teaching. This truly reflects who UNI is: responsive, student-centered, and deeply committed to preparing high-quality teachers for our state. This program is designed not only to accelerate time to degree, but also to make becoming a teacher more affordable and accessible, especially for rural students, first-gen students, and those for whom cost is a major deciding factor. By combining fewer total semesters, summer tuition scholarships, and student teaching stipends, we are reducing financial barriers in a meaningful way. Our first cohort will begin in fall of '26, complete their student teaching in spring of 2029, and enter the workforce a full year earlier than they otherwise would. And the financial impact of that acceleration is significant. By removing a full year of tuition, room and board, and adding in their first year of earnings, our graduates will be nearly $70,000 ahead at the end of their first year of teaching. This is transformative for early career professionals. UNI graduates more than 500 new teachers each year, and we take that leadership role seriously. The degree in 3 adds a strong new option to our existing elementary education pathways. Our traditional on-campus program, our online transfer program for place-bound students, and our online paraeducator pathway for working adults. Together, these options allow students from many different life circumstances to become highly effective teachers. And they position UNI to respond directly to Iowa's urgent need for well-prepared teachers. This new degree in 3 maintains the full 120 credit curriculum and the depth of clinical experience UNI is known for. The difference is the pace. Students will take coursework year-round, including winter and summer terms, and then move directly into student teaching. This is a faster, more focused pathway for students who are eager to step into the classroom and begin making a difference. In the event that Regent Dunkel would like to know about the preliminary success of the program, I made a few notes. Finally, just so you know, as of this morning, just 2 weeks since the launch, we have 7 applicants. 4 students are admitted, so 3 in progress. And I found out earlier today that we've had 2 inquiries this week. Thank you.
Question, follow-up question on that. For those students that are currently the freshmen, sophomores, would they be able to get into this program? Is there a transition period?
Yeah, so our first cohort really is only going to be about 25 to 30 students. Given the rate of interest that we're experiencing, I doubt it. Simply because we really need to make sure that we pilot this program, that we assess it, that we make any necessary adjustments before allowing a wider variety of students to enroll.
Okay.
You know, if there are a couple spaces, I could see some overlap. But you know, with these 4 different pathways, I anticipate that like our other pathways, we do have on-ramps and off-ramps. I just don't know that it would occur with the very first pilot.
Okay, understand. Thank you very much. Question?
You made a mention of, I think you said if the student has access to dual enrollment classes.
Mm-hmm.
I guess my understanding was that, I mean, the majority of, is that out of state? Or help me understand, you said if.
Yeah, if. So I do think that most students have access to it. I don't think that all families are aware of the access or understand when their students are in dual enrolled courses and when they're not. Definitely the transfer credit from dual enrollment is increasing. So, you know, for example, even just since 2020, the average transfer credit has gone up about 2%, so from about 19.5 to almost 22%. So definitely more students are taking advantage of it. So access might not be the exact right word, because I do think that in most high schools there's some opportunity.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, you're next.
Actually, Iowa State is next, and we'll go ahead and talk about our efforts. You can see on the slide we have a web page where we are promoting our accelerated degree programs. We're working closely with our departments to promote these, as well as our admissions team, so they can promote them to students. From the main landing page, there is a drop-down menu, and by each college, we have a number of programs that can be completed in an accelerated format that are listed when you click on the little button. So a student can go there and they can look and see that in, say, the Ivy College of Business, for example, that accounting, business economics, entrepreneurship, finance, management information systems, marketing, and supply chain management, there is a 4-year plan there that a student could look at and see, based on what credits they're bringing in, what credits they need to take, and how they would be able to finish it in a shortened amount of time. We've worked on putting those 4-year plans, although they really are 3-year plans, out and making them visible to students to answer the questions about, well, how do I do it? They can look at their transcript they have before they come to Iowa State. They can be ready to have that discussion with an advisor and think, okay, well, I've got this and this. How do I, move through this particular degree program? Our next area to build out the website is to start working even more closely with some of our high school advisors to help make good advising recommendations to students while they're still in high school, so they can be prepared to be able to move into some of these programs. So let me speak specifically about our areas in agriculture business and agriculture studies. Students who graduate in these programs are moving on to fields in farming, ranching, and other agricultural enterprise management. They also are working in the areas of soil science, plant science, and as conservation scientists. And then supporting our agriculture industry in the state of Iowa in the sales area for seed, chemical, and equipment, just to name a few. And Regent Dunkel, thank you for the opportunity to share some of our successes. I would like to point out that our College of Agriculture and Life Sciences has an outstanding placement record of our graduates. A 20-year track record that within 6 months of graduation, 97% of our students are placed into a job. I also want to share that the median Iowa salary in these fields is between $53,000 and $97,000 a year. Again, a great opportunity for these students to move into a career. Ag business and ag studies, our placement rates just for this most recent data is 100%, and 70% of those students stay in Iowa and contribute every day in a meaningful way to the Iowa economy. Tanya?
All right, well, thank you. So like my colleagues, we also have accelerated pathways for students. However, since earlier today, I presented on a new program in the College of Pharmacy, I wanted to take this opportunity to share about an existing one, the PharmD program, and how that program is really addressing Iowa workforce and rural health needs, but in a compressed time frame. So since 2021, there are more pharmacists retiring than entering the workforce, which we know is not uncommon. I would note that with primary care shortages in rural Iowa, pharmacists play an important role in the delivery of primary care and preventive services. So I think that's something that we've really leaned into, is how do we address the healthcare provider shortages in our state. And I would note that of nearly 3,000 pharmacists in Iowa, 50% of them are College of Pharmacy graduates, which we're very proud of. So this is our talk a little bit about our accelerated program. So there are pharmacy schools in the country that actually require a 4-year degree before one can go on for one's PharmD. However, at Iowa, we have a 2+4 option. So students can apply to the PharmD program after 2 years of pre-pharmacy coursework. And it's really important because they can get into the workforce sooner. So actually 70% of students who are entering the PharmD program, they're entering it prior to completing a BS. And I would say that this has been a shift over time. Some of you may know that my background is in the health sciences and worked with the College of Pharmacy when I was in public health for many years. And we do see this trend towards more students doing that pre-pharmacy and then going in. And I think that that's really an important trend. Also, and I think this is very, has been innovated, the College of Pharmacy has a preferred admission program for their PharmD. So it's an option for academically qualified high school students who are really committed. They know they want to be a pharmacist, right? And so they're guaranteed a seat in the PharmD program pending successful completion of all the prerequisite and PharmD application requirements. So in the fall of 2025, 38 students took the preferred admission program, and that's 30% of the P1 class matriculated into that program. So to me, I think that when I think about our state and the needs of our state, especially for primary care and preventive care in rural areas, I feel that the fact that our PharmD program really helps accelerate that, education into practice has been very important, and I just appreciated the opportunity to share that with you. As we look about moving forward, and I'll just make a few comments and then open it up to others as well, we obviously are looking for continued ways to promote our pathway options to incoming students, be that in programs that are set up to be completed in a reduced period of time, but also no matter, students obviously can work closely with their academic advisors and also talk about what their career aspirations are. We do have students that could complete their degree in 3 years. However, because they aspire to go on perhaps to professional colleges, they hope to be a physician or perhaps a dentist, they might actually take additional coursework. They might do research. They might look for those internship opportunities we spoke of to better position them to be competitive to enter those professional degrees. We're also looking at the 3 institutions developing reduced credit degrees. So when we talk about college in 3, there are several pathways. There's the compressed time frame with 120 semester hours, and then there's also reduced credit. And as we move forward in that, just like we do with our other programs, I think looking at student interest, what's our potential population groups. I think one thing we've talked about is we know that there are many individuals out there that have some credit, but who have not completed a degree. And so how might we engage them, and would this be a potential pathway for them? People who are in the military, perhaps, that might be a path. Also looking at what do our employers say, which we know that's an important part of it. And then are there implications for graduate professional programs as we move forward? So I think there's a lot of opportunity. If we look at the national landscape, there's a College in 3 exchange initiative where we have, there are colleges and universities from across the country, some smaller, some larger, that are doing work in this. And so I think there's a real opportunity to learn from them, because if you don't need to, be the first who are, plowing ground, let's learn from others. Things that this went well, this we want to think about. So really appreciate the opportunity to share with you today. Would open it up for Anne-Marie and Dee Dee to talk about other things that they're considering as we move forward.
Questions? Regent.
I'm curious about the communication of these 3-year degree programs. How are parents, students finding out about these as an option?
I think as Anne-Marie and Dee Dee have noted, they're on our website. And I think also admissions and then working with advisors. I do think that those initial discussions with an advisor, talking about what your career, what your interests are, what your career plans really help with that. But do I think that we could do more? Certainly, there's opportunity.
Sure, I'm just thinking, or go ahead, Dee Dee.
I was just going to add, just because this one is pretty fresh, So it was launched October 24th, and it was actually launched at one of our visit days, and it's a visit day that is devoted to education. So it was actually kind of exciting. We were gearing up for this large visit day. This was the unveiling of the new pathway. That same day, there were press releases related to it. And then this is just kind of the information, brochure. But the slides that I chose to use are actually from postcards that are going out to prospective students. It wasn't the entire postcard, but one of the things that you may have noticed was that there's Scantrons on it so that they get, this kind of glossy postcard, and then the Scantron takes them to the website to get more information.
Great, thank you. Anne Marie, do you have anything?
I would just add, I think that as we've been talking about this more broadly on our campus, we are looking for ways to continue to work with our admissions team on the very early conversations with students when they're considering Iowa State, but then also doing some follow-up conversations and creating some toolkits that our advisors can use so they've got something handy that they can use when they're talking with those students.
Great. My other question, kind of going back to our career services presentation during the committee that I had, he talked about the 3-2-2. So, this idea of leadership, academic, and internship, professional, I guess was the word he used. So do you see that being compromised with a 3-year experience versus a 4-year experience?
I think that is a really important question, and I really think it's something we need to look at. We know that for some students, for a variety of reasons, being able to come to a university and complete their degree in less than 4 years is important for them. For other students, we know, as Tanya mentioned, they have the credits that they technically could complete their degree, but they want to take advantage of all of the things that our institutions offer them, from study abroad to research to internships to working as in some of the different employment opportunities on campus. So for some students, it's really important. For others, it's more important to do these other things. I think it's something that we need to be aware of. I think the push to be done in 3 could have some compromised issues that we haven't really fully explored yet, because it's just now starting to gain some of that traction.
And Regent Rouse, I want to just jump in and add, one of the things I heard somebody over here say was that one of the target audiences for some of these reduced credit programs might be people who are out in the workforce, maybe have some credits, or maybe never went to college, but now they want to. And so the internship has a different feel or a different level of importance for them because they're bringing in some professional experience into the classroom already. So that's part of how the design is going to happen. And so I'm jumping in partly because I'm working with my dear colleagues over here and many of their colleagues back on campus on this issue as well. So this is going to be one you're going to keep hearing about, I think, moving forward. We are not done yet on this, but the work is underway.
Great. No, I think being mindful of that is really important, but also the option, though, for some of those students that are place-bound or, have a family and need to get through and have more experience, but certainly wouldn't want to take away from that 4-year experience as well, and all the great things that students can do while they're on campus. So thank you very much.
I would just add the number that you shared with us. If a student graduates in 3 years and then they have the income that they earn, the $70,000, that's really impactful. And I'm guessing that there are some families, students that don't really look at it from that perspective. So I think that might be very beneficial as you're sitting down having those initial conversations with families. Thank you. Excellent, excellent information. Appreciate it all very much. Okay, is there anything else to come before the Academic Affairs Committee? Hearing none, we are adjourned. Thank you.
So welcome to the meeting of the Investment and Finance Committee. Regent Dunkel, Regent Hensley, call the meeting to order. First agenda item is the minutes of the September 17, 2025 committee meeting. Are there any questions or edits that need to be made to the minutes as written? Okay, hearing none, the committee will then consider them approved by general consent. Agenda item 2 is the investment and cash management report for the quarter ended September 30th, 2025. I'd like to recognize Marquette Managing Partners Dave Smith and Doug Ost for their presentation. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. Not working. We'll use this one. Well, good afternoon. We will spend the next few minutes just talking about the market briefly and then give an update on performance and asset allocation. But we'll start, as we have over the last several meetings, just talking about inflation. The real takeaway here is twofold. One, the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, which is PCE, has not been released. And there's a couple of other data points in here that we don't have. But the takeaway here is that the inflation numbers have come down, but they are a little elevated still. The key part of this is that they've come down enough and the labor market has moved enough that the Fed has shifted focus more towards the labor market and less so on inflation, which has been seen in the Fed cuts that we've seen over the last couple of meetings. On the employment side, again, this page is a little dated because, again, the data has not come out. But what we have done is supplemented it with other data. So here we're showing ADP. There's also Challenger data and some of the other private sector payroll data. The takeaway here, again, is that the labor market has softened. In the August and September data, that both came in negative. We have seen that bounce back a little bit over the last month. But there has been a clear softening trend in the labor market overall. If you look at growth, we did see a nice pickup in growth for the second quarter. We do not have the third quarter data again. But what I do think is somewhat instructive on the growth data is that if you look at the first 2 quarters of the year, about 2/3 of the growth for the GDP has come from essentially AI spending. So right now, that is basically supporting the economy from a growth engine standpoint, whereas usually consumers are a larger part of that. So the Fed on page 7, what we're showing here again is on the left-hand side of this page is what has already happened, and the right side is what was projected as of the time of the printing of this report. You can see the blue lines are representing the cuts, and the green line represents the Fed funds rate overall. At the October meeting, they did cut, so that could be put into a solid blue number. But the December data here is now a little bit softer in terms of the probabilities. It was trending towards 90+% that the Fed was going to cut again in December. That number now is around 60 to 65% in terms of the probability. And that comes off of Fed Chair Powell's comments in the press conference following their last meeting, where he basically said it's not a foregone conclusion. So if you look at what's happened with the yield curve, again, the left-hand side of this page is controlled more or less by the Fed's policy. And so if you look from the green line to the blue line, you can see the blue line being September, the Fed's cuts have brought the short end of the yield curve down. But you've also seen a steepening of the yield curve over the last year. So the yield curve is almost normalized. And we've been in an inverted yield curve for quite some time. But we are very close. If the Fed does cut again this year or maybe early next year, you could see that finally shape out into a normalized yield curve. The byproduct of the yield curve and what's happened is you've seen pretty strong fixed income returns. Yields rose fast a couple of years ago, but the byproduct of higher yields is typically higher returns. So what we're showing on this page is on the left-hand side of the page, the starting yield of the index. And then at the bottom, you're seeing the next 7 years return. The takeaway is the higher the current yield, the higher the future return. Right now, the starting yield of the broad fixed income market is about 4.3%. So if you kind of look at where 4.3% resides, you're looking at about a 4.5% return or so over the next several years. So we've gone through a decade of pretty low returns for fixed income. The takeaway of this page is that over the next several years, at least we'll be looking at some fairly healthy returns out of fixed income.
And that's also translated to healthy returns from U.S. equity driven by an outlook for lower interest rates. As interest rates come down, equities tend to rally. this ongoing AI optimism, which is certainly a source of debate around whether or not we are in an AI bubble. And then most importantly, very strong corporate earnings, which is really what we illustrate here. Earnings growth, especially among the Magnificent Seven companies, have propelled the S&P 500 to new highs. And we do see healthy return, but more importantly, more healthy earnings growth. Now, this prolonged equity market rally is certainly not without challenges. What we illustrate here are these high beta names or high beta or market exposure stocks that have propelled all of the underlying asset classes, large cap, mid cap, and especially small cap. And many active managers in the small cap space who may not be holding some of the more speculative names that have rallied hard has caused some level of underperformance. The asset class has done remarkably well, but it's presented some challenges for high quality active managers. And again, just illustrating the importance, and really what we like to see is the earnings growth highlighted in green. That seems to be very persistent with the exception of 2020, when of course we saw some COVID contraction. But every other year, for the most part, over the last 10 years, we've seen healthy earnings growth that does help support a base case for healthy U.S. equity markets. This year, for the first time in quite some time, non-U.S. equity has meaningfully outperformed U.S. equity, most notably because of a softening dollar and a rally in an underlying basket of developed and emerging market currencies. As the dollar declines, the value for U.S.-based investors holding non-U.S. equity drives around 1/3 or 33% of equity market returns. And it is part of the reason that we have a diversified equity allocation that's certainly been helped by this trend here. And then finally, from an asset class perspective, the endowments in particular have allocations to private equity, which is one of the most attractive sources for long-term growth. However, in an environment where we've seen a sharp increase in interest rates, that's significantly impacted distribution activity, money being returned back to the portfolios or back to the endowments. The good news is that appears to be softening as we have more clarity on interest rates, and this log jam of deals, so to speak, does seem to be cracking, meaning that the outlook for distributions and more importantly, the return from private equity portfolios appears to be improving. And then to summarize all of that, these are the asset classes to which we have exposure in all of the portfolios year to date in blue. And the good news is we see a lot of blue go in the right direction. That means most of the asset classes are in positive territory for the quarter and for the year to date, which translates to what we'll look at in just a few minutes, very healthy returns for the operating portfolio, the diversified intermediate pool, and then the endowments.
We will switch over to the different pools now, and starting with the University of Iowa operating, what we're showing here is the asset allocation relative to policy targets. The takeaway here is that we're in line with our policy targets. Again, the operating pool, much more conservative in nature, just by nature of being an operating pool. The takeaway on the fixed income portion of this is that, a portfolio with this heavy amount of fixed income, typically returns have been muted given the yield environment we've been in. And I think when you look at returns, the trailing year return up 6%, returns have been boosted because fixed income has performed much better. The last 3 years, 7.4% annualized net of fees, again, outperforming relative to the policy index. A lot of this is due to the fixed income exposure, in particular credit, over the last few years. And then for Iowa State, again, portfolio very similarly allocated and similarly close to policy targets. And from a return standpoint, you can see similar returns. Again, very strong quarter overall, over 2% for the quarter. And again, the last few years have been very strong from a return standpoint. The University of Iowa has the intermediate term portfolio, and again, you'll see a higher allocation of fixed income, but you do see higher allocations to risk assets here, so 10% to equity, non-U.S. equity, and a little higher to global low volatility. And the takeaway here is that the higher allocation to equity assets have obviously helped from a return side of things. Again, very strong at quarter on an absolute and relative basis, up over 3%. The trailing year up over 7%. And the long-term projections here over 5%. This is a very healthy return overall for a pretty conservative portfolio overall. And that 3-year number, again, really driven by credit and that higher allocation to equities.
And then to conclude, the endowments for both portfolios, this is the source for long-term capital growth, long-term capital appreciation, and we do have much higher allocations to public equity, to private equity, to really drive that growth profile. And it is evidenced by the market environment that we just observed, very healthy returns across the board, some variability based on cash flows, but in general, we're tightly aligned on allocation. And the endowment returns, we really want to focus on long-term, has been absolutely fantastic. Really, in both instances, both pools have benefited from healthy returns from not only public equity, but from private equity over the long term. And as mentioned earlier, as those distributions improve, we will see the allocation come down and performance continue to right size within private equity. And again, the same narrative here, very strong performance over short-term and long-term, which is exactly what we hope to see from liquid assets like private equity and asset classes like public market or public equity that really drive long-term asset growth.
Any questions on any of the pools or on the market in general?
Chris, Nancy?
No, make this job easy.
Today, that's right.
Good. Okay, thank you, gentlemen, appreciate it. We'll move on to the next agenda item, which is the comprehensive fiscal report for fiscal '25. I'll ask Brad to comment briefly, and then we'll have the university representatives make remarks specific to their institutions.
Yeah, Terry, Sean, and Michael, could you please join us? He's coming. Thank you, Chair Jaden. And before the committees of the FY 2025 Comprehensive Fiscal Report, which provides a budget to actual comparison and a 5-year history of the operating funds of each of the institutions, the financial officers are present and will comment on their respective annual reports. And we'll just go ahead and start with Terry.
It's a pleasure to be with you here today. I'm going to start with the general fund for the University of Iowa, which starts on page 5 of your docket materials. Obviously, we're very thankful and blessed to have $242 million coming from the state year in, year out, and that's the cornerstone and foundation from which we all work at our respective institutions. Looking at the tuition line, tuition is about 63% of our total general fund budget. We've saw sizable increase above budget for the year, 20.3, almost 20.4 million. We saw our enrollments increase in all student categories, undergraduate students, graduate students, as well as professional students. 80% of that increase was in undergraduate, and we had basically a 50-50 mix. So 50% resident, non-resident. And that leads to very strong revenue growth. And again, the 20.4 million is above our budget. We continue to see very strong grant research productivity. Indirects for the year is up 4.5% or $3 million. That represents about 8% of our general fund revenues. And looking at the expense side, everything is pretty much in alignment, comparable year over year. The biggest differentiator there would be our building repairs line. We were significantly over budget in this fiscal year, so we brought in $20.5 million more in building repair costs to be funded by the general fund. We're basically on target with our aid to individuals, and that's a very important factor for us when we think about our current budget model. We're RCM based, and we focus very heavily on net revenues. And it's very important for us, at least, to continue to have that discount rate to be around that 21.2%, which is what we achieved in this current fiscal year. I guess any questions related to the general fund budget? Okay, I'll move on to the hospital, which is on page 7. So the board received in September an update from the hospital for fiscal 2025. I'm just going to provide some really high-level overviews related to that. Begin really with the fact that the hospital revenues itself, for sales and services, was up about 10% for the year, $262 million. We saw patient volumes increase in each of our campuses. So the main university, our new downtown campus, the North Liberty campus, and we also incorporated Mission Cancer Blood, and all those volumes are also included here along with their related revenues. The hospital itself is continuing to see issues in hiring healthcare professionals. So we are still dependent on agency labor, unfortunately. So we're under on the salary line. Agency labor is in the professional and scientific supply line, and that's why we're over budget there. I'm going to move on to athletics, okay, which is on page 9. This is our largest year ever for athletics department, over $153 million in total revenue and expense. We saw ticket incomes increase in football, women's basketball, as well as wrestling. Men's basketball just a hair under budget for ticket revenues. We've also seen pretty significant increase in royalty income of 1.3, almost 1.4 million. On the expense side, everything is pretty much in alignment. What's bringing it a little bit above budget on the men's and women's sports is that we made our final Alston payments to athletes of about 1.2 million in fiscal 25. Down in the administrative and general expense, we're over budget by about 1.4 million there. That's mainly related to postseason expenses. And I'll just note for Regent Bates, but everyone really, that we made a $2.5 million payment on our COVID loan. Any questions related? You're welcome. Any questions related to that? We'll move on to housing. Again, with enrollments up, et cetera, that translates well into our housing department. We have very high occupancy rates. As a result, we're over budget by about 1.5 million in revenue side. We're also over budget on the expense side, but did a better job managing the expenses. So we transferred $500,000 more to our reserve funds, essentially, for the housing system. With that, I'm just going to stop and see if you have any other broad-minded questions here. Okay, thank you.
Great, and at Iowa State, while the numbers are different, the directionality and the underlying factors are very similar to what Terry has just shared at Iowa. Our FY25 operating revenues exceeded budget by $23 million, or just under 3%, primarily driven by a strong enrollment. And the tuition revenue exceeded the budget by 3.2% as enrollment surpassed our projections by over 200 students. Federal support continues to be strong and exceeded our budget by 21%. And then due to the increased research activity, our indirect cost reimbursement from federal grants also surpassed our budget by just over 10%. On the expense side of general fund, expenses were higher than budget by 4.2%, or $33.7 million. 64% of that is personnel costs. And that's, as you can imagine, as the teaching demands and the research demands grow on the revenue side, we have also an increase on the expense side for those expenses. The professional and scientific supply cost exceeded budget by 14%. This is due to programmatic expenses supporting our enrollment efforts, investing in enrollment management, and also encumbrances for projects that include the new Turkelson building, LeBaron Hall projects, our continued efforts in Workday implementation, And then we had a minor flooding event in our Warden Madden building that had repairs that had costs that were hitting this fiscal year. The additional expenses were funded with advanced commitment revenues earned and reported in prior years. Also of note, rental expenses were budgeted initially in the professional scientific supplies and services for 25 and will be broken out separately in rental expenses in FY26 going forward. The equipment expenses exceeded budget by $2 million, and this was really due to timing of faculty startup equipment purchases. And then the last note on general funds, student financial aid expenses of $144 million exceeded our budget by 3.1%. And of course, this tracks with enrollment. So as enrollments increases, our student financial aid expenses increase as well. Any questions on general fund? Moving to athletics, we really performed to budget very closely here in both revenue and expense. As you can see, the total revenue in athletics came in about $100,000 under what we had budgeted for FY25. We saw strong performance in all of our sports and really performed to budget well there. Expenses overall came in slightly under budget, also by about $100,000, so we're still in a positive net position there for FY25 actuals. Questions on athletics performance? And then our last area would be in our university residence system. Again, we have strong occupancy in our residence halls and participation in our dining plans, driving performance above budget and revenue. Our expenditures fell below budget. This is primarily driven by vacancies in some of our service sector roles in res life and dining operations. And the net effect of this was that our net revenues outpaced budget by an additional, $11 million. Again, those funds, as Terry was suggesting, they go back to funds carry forward, and we use those for projects, investing in projects like what you were heard earlier today in our dining hall projects. So happy to take any questions.
On the athletics, I noticed that the foundation support was significantly lower. Is that partly just because you had other revenue and didn't, choose to dip into that, or is it?
Outperformed budget by almost $4 million, and so that accounts for the decreased need for transfers from the foundation.
Good afternoon. The University of Northern Iowa's financial reports begin on page 17 of the docket item, or page 359 in the larger budget book. Before I run through them real quick, I had a concern about the FY25 financial reports 3 years ago. 3 years ago is when we decided to implement Workday, and as we visited with other institutions and did our homework, this fell into one of 6 risks that we identified very closely during the implementation process of Workday. Our financial accounting and reporting staff did an amazing job during the Workday implementation. There's a lot of people on that team, and so I hesitate to call anyone out specifically, but Tanya Gerbrecht, our controller, really did go above and beyond in making sure that we had a good Workday implementation. But as you know, a financial report is only as good as the hundreds of thousands of transactions underneath it. And so there's a lot of transactions individually that rose up to make this work. I am pleased to share that you and I submitted our gap package to the state 1 day early, but as we know, timeliness is only one part of the financial statements. Accuracy is the other part. The state auditors are on campus now, and they're moving towards the end of their field work, and it's looking very encouraging, I was told. And so I hope I just didn't jinx that process, but we'll see when the audit actually comes out. So everything's very encouraging, and I'm really pleased with how the staff weathered this. I'll call it a storm because I think that's accurate. So starting on the financial reports, the right-hand column there, nothing significant on the revenues. I want to pause just a moment on appropriations. We consistently have 100% participation from the state. That is recognized by our bond rating agencies, both Standard & Poor's and Moody's, for all three institutions. That's one of the strengths of the state of Iowa, and the citizens making investments in an educated population has value both individually and collectively. So we do not take that for granted. It's a great investment in growth of our population and our workforce. The large variance in interest is just due to conservative budgeting. I'll highlight three expenses in the general fund. Salaries are below budget. That's going to almost always be below budget every year. It takes almost a year to hire a faculty member, so we have them budgeted, and then they're released to go higher, but we take those funds and use them for other one-time expenses during the year. So the salary line will almost always come in under budget every year. Moving down to building repairs, it's well over budget. That's also almost going to come in over a year. We take the one-time money available in a given year and use it for the deferred maintenance at the institution. And then equipment came in pretty high this year, and that's a result of expansion of our nursing program and applied engineering that are both very equipment heavy. So other than that, I think everything else has reasonable explanations according to it. If you move over 2 pages to our athletic department budget, this represents the initial year of operations for our new athletic director. She inherited some challenging operations, including a budget that she did not develop. And so she has a 3-year plan to stabilize the budget, which is consistent with the recently closed internal audit report for athletics. She was sharing with me last week that most all sports had increases in new season tickets sales, and so encouraging early movement in a positive direction in athletics. I can take specific questions on that if you'd like. Finally, if you move forward 2 more pages to housing and dining or the resident system, they had a very good year. Revenues, you can see, were up almost 10%, but they were able to hold expenses flat, producing more than double the net that they expected, and they're using that to invest into 2 large projects that we covered at Properties and Facilities earlier this morning then. Be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Nancy?
Do you know what the effect was of tuition being the same for the surrounding states?
That goes into effect this year for new students, so those aren't reflected in last year's
Coming
report.
up. Is it looking?
It's looking very encouraging.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Any other questions? If not, thank you, gentlemen. So agenda item 4 is the proposed bond issuance schedule for calendar 2026. Brad, would you like to make comments?
Thank you, Chair Jaden. This item before you contains our current bond issuance plans for the next calendar year, and we're currently planning 2 bond issues on behalf of the University of Iowa. One is the second tranche for the Memorial Union, and then we're also planning for a parking system bond issue for the downtown hospital. In addition, we continue to monitor refunding opportunities, and we are hopeful to be back in that market again to realize some interest rate savings and reduce our annual debt service obligations. The item also includes the recommended approval of a resolution allowing Executive Director Braun to establish the sale dates of any bond sales that may occur in 2026. So there's just kind of an efficiency item in planning. Each of the individual bond issues and the terms would still come before the full board, and as we've customarily done.
Any questions? Regent Hensley.
Just a comment, I'm really glad to see we're going out into the bond market and potentially refinancing. I know we talked about it in the committee, but the term of the bonds would remain the same. I think that's really important. A lot of times people expand the terms, and correct?
Yes, and that's a great question, and we have no plans to restructure any of the debt, keeping the same final maturities. The refundings would simply to realize interest rate savings.
And then I know that when we go out for bond sales, typically there are days where fewer people are in the market for bond sales. And so are we sensitive to that as we're scheduling the dates?
Yes, and one thing that's, the Federal Open Market Committee often meets on the same day as we have our board meetings, and I think we've got 2 instances of that next year, maybe 3. So we may have to do some planning to move our bond issuances off of those Federal Open Market Committee dates or those Fed dates where
Probably give us a better
where they
rate.
can see, yes. And so it adds too much uncertainty there.
Yeah.
But yeah, we are mindful and work closely with our municipal advisor to identify the optimum time to go into the market for each of the issues.
Excellent, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item 5, a budget process update. Brad?
Yeah, real quickly, just following up on the budget discussion from the July meeting, the university vice presidents and me met with Regents on the committee to review the budget planning and related processes that occurred that occurs at the universities, and we also discussed the process going forward. We will have increased communications with the committee members during the budget development process, not only to inform and to update, but to also receive feedback from them on the status of key revenue drivers in the budget, any cost assumptions, strategic priorities the budget addresses, and cost savings measures and efficiencies that may be built into the budget. These additional touch points, I think, will better inform the committee and give them opportunity to provide input on matters that impact the budget and ultimately provide more clarity on the final budget to be considered by the board.
Regent Hensley.
Thank you, and I'm really appreciate the additional process that we're going to go through, because I was the one that raised the issue. And when you stop and think about the magnitude of the size of dollars that we're talking about, I just feel that over-communicating is going to be much better than not having enough. So I would even encourage us when the committee meets, that we could even get some minutes out of the calls that are going to be scheduled periodically to review some of these discussions with the financial people from the universities, so that other regions that are not involved in those meetings would have the opportunity at their convenience to pull up that information. So
We can do that. Other comments, questions? Okay, so if there's no objection, the committee will then forward these items to the board for consideration. Are there any other business items to come before the committee? Seeing none, the Investment and Finance Committee is now adjourned. I think it's time for lunch.
Yeah, we will go ahead and go to lunch and then report back at 1:15. Thank you. I think we're ready. Regent Dunkel, if you want to go ahead.
Thank you. I'll call the Audit and Compliance Committee to order. And our first order of business is the minutes of the September 17th, 2025 committee meeting. Are there any questions or corrections? We've had them in our book. Okay, then, the committee will approve the minutes by general consent. Next, I'll recognize Chief Audit Executive Chad Sharp to present the internal audit reports issued. Chad?
Thank you, Regent Dunkel. You have 5 reports in your packets today, and so I'll highlight a couple of those for you. And I'll start with the Department of Anatomy and Cell Biology at the University of Iowa. That's a basic science department in the College of Medicine. They provide instruction and perform research and received a little over $3 million in research funding in fiscal 25. And our primary recommendations focused on improving department financial oversight, including their grants, and specifically that they balance and close accounts for expired grants. Expired grants are grants that are complete. The general ledger account just hasn't been closed out properly. That they resolve deficits in their current grant accounts, and then directly charge expenses to the appropriate account rather than relying on cost transfers after the fact. And that they train their staff on that cost transfer process so that going forward, any transfers that need to be made are done as close to the initial expense being incurred as possible. And use institutional reporting tools to monitor all of their departmental accounts instead of the manual process that they're using now to create those reports that they're using. And we also recommended that they update their cash handling procedures and monitor staff training related to handling cash, and update their payment tracking log and finish assigning administrative responsibilities to the existing staff. And during the audit, management did update their cash handling procedures, put processes in place to assign training and oversee that training, and ensure that that'll happen moving forward, and so that item is closed in the report. And here at Iowa State, we've reviewed research and demonstration farms within the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences. Research farms administrative offices oversee the activity of all the farms, and recommendations here focused on establishing formal expectations for critical farm operations so that information can be compiled in a manner that aids both the individual farm managers and farm administration collectively, and specifically in the areas of budgeting and financial oversight, regularly reviewing and updating their fees that they charge to their customers, the collection and storage and retention of data, managing of their physical keys to the farm buildings, and then the maintenance and replacement schedules of their equipment. And so, real quick, I'd also like to touch on the progress that we're making on our audit plan, and we're just a little over a third of the way into the fiscal year, and we are right at 50% of our projects complete or in progress. And so I'm happy with the progress that we're made, but that is 100% testament to the staff and the hard work that they're doing, as well as the collaboration and cooperation that we get from senior leaders on campus and the departments that we work with during our engagements. So with that, before we get to the committee calendar, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
One question.
Go ahead, Regent Hensley.
How do you determine which areas go through the internal audit process? And is the athletics included in that process?
Yes, they are, absolutely. So every year, I touched on it last meeting, but the heavy lifting of our risk assessment process starts in the spring. And I say heavy lifting because it has turned into a year-round process. But we meet with a large number of institutional senior leaders, get their input, direct input on where they see risk in their area and on campus in general. We risk rank those thoughts of risk and potential projects across 8 different criteria. 1 is a low risk. We score it 1 is low, 5 is high. The sum of that, then we organize the projects based on the higher risk and then balance that with our audit resources. And then the ones that are above the line, so to speak, with the audit hours that we have available, those make the audit plan. And yes, athletics is involved in that, yes.
And so Chad, how often would an audit cycle, could something go 10 years without being audited? You get through it every 4 to 5?
We do not get through every area every 4 or 5 years. We don't have a set rotation like that. But that does come into that's one of the criteria of when was the last time we were there. If it's longer ago, that's a higher score.
But based on risk?
Absolutely, yes.
And do you do surprise audits, or are they all notified in advance?
They are notified in advance.
Do you ever do a surprise audit, especially where there's cash involved?
We have in the past, not any recently, but that is something that certainly we can do if that were if the situation were to call for it.
Okay.
Good questions. Any other questions? All right, Chad, would you like to go on and talk about the committee calendar?
Yeah, so it's essentially the same as this past year. KPMG will be here in February to talk about the hospital audit that they do. Baker Tilly was planned to be here in February. I was just told that it'll be April at the earliest. The last payment application is pushed out till maybe early February. The state auditor is April and September again, so.
And just as a reminder, the Baker Tilly audit is going to be the final last piece of the North Liberty project that they're putting their final blessing on. So we'll look forward to getting that. Okay. The committee will receive the committee calendar by general consent, and that is the last agenda item. So the Audit and Compliance Committee is now adjourned.
Thank you, Regent Dunkel. So if the UIHC committee would like to come forth, we'll get started on that. There you go. Good afternoon. Our first item is approval of the minutes from the September 2025 meeting. Are there any questions or corrections? If not, the minutes are approved by general consent. And now I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Denise Jamison, Vice President for Medical Affairs, and Tyrone D. Artstein, Carver College of Medicine. I'll turn the floor over to Dr. Jamison now.
Thank you so much. As usual, I'm here with the Clinical Enterprise CEO, Brad Hawes, and our Chief Financial Officer, Mark Henricks. Bless you. So I wanted to start off with some good news. We are again, our Stead Family Children's Hospital is again Iowa's top children's hospital, as named by the U.S. News and World Report. We also had 6 pediatric specialties who were nationally recognized for excellence this year. So for today's health system update, I wanted to highlight our neurosurgery department. This department is really transforming care and lives here in Iowa and around the world through clinical care, education, and research, and I want to touch on each of those. But I want to start off with a story about Liam. So Liam was playing basketball in his family's driveway, and he developed severe headache as well as some other symptoms. His doctors in Des Moines feared that he had an aggressive brain tumor, and he was transferred by air ambulance to our facility, University of Iowa Healthcare in Iowa City. At that time, he was critically ill, near death, and Dr. Deloe, who is one of our neurosurgeons, looked at his scans, examined him, and he suspected that he had not a brain tumor, but an abscess or a pocket of infection in his brain. So he was taken to surgery. They drilled a hole in his skull. They placed a needle. They got out a small amount of tissue, and they were able to confirm the diagnosis that he had a bacterial infection, which was treatable with antibiotics. They also had to remove the infected tissue, and they put in a permanent shunt to drain fluid. He recovered in the hospital. He then went to a rehabilitation center where he had to relearn how to walk, talk, and eat. But I'm happy to report that he is now doing well. He's playing basketball again. He's doing well in school, particularly in math. So I think it highlights the effect that the right surgery at the right time by the right surgeon can have. And so I'm going to talk about these three areas, starting with clinical care. So patients who end up needing neurosurgery often come to the clinic with debilitating symptoms, sometimes that they've been living with for a long time. So severe headaches, neck pain, dizziness, and balance issues. And for many patients who have structural abnormalities of the brain or of the spinal cord, surgery may be the best option and the best chance for relief and full treatment, full recovery. And so as Iowa's only academic medical center, University of Iowa neurosurgeons specialize in many different procedures, many of which are not available anywhere else in the state. So life-saving emergency surgery for stroke or ruptured brain aneurysm. They have specific expertise in hard-to-reach brain and spine tumors. And they have tremendous experience with some serious neurologic conditions like Chiari malformation. So I want to talk a little bit more about Chiari malformation. This is a problem in which the brain part of the brain, the cerebellum, extends and pushes down into the spinal cord, where the spinal cord begins. And it can cause serious problems. It can block flow of brain fluid. Sometimes it causes symptoms, sometimes it doesn't. It can cause nerve damage. And it's actually more common than we once thought. It likely affects 2 to 4% of the population. And here is Dr. Deloe. He's a nationally recognized neurosurgeon who specifically specializes in these Chiari malformations. And he takes a team approach. It takes a whole team to treat these patients. And I think he understands how overwhelming these situations are. And so he provides not only world-class surgical expertise, but he provides personalized treatment in a compassionate manner. So this surgery requires precision, and it involves working with some of the most delicate areas of the brain. So a small piece of bone is removed at the base of the skull. The brain is opened and patched with tissues to expand the space, and it's a long surgery. It takes 4 to 6 hours. So I think this is one area where University of Iowa really does a great job at providing highly specialized care at our Iowa City campus. Next, I want to touch on research and innovation. So I want to highlight Dr. Arnold Meneses, who was a visionary who transformed the field of neurosurgery. He spent 5 decades at the University of Iowa, and he built a legacy that shaped how neurosurgery is performed and how neurosurgeons, like Dr. Deloe, practice. Sadly, he just passed away at the age of 81. He was still active in the department. And his legacy will live on in every patient he treated and in every resident, fellow, and faculty member he trained or influenced. So 5 decades ago, when he was starting out his career at University of Iowa, outcomes for patients with these skull-based disorders that I've described were grim. Patients often died within 5 days of having surgery, and no one really understood why. And Dr. Meneses dedicated his life to solving these mysteries. So he built one of the largest databases to better understand disorders in this region. He developed new procedures to improve diagnosis and treatment. He designed these neurosurgical procedures, and he wrote foundational textbooks and created courses for surgeons around the world. So this was one of his many grateful patients. Maria had surgery at 8 years old and is doing very well now, and in fact is a physician associate with us at University of Iowa Healthcare. And last year we had an opportunity to honor Dr. Meneses for his 5 decades of service, and she attended. So great to see how well his patients are doing. So this legacy of research continues. One area I just wanted to briefly mention is high-risk spine surgery. So older adults who undergo spine surgery have higher risks from surgery. And as one example, up to 40% of patients over 65 experience post-operative delirium after high-risk spine surgery, and no one really understands why. And so physician, surgeon scientists at University of Iowa are studying this. And here's one of our professors explaining how the goal is really to understand why these complications occur in older patients and develop ways to reduce or eliminate these complications. So lastly, I want to end with education and training, the third pillar of what we do across our university. So this is a timeline of medical training for a neurosurgeon within our system. So they have 4 years of medical school. Then they have their first 3 years of residency where they have an intensive clinical immersion. They're doing lots and lots of clinical work. Then years 4 and 5, they participate in research where they explore scientific questions and really develop the mindset of a physician scientist or surgeon scientist. Then years 6 and 7 are their chief residency years, and this is really focused on leadership development. They have increasing levels of responsibility for the team. They are mentored and mentor younger more junior residents, and really develop mastery of their craft. And then following that, there are often additional 2 years of more specialized fellowship training. So it is a long path from the time you start medical school until you're out practicing as one of these very specialized neurosurgeons. And what makes our residency unique is really that it's a powerful combination of clinical intensity, academic opportunities, and in a really deeply supportive environment led by Dr. Howard, who's pictured here. And they really nurture curiosity and innovation. And here's one of our current neurosurgery residents who talks about how much clinical experience they get and how our patients come from a large area to seek care. This slide shows that none of our current faculty on the right were born in Iowa or went to med school in Iowa, but they're all new Iowans, and they chose Iowa because of the meaningful ties formed during this long period of training when they were immersed in the community and decided they wanted to stay. So here's the chair of our neurosurgery department, Dr. Howard, and he leads the department with really an inspirational philosophy. He believes that great patient care and groundbreaking research are closely connected, and he's deeply committed to what happens in the OR, the operating room, but his vision extends beyond the operating room. And he's really passionate about developing physician scientists who can push the boundaries of what is possible. And for Iowans, this matters. It means world-class care delivered here at home while advancing the future of neurosurgery as possible. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Brad Hawes.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Jameson. Really excited to talk about neurosurgery. I'm not sure when we say that term what you think about. There are a lot of ways that we have neurosurgery treatments. They can be obviously skull-based, spine-based interventions. They can even be chronic conditions that people experience for long periods of time in their life. And so I'm going to take us through kind of the different domains of care that we have: outpatient, inpatient, and surgical care, just to give you a flavor of the kinds of things that we do. And I think you'll find some of the data points that we have in each of these illuminating. So quickly on outpatient care. So we see about 18,000 outpatient visits per year. I think the most notable thing in this slide is that 87% of those visits come from outside of Johnson County. And so this specialty, probably more than any that we have, really draws from a large population and is an essential service for the state of Iowa. And without it, a lot of people would have to leave and seek care elsewhere. What's interesting at the bottom there, there's a good and bad side of this. The neurosurgery clinic is right in the heart of our main hospital. The downside of that is they've become landlocked. And so on one side, they have another essential service, mental health, and they're bound by other clinics on the other side. And so the exam rooms, while I think Dr. Howard loves where they are, the space in the clinic rooms are very old in what we do. In those 18,000 visits, one thing that's interesting as we go forward, a lot of those are chronic care patients that we see. So one thing that you may be familiar with or may have heard the term of essential tremor. So Parkinson's patients, as an example, that have the twitching in their hands or in their limbs, that is a treatment that sometimes comes through neurosurgery. And so not everything that we do requires surgical care, or they're not all emergency cases like some people think in neurosurgery. A lot of those patients are seen here in the clinic. Okay, next one. So transitioning to inpatient care, we have about 2,400 admissions in a given year. 700 of those admissions come as transfers from other hospitals where they may have come through a neurology or through some other accident, and they request transfers into our facilities and really provide a valuable service. And Dr. Howard is very proud of the fact that he tells our transfer center, just say yes, bring them, and we will take care of them and accommodate them. What happens sometimes in that is that then they have to expand their hours of operation, and we'll talk a little bit about their surgical care. What's interesting here on the bottom right is that many of our rooms, as you already know, are semi-private. The neurosurgery units, 65% of those rooms are semi-private, and I'll show you some pictures in some of the slides that come up about kind of the modern spaces that we have and the less modern spaces. Our semi-private rooms are clearly out of standard with national trends and are something that are difficult for us to manage as we go forward. Many of these patients require, so we have med-surg beds and we have ICU beds. Most of these patients need to be in ICUs. We actually, Dr. Jameson and I visited with some faculty last night, and one of their primary pieces of feedback to us, having the leaders in front of them, is we don't have enough ICU beds, and they feel like that really, it makes patient care difficult as we go forward. So difficulty in accommodating those folks. All right, next one. So surgical care. So 3,000 surgery cases per year. So I had mentioned earlier 18,000 patient visits, 2,400 admissions. So not everyone we see and not everyone that we admit needs surgery, but 3,000 of them do need surgical care. The average case length is about 3.5 hours. That's an average. So we have some cases that are much shorter and some that go much longer. But 35% of them are urgent, what we call urgent and emergent. We have a funny term in healthcare about elective surgeries versus non-elective surgeries. Urgent and emergent are the ones that really drive our operations. Dr. Howard and his team are very proud. We have a report about surgical cases that start after 5 o'clock, and they always lead the list, and he personally leads by example, and a lot of it is because of these cases. To not cancel elective cases that he has during the day, a lot of times they do these urgent and emergent cases after hours in an effort to treat all the patients that they possibly can. Next one. Okay, so I'm going to pivot a little bit into the evolution of technology. So two things that we have done to enable higher care for our patients, and some of it is industry standard, and it's just the nature of the business. But robotics are a growing service or standard of care in our services across all of our surgical domains. It's also the use of robotics is a key factor in recruitment of residents and fellows. When they come and interview, one of the very first questions that they ask us is, do you have robots in your ORs? Because they want to be trained on those, and they want to, when they go out and practice independently, they want to be proficient in the use of those. And so this ROSA robot is an example of one of the things that we have recently added to our list of services. You can see here the statement that it reduces complications and it makes operations shorter. Yeah, they can do them much faster. The other thing that we've done is we've converted one of our ORs into what we call a hybrid room. In that hybrid room, we have imaging technology like a CT or an MRI, so that when the surgeons are doing cases, that they're image guided and they can see exactly where they are without having to be as invasive in the surgery and what they do. Next slide. So you can see here on the top a modern OR, much bigger. You'll see that there's very little on the floor, and then you can see the robot that is brought to bear and the current standard. And then on the bottom you can see two of the older ORs. Much smaller, much more crowded, full of equipment. Many of our operating rooms do not have the space to accommodate the technology of a hybrid OR or a robot in the space that's there. All right, next slide. Two more examples on the top of the modernization. On the left, kind of one of the older suites. And on the right, another picture of a modern OR that's, I think, much more state-of-the-art. On the bottom are two pictures of inpatient beds. And so on the left-hand side, these are what we would call our semi-private rooms. So two patients in a room. You can imagine how crowded it might get when each patient has family visiting, and especially if there's a difficult case. What's not pictured here in the semi-private room is they share a bathroom. Not the most popular, way to deliver care. On the right-hand side, you can see a current inpatient room. The size of them has grown significantly. The space for families to participate in the care has grown significantly. And then you can also just see the technology that's available on what we call the headboard on the right-hand side. Much less complications with all the tubes, the connections, and the gases that need to be brought to patients. And so in both of these situations, what we're looking for is an expansion of the space and a modernization of the space so that we can meet kind of national standards. As we have grown, so next slide, you can see the growth of cases between 23 to 25. There are several reasons for that. One is that we're all aging, unfortunately. But there also is, we have better equipment that can now detect and treat conditions that historically would not have been able to be treated. Many of the procedures that would have been open procedures in the past are now done with minimally invasive techniques. Sometimes in the most complicated cases, neurosurgery has to partner, as an example, with vascular surgery to create an opening or access to the spine. Many of those things now can be done through less invasive techniques. Things that were considered high risk are now treated more easily. As we have moved some of our OR cases to the North Liberty campus, that has created capacity here. But we're also trying to take advantage of our downtown campus, and we're moving and this is not an oxymoron, but we're moving simple spine surgical cases to the downtown campus so that we can create capacity in our more intense ORs where we have more of the surrounding services as we go forward. Just as a very small example, my wife, who many of you know, doing exercises last couple weeks, she slipped a disc in her back. Most people would say, well, that's not a big deal, but so painful that I got to experience our ER on a personal level. And they said, it'll get better in a month. Here's some pain patches and muscle relaxers. But you take the small things for granted. These more complicated cases can be life-altering and debilitating if we're unable to treat them. Next slide. So we really are trying to kind of allocate our cases across our different domains. And so we have on the left-hand side the downtown campus where I talked about quote-unquote simple spine. There's a great collaboration between neurosurgery and orthopedics to have appropriate spine treatments. Some happen at North Liberty, some on the university campus. And then the most complex that are trauma-related or require other services, we continue to do on our primary campus. And so we feel like we're trying to maximize and optimize the resources that are available to us. All right, next one. All right, so just in summary, this is more of an aggregate look at what we do. So we, even with this expansion, we continue to turn away transfers. The 3,000 to 5,000 is across all domains, not just neurosurgery. Our facilities are aging, and we have, as you saw a picture of, too many semi-private rooms. That is not a national standard and something that we're really working hard to solve. And so we have taken the challenge of trying to modernize and expand our capacity so that we can treat the Iowans and stop turning away the patients that you see on this slide. All right.
Regent Dunkel.
Brad, if you back up a couple slides where you had the shared room, there's a man in one side and a woman in the other. Do you mix?
We try not to. I mean, we do have protocols where we try to not mix genders. We also have infection protocols and those kinds of things. When we get really crowded in a surge situation, we sometimes we'll say it's better that we treat them rather than turn them away and keep that bed vacant. We try not to mix genders.
With a shared bathroom?
Yes.
Thanks.
Are there any other questions before we go on? Okay, go ahead, Mark.
So I'll share the first quarter financials this afternoon, if we go to the next slide. So from a high level volume statistics and charge statistics, starting with discharges, so our overall inpatient discharges are above budget 0.4%, while patient days are above budget 1.4%. So one thing we've seen in the first quarter is an increase in the length of stay, and those are elements that we're looking at as an operating team to adjust direction and kind of see what's causing that, because we're not seeing basically this case mix index trend up to that level. With surgeries, you can see surgeries about 1.7% under budget. There as well, we're seeing, if you look at surgical minutes are actually up while the number of surgeries are down. So we're seeing some increased acuity there that we're looking at. Clinic visits, 2% under budget. Most of that is in urgent care, and sometimes, given the season and whatnot, it's hard to know exactly how urgent care will land and those volumes. So those can be difficult to predict, and that's kind of what we've seen in the first quarter on clinic visits. Like I said, case mix index is flat, even though we're seeing that length of stay going up, and so that's something we're putting a lot of attention to. Overall operating margin, without directed payments at a 7.4% loss versus the budget goal for the quarter of 4.7% loss. In total, with directed payment, 4.6 operating margin versus 6.1. And we'll talk a little bit more about the numbers on the next slide. The gross patient revenue, inpatient, like I said, volumes up a little bit, and we're seeing charges above. Outpatient, there's a few areas that we're seeing volumes in the first quarter below what we expected. And again, those operating teams kind of working on plans about how we kind of get those back on track. Last couple things I mentioned, salary expenses. Typically at this point in the year, usually we're a little bit under budget on salary expenses, but we're seeing higher levels of vacancy and a little more agency than budgeted. And then the non-salary is really moving up with the acuity. So the supplies for the surgical activity and drugs and those kind of things and some of the inpatient activities is the non-salary is just moving with that. If we go to the next slide, so here are the financials for the quarter. You can see overall net operating revenue about 1% under budget. Again, some of that is the outpatient activity in a few areas that we're seeing volumes a little bit lower than we expected. The total operating expenses overall are 0.6% above. Salaries and wages, like I mentioned, at budget. General expenses slightly ahead given some of the mix of cases we're seeing. So with that, we're at a $63 million loss without directed payments, or about $22 million behind budget. If you bring directed payments overall, about a 4.6 or $44 million operating margin, and about $15 million behind. One thing I'll kind of comment here on is just a reminder that if we're looking at kind of how we fund operations, how we fund capital, these are all funded through revenue from delivery of patient care and related services. So there's no state appropriation dollars to fund these activities. So on the key metrics, so you can see the middle column, these are key things we kind of monitor and the rating agencies monitor. You can see operating margin, Moody's median is around a little bit under 3. We're running around 3.5 overall. Dropping down to the bottom, debt to cap is pretty much right at the median. So the days cash, as we get larger, a day of operations, the expense to run the operations increases. So that's some of the change we're seeing. But we're really looking at kind of our capital plans, how we project out the budget. That days cash, we'd like to get to a level kind of more around the 250. Typically, we're not at the level of the Moody's medians, but as we have conversations with rating agencies, we've kind of leveled on that, trying to hit the 250 range, so we're paying close attention to that. So, we spend a lot of time and attention looking at kind of the margin and how we track versus budget, because it's key to generating dollars to invest in our mission, the mission of clinical care, research, education, and training. So there's elements of investing in people, in resources, and technology. And so those are key reasons why we spend so much focus with this group, kind of looking at how we are performing on the margin. The next slide, just a reminder of just the level of capital investment our enterprise requires, all the way from building infrastructure and just regular replacement of equipment to investing in things like the downtown campus and those kind of expansions of access. It's material investments that are made each year, and FY25 is over $660 million in capital investments. The last thing, just an example of kind of how we continue to look at how we make those investments and kind of expand our infrastructure, expand access, and the types of cases that we can do in these different sites. So downtown campus, there's overall 12 ORs that are being updated. It's being done over time, but that's what allows for like some of the neurosurgery cases and things that couldn't be done at that campus in the past to be able to be done there in the future. And so that's just one example of a key capital investment that we're making. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Mark? Regent Kramer.
I appreciate how you show the margin with directed payments and without, so we can kind of see that. Am I right that so far there's not been any impact on directed payments, but what is the status? What's kind of update on that going forward, do you think?
So at this point, the way it's structured, the biggest changes are kind of in 2027. We'll see kind of changes in eligibility and work requirements. And then 2028, there's like a 10-year walk down decrease in the overall directed payment formulas. And so, we're looking at what that means for as we project out 5 and 10 years. And the main thing we're looking at is what is the impact on our capital plans and how do we make sure we're poised to kind of react to those changes.
And you had mentioned, I think at the last meeting, like with the big inpatient tower, that's the big look you're looking at is this directed payments deal. When do you think you'll be kind of coming back to us with maybe a plan? Do you know yet?
Brad, you want to comment?
It's the $64,000 question. We are collaborating closely with some external experts about, what do we really have to have in that tower. I mentioned several of the things that are really imperatives for us, but also trying to figure out what's the least expensive way to do it. So I would guess probably, Regent Kramer, probably 3 to 6 months before we'll have a solution to what that looks like. What's also happening while the finances look difficult, the escalation in construction costs is significant, and is a complex puzzle.
Appreciate you taking a hard look at that. Yeah.
Any other questions? Well, thank you for your reports. It always shows that it's patient needs focused on whatever piece that you're presenting to us. So I thank you for that very much. The committee will receive the UI healthcare presentation, and the meeting is now adjourned. Thank you. Now we're ready for the facility analysis of presidential residences. Yes, please. We'll have 3 presentations, one from each university, on an analysis of the presidential residences on each campus. First up is Sean Reeder, Senior Vice President for Operations and Finance at Iowa State University.
I don't have a presentation.
When your PowerPoints are.
Speak to it. Thank you. Leaving from our last board meeting with your direction, many thanks to Regent Jaden. He co-chaired a committee at Iowa State with me that included alumni, members from our Board of Governors and the ISU Foundation, and staff here at ISU to conduct a thorough review of solutions to present today for our president residents. The assessment considered several options before narrowing to 3. And the details, the scope of benefits, drawbacks, costs for each of those options are in the report that we have provided. We developed some guiding principles so that we were comparing all of the options with the same vision going forward. Option 1 was a full renovation of the Knoll. This would involve an extensive all-floor renovation to address environmental, functional, safety issues, converting the Knoll back to a private residence, ADA accessibility, security upgrades, addressing the building perimeter, the air infiltration issues that we had, the lack of insulation, and trying to accomplish all this while maintaining the property's historic integrity. The extensive renovation would really deconstruct the building back to bare walls and build it back out to meet the needs of a executive residence. We estimated that the length of this type of renovation would be rather lengthy, 18 to 24 months. To complete the design bid award and tier demolition and then new construction. The annual cost to get us to the starting line of a finished project, we estimated at $6.5 million, and cost at 5-year just over $7 million for option 1. Option 2 considered new construction on ISU property in a different location. We went through an exercise of citing some potential locations that could be considered that were in close proximity to campus. It would propose, for estimate purposes, a home of 4,000 square feet that would meet modern executive level systems, finishes, and outdoor amenities. It would have included privacy, energy efficient systems, and a tailored design, but still trying to keep the property on university-owned ground and in close proximity to campus. The site development costs, of course, would vary, so there's some range of costs that this could vary in, but in rough numbers, we estimated project completion if this option was chosen to be $3.9 million, with a 5-year cost of maintaining a new property at $4.2 million. The third option that we zeroed in on was to deviate from renovating the Knoll, building a new private residence to be owned by the university, and providing the president with housing allowance and stipend that would allow them to live off campus. The option would offer flexibility and reduce university maintenance burden for the president's residents. Now, mindful, we still will have the Knoll, so we'll have ongoing maintenance needs there. It would place the full living cost responsibility onto the president with the stipend to assist in that. We provided examples of homes in the market and level of quality and finishes. I think that we envision might meet that need. This option would allow the president to self-select their home location within maybe a limited geographic boundary, and allow them to self-select the furnishings and amenities to their preferences and provide a higher degree of personal privacy. After thorough review, discussion, the committee landed on option 3 as providing a housing stipend for the president for the residency as a recommended solution, really based on 4 key factors: the disparity in cost between the options, the current economic environment, the significant fundraising that would be required for options 1 and 2. We felt this was a more responsible financially option. Privacy and personalization. We believe that option 3 allows the president to self-select to the level of privacy that they would like for them and their family. Asset preservation still remains a concern regarding the Knoll. It is a property in the center of our campus. It's cherished, historic, and loved by Iowa Staters. And while it will remain that way, it's just not currently suitable as a private residence without significant investment. We support envisioning its future use, ensuring that its legacy is preserved and it does not become underutilized or repurposed into a de minimis use. And then lastly, the strategic flexibility by providing a stipend really buys the university time for fundraising, planning, and allowing for a more strategic long-term approach for what any future renovations and or use of the Knoll might be.
Any questions for Sean? From anyone? Thank you. That was a lot of work done.
Thank you.
Very much so. Regent Hensley?
Question, the action here is to receive and file the report. So will we go, obviously we gave an offer yesterday to the president on a house allowance. So we're just making the assumption that we're moving forward with option 3, but we haven't, when will we decide about the Knoll and fundraising? And
It's a great question, Regent Hensley. If the board's direction is moving forward with the housing option solution, we would continue to operate the Knoll as we currently do for the needs of the president and their public and entertainment spaces. We'll certainly work with President-elect Cook on what he envisions that to be. We would also undertake a more exhaustive ongoing look at what our space needs are on campus and what of those needs could potentially be served by the Knoll and the other floors that would be underutilized in the future.
is the Knoll currently on the historic registry?
It is not.
But would you look at that? I mean, that would open up some opportunities for funding.
I don't know that that is a 1-for-1, and it can actually increase the cost burden to affect changes and repurpose to what your future use might be. So I'm supportive of keeping up with the historic nature of the Knoll and bringing it back to a high-performing building. I don't know that putting it on the historic register helps us accomplish that.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Sean. Next up is Rod Lawrence, the Senior Vice President for Finance and Operations at University of Iowa.
Thank you, Regent Bates and Regents, for this presentation opportunity. Compared and different from Iowa State. I think it's not that we don't have similar facilities and similar concerns, maybe just a different timeline and history. to go way back. The site of the president's residence was actually gifted to the university in 1877. It became the home in 1908, became the home to our university presidents from that point forward, the same architect who designed the buildings of the Pentecrest. So it is no doubt an iconic part of our campus, well connected to our campus and hosting every president over the last 115 years on our campus. We face the same challenges with an aging wood-framed structure building intended to be a home, but much more than that. The difference is where Iowa State is right now, we were facing significant challenges in 2002 in between a presidential search process, and needed to go through the matters that resulted in, at that time, a $3 million project at the board's recommendation and expectation. That was to be split equally between donations and university renewal funds, and it was done so to a tight tune that in fact did not allow us to put an elevator in the building. We did use every dollar to put a shaft for an elevator in the building, and shortly after it was opened, one of the first public events, a donor recognized this and provided additional dedicated funding to put an elevator in, which we were very thankful for. So on a relative basis, our building has been updated with electrical systems, HVAC systems, piping, plumbing, those kinds of things to a much better degree than it was, say, in 2002 and 2003. At the same time, it remains a 115-year-old building with the challenges it has, and beyond those of a typical home. We spend on an annual basis. We did have a period, there was a period, a project of $1.5 million in 2016 with roof repairs, tuck pointing for the brick exterior of the building and some of the wood window deterioration. But on an annual basis, when you look at cleaning, care, maintenance for the building, we spend about $50,000 and about average of $34,000 a year on utilities for the facility. But again, it's not a home like your home or my home. We host as many as 200 engagement events, public events, outreach events, and advancement events. So it is an exceptionally busy home. And I think it's often misunderstood that the president resides on about 1,300 square feet on the second floor. The first floor is considered a public events floor with a catering kitchen designed for those events. We do, as we have talked earlier about deferred maintenance, we keep track of this in all of our buildings. The current number we would cast for this building is about $315,000 of deferred maintenance backlog, but we maintain the buildings carefully, so those are as expired by due date. We will continue to monitor these buildings to extend those due dates into future years, but those costs will continue to go up over time. Not a surprise to us, and it's certainly expected for a facility like this. But in general, and of course, President Wilson probably has some either concurrence or debate, it's generally in good condition for its age because of the major work done in 2016 and in 2002 and 2003, at least on a relative basis. The building is at or near the core of our campus. This maximizes, as was the day it was built, maximizes the connection of the president and the operations of the presidency with our university community. That is a good. At the same time, the building is not in a neighborhood. The building is standing alone at a north edge of our main campus, and offers very little privacy. It's a secure building, but one that lacks the safety and security of a more private setting. And we have had moments in our history of disrest where a president's residence on the campus becomes a target of attention, and there's no doubt those are scary moments. So with that in mind, after 115 years, there has not been a serious effort to explore the options of an alternative living quarters for our president home, but could be, and there may be suitable close to but not on the campus options, and a conversion to 102 Church Street becoming solely an event space. It is still right on our campus and still can host hundreds of events each year. We have not seriously considered this to this point, but it is something to consider as we work with President Wilson and other presidents to come about their being able to mix the connections of a campus and the responsibilities every day for a campus, but also the ability to step away for a moment to live a private life and feel secure in doing so.
Thank you, Rod. Are there any questions for Rod? Thank you. Finally, we have Michael Hager, Senior Vice President for Finance and Operations at the University of Northern Iowa.
Thank you, President Bates. The President's House at the University of Northern Iowa was built in 1909, so it's 117 years old. It's one of our 8 century buildings that we maintain. 10 of our 11 presidents have lived there. I've personally known 5 of those 10, which makes the guy in the mirror a little older than he thinks he is. The building went through 2 major renovations in '83 and 2013. All the electrical has been replaced. The old knob and tube wiring was taken out. The plumbing has been replaced. We've managed to maintain it fairly well with most of that work coming in between presidents. Politically, that's always easier for both the incoming and the outgoing president to do that in between the presidencies. For the most part, there's only 2 major deficiencies in the facility. One is an elevator to go up to the residence. The second and third floor are the private residence. The first floor and basement are considered entertainment areas. The first floor does have a ramp leading to it, but the basement area and then the residence does not have an elevator. As we heard from University of Iowa medical people a minute ago, our bodies tend to rot as we get older. And so given the age of most of our presidents, it's not unusual to expect there to be things. And so is expecting presidents to walk to the second and the third floor all the time realistic when you're bringing up groceries. And I've known a couple of them have had back surgeries. And so it's something to think about, that do we need to think about an elevator? The other thing is the double garage had more than enough space for Model A's, but for today's cars, it's a little bit too tight, and so we really should think about adding on a stall to that particular garage.
Thank you, Michael. Are there any questions for Michael or the other presenters? Thank you. I think you've all provided us with some really good information, and you know, the one thing, 2 things I hear: privacy is someplace to go away from everything that's going on at the residences, and the need for elevators. I mean, whether it be for the president or the donor. So, and then everything else that you've provided. So we accept the presentation, and we'll go from here as to strategically start looking at things. Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to introduce Board Senior Communications Director Josh Lehman, who will give a brief overview of the Regents' efforts in economic development and introduce each university presenter.
Thank you, President Bates. Members of the board, as presented in the docket item, Iowa's Regent universities do a remarkable job collaborating with business and industry and each other to foster success for economic development efforts in our state. They provide expertise and assistance in all 99 counties. In fiscal year 2025, the 3 universities provided more than $1.29 billion in total sponsored funding to the state. Today, you will hear from each university on their individual efforts and activities. First up will be John Darcy, Chief Innovation Officer from the University of Iowa. Next will be David Spalding, Vice President for Economic Development and Industry Relations at Iowa State. And finally, we'll have Drew Conrad, Director of Business and Community Services at UNI. Each presenter will be available to answer questions after their presentation is finished. John, please go ahead.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, President Bates and members of the board. Clicker. Okay. If you've seen me present in the past, you may recall this slide. It represents the strategic areas of focus we established upon creating the Office of Innovation 7 years ago. And as we work to collect industry talent, expand access to capital, while growing the number of faculty, students, and staff, translating inventions into patient care, these goals are as relevant today as they were when we started. Thank you, David. When I returned home 7 years ago, the Carver College of Medicine had just donated 850 square feet of wet lab space for faculty startups in an old medical research wing of the hospital. Prior to this, entrepreneurs had to drive 15 minutes north to the BioVenture Center building on the Research Park, the only place in Johnson County where commercial wet lab space existed. Go ahead. Thank you. The impact of providing space proximate to scientists and clinicians' day job was immediate. The 13 companies crammed in this space over the course of the 7 years received about $350,000 in seed capital from us. But they translated that into $13 million in SBIR funding and ultimately $130 million in equity financing. Next slide. The success of this space led Governor Reynolds to grant the Office of Innovation $8.2 million to build the Medical Innovation Launch Laboratory, or the MIL, as we call it. Opening this winter on a renovated floor of the old pharmacy building, the MIL expands our commercial wet lab space on the healthcare campus from 850 square feet to 5,000 square feet. And it also, for the very first time, creates a programmatic hub for our innovation ecosystem. Let's see if this works now. But space-eager individuals and promising inventions alone will not create great life sciences companies. You must also have experienced startup talent. Earlier this year, we announced the Office of Innovation Advisory Board, next slide, that couples 10 university leaders with 13 external advisors who volunteer their time, talent, and strategic thinking to support budding entrepreneurs and inventors. The key to the effectiveness of this group is that 9 of the 13 have been part of starting, scaling, and successfully exiting a healthcare startup. These are individuals who have demonstrated the ability to successfully transform and pivot their careers multiple times. Many have Iowa ties. All of them have had distinguished careers with expertise directly applicable to our entrepreneurial needs. Our work doesn't happen in a vacuum. For example, the NSF I-Corps program run by JPEC and the Business School is very effective at helping budding entrepreneurs. And none of this would have happened without UIRF, which is the tech transfer office that licenses and patents our technologies. Next slide. The graph shows the amount of money UI Biosciences startups raised from FY15 to FY25. Prior to creating the Office of Innovation, our companies raised roughly $8 million a year in venture and other forms of equity. Since then, though, that number has swelled eightfold to over $63 million per year. Another way to view this is that this growth occurred since the Iowa legislature began appropriating expanding funding in FY19. For every dollar appropriated prior to the creation of the Office of Innovation, our startups raised 7 in equity, which isn't horrible. But since FY19, as the state earmarked money toward the commercial translation of biosciences research, every dollar allocated returned $34 in equity. That represents nearly $500 million. Imagine what we could do if they continued to increase the biosciences platform funding. I want to close, next slide. I want to close by highlighting 3 Iowa companies working in telehealth, heart disease, and diabetes, improving the health of patients in Iowa and across the United States. Let's start, one more, thank you. Let's start with digital diagnostics, founded by Dr. Michael Abramoff in 2012 to address an unmet need in diabetic care. In 2018, digital diagnostics became the very first FDA-approved AI technology to diagnose a complex medical condition. For diabetics at risk for retinopathy, many can now get their annual exams at a primary care clinic without the need to see a specialist. It is fast, simple, and reduces cost. This solution represents one of the best examples of using AI to increase access to care, particularly for rural patients. Secondly, Dr. John Lensing founded a company in medical school to coordinate finding doctors and other healthcare practitioners willing to moonlight in rural areas lacking providers. When he graduated, he pivoted slightly and founded Open Loop, a white-label telehealth company aimed at broadly addressing the disparities in access to care. John grew up in a small town in Iowa, and throughout his training was fixated on this access of care issue, particularly for rural populations. He didn't know it then, but his timing was impeccable. During the pandemic, telehealth use exploded. Today, Open Loop has created 110 jobs at their Des Moines headquarters and several thousand more across the United States. You may have seen the Open Loop Tower in the 300 block of 6th Avenue downtown Des Moines. As a private company, their financials are not public, but it has been estimated that their revenues this year will approach $900 million. The final company I want to profile is Farapulse. Founded by Dr. Stephen Michelson, a cardiac electrophysiologist fresh out of his fellowship training at Iowa, his invention represents a breakthrough in surgery for a heart condition called atrial fibrillation. Boston Scientific was an original angel investor back in 2014, and in 2021 acquired Farapulse for $300 million. In the very first year on the market, Farapulse revenues exceeded $1.2 billion. This technology has helped change the approach and effectiveness of treating atrial fibrillation worldwide. Not one to stand still, Dr. Michelson recently created a new company, licensed more IP from the University of Iowa, and raised Series A financing totaling $75 million in his effort to solve an even more challenging problem in cardiac surgery, curing patients suffering from deadly ventricular arrhythmias. His new company is called Field Medical. I'll close with the Office of Innovation mission statement, and I'd be more than happy to take any questions.
Any questions for John? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, David.
Absolutely.
For your help.
Happy to be
as
a button
always.
pusher. So thank you, President Bates, for giving me this opportunity to speak to the board about the great work going on in economic development at Iowa State University. I also want to thank the board for the confidence that you've shown in me with the offer that you made to me yesterday. So look forward to continuing to serve this state and serve Iowa State University. Thank you. Once again, this last year, the Office of Economic Development and Industry Relations at Iowa State served Iowans in all 99 counties in our state. And we also won a number of external awards for the work that we do, and we really appreciate this continued validation by our peers and others for the outstanding work that we do in economic development at Iowa State University. So there are 5 units in the Office of Economic Development and Industry Relations, and I'll really go through each one of these, talking more about some of their successes in the past year than just going through this narration. So a reminder, the board last commissioned Lightcast to do a report 2 years ago, taking a look at the economic impact of each one of the Regents universities. And in that study, they concluded that for the year ended June 30, 2022, Iowa State University contributed $5 billion impact to the economy here of the state of Iowa, made up of all the research funding here, the jobs that we have on campus, jobs we've created around the state. If you added the impact of our extension operation, as well as the earning of alumni in the state of Iowa, that number would actually be closer to $6 billion. We continue to be recognized for the outstanding quality of work that we do at Iowa State University in the area of economic development. The Association of Public and Land-Grant Universities is a group of about 220 universities in the nation. Within that group, they set up the Innovation and Economic Prosperity Program, where universities can apply to be recognized as universities that really focus on economic development. There are 90 of us who currently carry that designation. We've been eligible for 7 years for awards from that group. We've won awards in 5 of those years. We're a finalist one other year. Got shut out one year, don't know how that happened. But 2023, most recently, we actually won the top prize from the Innovation and Economic Prosperity Universities for the work that we do in economic development, and we haven't been eligible for awards for 3 years after winning the top prize. We look forward to getting back in the competition again next year. Papa John Center for Entrepreneurship continues to be recognized as one of the top entrepreneurship programs in the country, if not in the world. Just recently, in fact, just this morning, Princeton Review came out with their latest rankings of undergraduate entrepreneurship programs in the country, and Iowa State's program ranked number 9 in the country. First time we've broken into the top 10, top ranking for us. And again, there were over 300 universities who submitted data to Princeton Review as part of that process. So it's real recognition of the great work that we do compared to those other 299 institutions. We also had an outstanding event a few weeks ago. Judy Isles, who's the longtime director of the Papa John Center at Iowa State, won the Legacy Award, the top individual award from the Global Consortium of Entrepreneurship Centers. This is a group of 240 entrepreneurship centers around the globe. They only recognize 1 or 2 individuals each year with this award. And what a wonderful tribute to the great work that Judy Isles does with our undergraduate students at Iowa State. The GCEC, you may remember in 2022, named us the #1 entrepreneurship center in the world. Again, 240 entrepreneurship centers in the world. We won their top prize for universities with over 5,000 students. And this came a year after we won an award from USASB, which is the organization of educators in higher education in the entrepreneurship field. We won their Model Program Award. And so, again, continued validation from our peers for the great work that we're doing here on our campus. We have 3 different programs that serve as accelerators to help entrepreneurs take their ideas to the next level. The first of those is our SciStarters program, which focuses primarily on working with undergraduate students. Those undergraduate students go through a competitive process to be chosen to spend the summer working on their new idea. And we had 16 participants in the program this summer. In their final presentations, there was the tough job of judging those presentations, and I thank Regent Dunkel for once again coming to judge as part of that program, and I thank Regent Jaden as well for taking on the tough task of trying to choose who one of the top performers was among the undergraduates participating in that program. And we won USASB's top award for a student accelerator program in 2024 for the Startup Factory program. For the SciStarters program. The next program is the Startup Factory. This is a program that's really more designed for graduate students, faculty, or community members who are looking to get a business started. We've had 156 companies go through the program, and those businesses have raised almost $107 million in non-dilutive capital in their time after, either during the program or after completing the program. And then we have a partnership with BioConnect Iowa and the Go-to-Market program, which is really designed more for community businesses that are really ready to break out with their business. We take three companies per cohort for that program to provide a lot of individual mentoring and support. Iowa's Small Business Development Centers. The state office is headquartered at Iowa State, and the team of 6 people who run that office. We also have the Ames office and the Des Moines office are part of Iowa State University. The SBDC is really a program that serves small businesses, Main Street businesses primarily, all across the state. They once again served all 99 counties last year, and in fact have set a target of serving at least 5 businesses in each one of the 99 counties, and we hit that metric in 2024. Last year in total, we served almost 5,000 businesses, and almost 1,800 jobs were created as a result of the work that the SBDC does. Next is our Center for Industrial Research and Service. This is a program that's overseen jointly by the Dean of Engineering and me in my role as Vice President of Economic Development. Again, it's really, I consider this to be our engineering extension operation, providing engineering services and advice, strategic planning advice, workforce development advice to small and mid-sized manufacturers all across the state. Last year, they worked with almost 1,800 businesses in all 99 counties providing their services. And when they do that, when they work with those businesses, they leverage federal funding that they receive and state funding they receive to stretch the dollars of that local company. So typically that company's only putting up about 1/3 of the cost of the work service that they're getting, with the remainder covered by state and federal dollars. That federal funding is coming under threat. We've lost some of that money at this point, and we've had to eliminate one of the programs in CIRRUS. And the MEP program, the Manufacturing Engineering Program, which is our largest source of federal funding, is under debate, a ping pong ball right now. They're shut down in Washington anyway, so I'm not sure anything's really going on with it right now, but we're waiting to see how that program works. And meanwhile, we're looking for other revenue streams and beginning to work with our corporate partners to really discover in terms of what the value really is of the proposition, whether they can bear more than just 1/3 of the cost to get that services. And so far, we're getting great feedback from the companies that we work with. Over the last 5-year period, over $2.8 billion in impact was achieved by companies that CIRRUS worked with, and that's based on audited survey results. And then we have the Iowa State University Research Park. We had another very successful year in the park. As you know, in the research park, we work with small business startups who may have just be using a co-working space in the research park, all the way up to a major multinational company like Deere, which has one of their 5 global technology centers located right here in our research park, as well as a large sprayer research facility is located here in the research park. All of the companies in the park are engaged in some way with Iowa State University, typically around workforce development or around working with our faculty around corporate-funded research projects. Tomorrow night in Vegas, they made it on the plane. We'll be receiving the top award from the Association of University Research Parks, which again, outstanding validation of the work that we're doing here. There are over 200 university research parks that are members of that association, and we're so pleased to be recognized for the innovation and the corporate engagement that we focus on so much in the Iowa State University Research Park. The park also has an impact all across the state. Research projects they're engaged in, companies who have an operation here but then have manufacturing facilities out across the state. They essentially touch all 99 counties through those 140 companies that are currently tenants in the park. We have a lot going on out in the research park even today. So we've now grown the latest building to open will be the Strand Associates building that you see there on the lower left. With that building, we will have expanded the park by over 18% over the last 2 years and have over a 97% occupancy rate in the park. And when you think about what you hear about today with challenges in commercial real estate, we certainly aren't experiencing those challenges in our research park. The very first multi-use buildings are going up in the park. You can see that in the lower right. This is a combination just across from our core facility. There's some apartment buildings going up that'll have retail space on the ground floor and 2 floors of apartments above. And then this drawing here is of some townhouses that we're developing. And this really, originally, the park was not zoned for residential buildings, but when we made the pitch to the city about the need for more affordable housing here in Ames, they quickly agreed to change the zoning. So we're pleased to really be able to carry out the live, work, play approach here in the Iowa State University Research Park. We have over $70 million in projects currently underway through the research park. And one of them we're very excited about is a partnership with the Department of Defense. This is the BioMade facility, where our BioCentury research farm, we're going to be opening a large-scale fermentation vessel that will be able to be used by startups and larger corporations to see if they can scale up from the lab to commercial quantities in a fermentation tank. We're getting a $20 million grant from the Department of Defense for this and a $10 million grant from Iowa Economic Development Authority. And then the SciTown project, and we're sort of in the middle of the SciTown project. I shouldn't have switched slides, but the SciTown project is what's going on right out here. We're really excited about the progress we've made there. The McFarland Clinic building you see is going up. That's about a 70,000 square foot building that the local medical doctor clinic will be using. And we expect to break ground on further buildings in early 2026. So lastly is the Office of Innovation Commercialization. This is our tech transfer operation. So all intellectual property that's developed by faculty here at Iowa State or graduate students is the property of Iowa State University and then patented and marketed by the Office of Innovation Commercialization. This past year, we had 48 issued patents here in the United States. That ranked us number 6 among public institutions in the United States that don't have a medical school, and number 22 among all public universities. So again, always a pleasure to bring you up to date on the great work going on in economic development, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Regent Hensley.
Great report. Really exciting what's going on. On the housing at the research park, are those tax credit projects?
They are not.
Okay, so they'll be market rate.
They'll be market rate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, first off, thank you for the opportunity to share what we've accomplished at UNI through Business and Community Services and our economic development efforts this past year. And I'll start off, I want to hit the next. So just a few impact numbers. You want to go back a slide, Dave? A few economic impact numbers for us in this past fiscal year. First off, our 12 programs within Business Community Services had 4,600 plus unique clients. Like Iowa State, we're proud that we served all 99 counties this past year. It's the 26th year in a row we've done that within Business and Community Services. Also this past year, a third of our student body at UNI had an interaction and engagement within our BCS programs. It may be a service learning course to actually students who work within our division working on client projects. We also had engagement with over 150 faculty and staff across campus. And we are proud that we continue to leverage the $1 of state funding we receive with $5 from other sources. For BCS, for you to understand, there's the 5 pillars ranging from entrepreneurship to small business across to environmental assistance, sustainability, particularly working with businesses on that, community and economic development, the metal castings, and foundry industry and market research. Thanks. So the foundry industry, the 2 centers, the Foundry 4.0 Center and the Metal Castings Center, wrapped up the Defense Logistics Project, which is a joint partnership with Youngstown State. Also the Applied Engineering Building, which I'm sure all of you have been through, modernizing and providing the most modern working foundry on a campus. They've received a significant recognition from the Steel Founders Society for work they've been doing with Iowa and other manufacturers and foundries on Internet of Things. And then this past year, they've been able to work with over 20 foundries within Iowa. Our Family Business Center at UNI continues to grow. It's our newest center within the Business Community Services division. Just last week was their annual Iowa Family Business Center, and they set a record attendance on that. This past year, they worked with over 150 family-owned companies here in Iowa, ranging from peer group networks, next-gen peer groups, succession planning. And one of the new areas they're getting into, based on demands of the clients, is helping family-owned businesses identify and vet independent board of directors or independent advisors to bring on. That's a growing interest within the family business arena. We continue to be strong partners within the economic development area, and particularly in rural development. The Institute for Decision Making continues to be actively engaged in Empower Rural Iowa and the Iowa Rural Development Council, and also the Iowa Rural Vitality Coalition, which is a partnership with Iowa State Extension, the University of Iowa College of Public Health, Wellmark, and several other entities, and looking at a more holistic approach to community and economic development in rural communities, since health impacts the economy in so many ways. Also, the historic flooding up in Northwest Iowa, we continue to do work with a number of communities up in Northwest Iowa on understanding the impacts on residents and helping them address housing issues, which were already a challenge in these communities. And the impact, like an example, in Rock Valley, where over 150 homes were impacted and may likely not be brought back online. Think about a community that size and the impact. And so several of our programs within BCS have been working with them. Succession planning and employee ownership continues to be a focus with Advance Iowa and the Iowa Center for Employee Ownership, which we stood up at the request of the governor's office and the Iowa Economic Development Authority. The real highlight on this one is the Ford Foundation awarded UNI grant funding. They actually were on campus a couple weeks ago and have extended additional funding on that to look at employee stock ownership plans and ESOP opportunities in rural area. There has not been much research on that, and so it's been a unique project within BCS because we're actually working with faculty members within the Wilson College of Business to do a deep dive into understanding ESOPs, employee ownership, and other opportunities. Because if you think about the impacts as companies transition or sold in rural communities, oftentimes the ownership is external, and we see a trend of those companies being either shut down or moved out. And so they're the lifeblood of many rural communities. So this is important work there. On the environmental assistance side, the Iowa Waste Reduction Center, and particularly their Star for D program, which works in training military painters. This past year, they trained almost 700 military painters. Actually, our staff from that program right now are in Hawaii at 2 different military installations doing training. But also they continue to work with Iowa small and medium-sized businesses on on-site energy efficiency and technical assistance and compliance, because if you think about the economic savings, if they're able to help small businesses to reduce their energy costs, energy usage. Food waste is a huge issue in landfills around the state of Iowa. We continue to have significant work in that this past year. The Iowa Green Brewery certification continues to grow, and they actually received federal EPA funding to expand that across the upper Midwest to surrounding states. And we just this past year had the first certified green brewery down in Missouri. Next slide. Entrepreneurship, we are one of the 5 JPEGs here within the state. We continue to support the work there. We continue our partnership with the Iowa Economic Development Authority on the Iowa SourceLink and the Business License Information Center. This past fiscal year, over 42,000 individuals, business owners, entrepreneurs, et cetera, utilize SourceLink. We're proud of that partnership, which is our 12th year partnering with the Iowa Economic Development Authority on that. Also, student incubation continues to be a priority and a focus and accomplishment for us. This past year, all 11 suites within our McElroy Trust Student Incubator was full. We also had almost 40 students who were supported virtually through affiliated student businesses. At the start of the semester, we had a JPEG Connect event where any new student, whether it's a transfer or freshman coming in, was invited to participate. And we had 60 students who showed up with business ideas of wanting to figure out how they could grow their business ideas. And so we were really happy because this is only the 2nd year of doing that event. And we continue to focus on how do we grow our student incubation. We're also working hard on trying to elevate and reactivate the entrepreneurship ecosystem within the Cedar Valley region. which COVID really took a hit on that, which we've seen a lot of community-based networking and economic development efforts. So lastly, BCS, you and I, we feel we're a good investment for Iowa. As I mentioned earlier, we leverage what we get from the state of Iowa through the Economic Development and Appropriations budget and the Regents Innovation Fund effectively. We're proud to be working in all four corners of the state and beyond. And we really appreciate the support we've received from the Board of Regents and the legislature. With that, I'll take any questions you have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Conrad? Okay. I want to thank all of you. I mean, it's a testament to what's going on at all three universities for the good of the university, the good of the state, and beyond. So great presentations. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we'll take a 10-minute break now.
Well,
We're still lacking some Regents, if anybody sees them. Okay. All right. I'd like to, whoops, wrong page. I'd like to introduce Board Chief Business Officer Brad Berg, who will present on the tuition guarantee impact study. Thank you, Brad.
Thank you, President Bates and members of the board. Last April, you established a tuition study group that included Regent Hensley and former Regent Barker to research the merits of a tuition guarantee program, whereby the tuition rate for each cohort of undergraduate freshman students would not increase during their subsequent 3 academic years. The report was also required by the legislature in House File 440 enacted this past session, and is also to be submitted to the General Assembly by November 30th. Regents Hensley and Barker and I met several times over the ensuing months with the chief financial officers from each university to discuss the contents of the report. The report, which is in your docket, includes background data to serve as a baseline information to analyze the impact and merits of a tuition guarantee program. And I want to take a quick moment to briefly summarize some of the elements in the report. So if we combine the 3 university higher education budgets, approximately 20% of that is made up of undergraduate resident tuition revenue. Approximately 30% of it is state appropriations, and then the remaining 50% is tuition revenue from other student categories, so undergraduate, non-resident, and then graduate and professional students. Historically, an inverse relationship has existed between state funding levels and tuition rates. The dot-com bubble bursting in the early 2000s, the Great Recession of 2009, and most recently the economic downturn around 2017 and 18 are the time periods where we saw significant cuts in state support and then subsequently higher increases to our tuition rates. Looking forward, the state has recently reduced the tax burden on Iowans, which has resulted in expected lower state general fund receipts for FY26 and beyond, which is the primary source of state support that the Regents receive for operations. This creates uncertainty regarding this revenue source for us going forward. Regent undergraduate tuition rates continue to be lower than our peers, and the Regent universities have consistently enrolled 20 to 22% of Iowa high school students over the past 20 years, and also have very high retention rates and graduation rates. We also researched several institutions of varying sizes and types around the country that have implemented tuition guarantee programs with mixed results. These programs were implemented to provide predictability and certainty about tuition costs for students and families. Several of them implemented a tuition guarantee program and found them to be unsustainable. The common theme there was they were terminated when experiencing downturns in the economy, which resulted in jeopardized state support. Conversely, there are few institutions and systems that currently have a tuition guarantee program in effect. The state of Illinois mandated in 2004 that its public institutions charge incoming resident freshmen a fixed tuition rate for the first 4 years of college. And then a smaller university, I believe about 4,000 students in Oklahoma, provides an optional program whereby students can pay a premium rate that remains fixed or choose a lower initial per credit rate that is subject to annual increases. The participation rate in their optional program is very low. While Purdue does not have a tuition guarantee, they have been able to freeze base tuition, which is a different type of program for undergraduate residents since 2013 and 14. The freeze does not apply to differential rates for higher cost programs, which for Purdue is largely engineering. Purdue had the capacity for significant enrollment growth and did so both in resident and non-resident students, creating sustainable budget growth during that time. Of note, they receive roughly 86,000 applications each year for 10,000 acceptances. And that's largely due to their highly regarded engineering program. Locally, Drake University has offered a tuition guarantee program since 2017-18 academic year. And it guarantees a gross annual tuition rate for full-time undergraduates and all qualifying full-time admits direct from high school. They also receive a scholarship covering between 51% and 66% of the tuition costs, which results in a net tuition guarantee between $18,000 and $29,000. The primary benefit of a tuition guarantee program is to provide predictability for students and families. A board policy just passed last April caps base tuition increases for undergraduate residents at a 3-year inflation average, which does provide some predictability on future tuition rates. Our group discussed an optional program whereby an incoming resident student may elect to pay an upfront premium, and in return, their base tuition rate would not increase during their 4 years. Of course, the student may also elect not to participate in the program and pay the tuition rates established annually by the board. The upfront premium is necessary to help mitigate headwinds outlined in the report. If an approach similar to this is taken, it is recommended an optional program such as this would not apply to non-residents, graduate and professional students, differential tuition and fees. Given the system programming and testing necessary to implement an optional tuition guarantee program, the example in the report assumes the guarantee option would begin with the fall 2027 cohort, which I believe is on page 22 of your report. We assumed a 3% annual tuition rate increase to the University of Iowa's tuition rate, and based on this assumption, an upfront premium of approximately $1,860 would be necessary to negate the revenue impact of a tuition guarantee over a 4-year period. The premium should also be examined annually for subsequent cohorts as rates evolve over time. While tuition increases are currently constrained by an inflation-based cap providing a level of predictability, an optional tuition guarantee program with a one-time premium could be made available to resident undergraduate students who may prefer a more fixed cost structure. An optional program such as this would need to be carefully designed and tested to avoid unintended consequences. And more on a technical capability level, each of our universities operate unique student information systems and billing platforms that would require reprogramming to implement a tuition guarantee program. While this alone is not a barrier to implementing a tuition guarantee program, it does present complexities to ensure these systems can accurately track and enforce guarantees across multiple cohorts of students. Additionally, students frequently change majors, often moving into higher cost programs. They'll travel abroad and they'll pursue double majors, which are just some of the contingencies that would require attention. Implementation of a tuition guarantee program would require careful system planning and testing and the establishment of clear policies and ongoing coordination and communication with students and families. To close, Iowa's Regent universities continue to outperform national averages in retention and graduation rates, which are now the highest on record. Board policy provides access to all qualified Iowans. Enrollments are currently strong, and our tuition rates continue to be very competitive. With that, I thank you very much for your attention, and I welcome any discussions and questions.
Are there any questions or discussion? Regent Hensley?
Thank you, and thanks, Brad. I know that you spent a lot of time putting this all together, so I appreciate that. And there's a lot of work done to gather information from other schools that had different programs. The one thing that we did talk about, and I'm not sure where it's at right now, was the maybe doing a feasibility study with Iowa College Access Network as to whether or not there would be interest, because they are in all of the high schools doing, working with the students for preparation, helping them with their FAFSAs, and just answering questions about going into college and what financing might be available. So where would that be at?
Yeah, that's something that I waited to hear how the discussion went today, but no, that's certainly something that we can follow up with ICANN and get input from students that are getting ready to enroll in college. So that's a great idea.
So we're going to receive the report. Will we wait for a direction from the legislature, or will we move forward at the region office?
Well, I think let's go with questions and comments before we decide what we're going to do at this point.
Okay.
Kurt, did you have something?
Well, that was a similar question, but so I went back to say, what problem are we trying to solve here?
Right.
And if I understand the direction from the legislature was a guaranteed tuition. So effectively, am I correct, Brad? So no increase. If I read the first thing, it says, tuition guarantee resident students enroll as a freshman would not see a tuition increase.
So each year's freshman class
is set for 4 years.
And the assignment was to do a study of the impacts of a program.
So we're taking that lever away, right?
It wasn't a requirement.
But if you do that, you're taking that financial lever away, right? Because you won't be able to increase tuition for that class.
Correct.
So said differently, to maintain financial viability, the region institutions are going to have to cut people, because that's where their costs are, to offset that lost tuition.
It would depend on the rate that was set.
Right.
I mean, but that was the intent of the premium, was basically an insurance type policy.
Yeah, different. That's paying an upfront premium.
Yeah.
But if you're just saying it's $8,000 for this class, and that's what you pay for the next 4 years, and then you get to reset for the next class, you're losing the ability on those people.
Absolutely.
So the only way I know to offset that is you got to cut costs somewhere. And most of the costs at the university are people. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm thinking about the problem right here. Because unintended consequences here, it's great. I mean, I could argue to say, so let me ask another question. Our average tuition increase the last 5 years has been approximately what?
The last 5 years, I think it's been 3.2%, something like that.
So could someone argue, if you're looking for financial planning purposes here, the past is a good indication of the future, and a reasonable person could look at a range and say, I'm going to pay $8,000 a year in tuition, and I should be able to plan 1 or 2%, which is, by my simple Iowa State math, $80 a year, of difference on what my cost might be. Am I thinking about this right?
Yes.
Okay.
I wonder why.
We've also capped tuition, or.
Right.
Will you go, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I would remind everybody, we do have a tuition policy now that is a 3-year rolling average of HEPI.
Correct.
So we do have a cap in place right now.
Right.
Which that in itself is predictive for the students coming in. And that just started, am I right? Correct.
The other piece of that are the exceptions, correct? We're talking about resident undergraduate tuition for certain majors that don't have differential tuition.
Correct.
How many are not included in that majors?
I might have to ask the universities approximately what percent is paying the base undergraduate rate and aren't involved in a higher differential tuition program. I don't know if they know off the top of their head or not, but we can certainly get it for you.
Any other comments? I mean, what is our goal? Predictability.
Yeah, and then, I mean, I guess it would be beneficial for me to see the policies that we recently put in place work. and see how they work, continue to gather input from our stakeholders. And if that policy is ineffective for their planning purposes, then, I mean.
Yeah, I like that.
I support that.
I support that, to do what this is for now and to see where we're at. Give it a, what, 2-3 year.
I want to make sure I understand.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I understood what you were saying.
Just last April, we've implemented a policy that provides predictability for students and families. It's a cap that we cannot exceed, that the board cannot exceed when setting tuition rates
Correct.
for the upcoming year. Those policies, in essence, really haven't been in effect yet because we haven't gone through the process yet. And as we keep track of inflation rates that put the cap on that policy, I would like to see
how that plays out.
Yes, see how that plays out
yeah.
with the stakeholders, students, families,
Yeah.
before changing the rules of the game on setting tuition into the future.
Okay, I agree with that. But we would still be submitting the report to the legislature and meeting the requirement that we have there.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Good. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
You know, and then if we implement this, there's a lot of moving parts. But anyway, I like that, Brad. Everybody okay? Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Brad.
Introduce Board Associate Chief Academic Officer Jason Pontius, who will make the presentation for the fall enrollment report.
All right, thank you, President Bates and members of the board. For several years, I've been talking to you about kind of the looming enrollment cliff for kind of the upcoming birth dearth. And to paraphrase that little girl from the movie Poltergeist, it's here. 2025 represents kind of the edge of that cliff for most states around the country. It's going to be, starting in 2026, the number of high school graduates is expected to decline. Fortunately for the state of Iowa, we're going to have one more year of growth before 2027, where our total high school graduate population will start to shrink. What I'm showing here in the report are some of the projections going forward. The gray one is showing the Nathan Graw prediction for the state of Iowa. Nathan Graw is the researcher who first came up with, or first kind of identified this enrollment cliff coming from birth declines after the Great Recession. He's using different data than we are. So our data for the Board of Regents is using that blue line, and it's looking at actual K-12 enrollment, and has been much closer to the actual number of high school graduates that we're seeing out of the state of Iowa. Now, what does all of this mean for kind of enrollments going forward? I think for in-state students, we should be fine based on historical patterns. It is going to provide an additional challenge to our admissions officers having a declining pool of out-of-state students. And then the one other aspect of this that I've talked about before, or the Iowa high school college going rate, has been dropping over the last 10 years or so. And 2012 going from 70% to 23 to 62%. There are some signs that that is stabilizing, that decline is starting to kind of flatten out, which is also good news for us. One of the measures of kind of predicted demand for our universities is looking at Iowa high school graduation intent. I'm going to focus on this one line here, looking at the public four-year rates. So this level as far as numbers has been going up because our overall high school population has been going up, but the percent choosing to attend, or at least intending to go to a four-year public university, has been generally flat over this period of time. Conversely, the percentage of high school graduates intending to go to community college has been declining. At the same time, employment has been going up. These two seem to mirror each other, so there's not necessarily a causality here, but there's definitely some kind of relationship in these numbers. That kind of increased or steady demand that we've had coming from Iowa high school students has kind of led to another year of growth for us. We're up 2% in total enrollment at our universities. I've placed this arrow here to kind of emphasize fall of 2022. At the bottom of the enrollment cliff, we're expected in 2029 to have enrollment that's going to be pretty close to fall of 2022. So this is kind of representing our expected kind of trough in that enrollment cliff. And if we can maintain our attracting out-of-state students to our Regent universities, this is probably relatively representative of what we're going to be looking like. If you look at the bars in blue, they show our Iowa residents. Those numbers have gone down a little bit over time. It is not, however, due to a decrease in the incoming high school classes. That's actually been going up since fall of 2020. What we're seeing here instead is a decline in the number of transfer students coming into our universities, particularly from the community colleges. And this is because the community colleges have been shrinking over time. Their numbers have gone down, so they have fewer transfers to come into our institutions. The number of graduate students who are residents has gone down a little bit. But then the other aspect we've talked about before is our improving graduation rates. So last year we had 704 students graduate within 3 years. Those 704 students, because they are now done, they have earned their degree, do not show up in the fall of 2025. 10 years ago, that number would have been very, very small. Back up one second. The one area we have been showing some really nice growth is attracting out-of-state residents. And this has been a long strength for the Regent universities. And this graph here is from ACT. It is showing states in blue in particular are net importers of students from out of state into those states. And I did the calculations to put a number on it. For every one student from Iowa who leaves to go to a 4-year public university, we have 3.5 students coming into the state to attend one of our Regent universities. One of the things that helps us is we have traditionally been very good at retaining our students in state for college. And this has been true for about the last 10 to 12 years, but 86 to 87% of our students who go to college from the state of Iowa stay in Iowa. And those students coming from out of state, these represent the top 10, and we've seen growth this year across 8 of those 10 categories, and the bulk of them you can see pretty easily here are from the states of Illinois and Minnesota. The only declines we had were from Michigan and California from last year. Now, in addition, for our entering classes of bringing in more students from out of state, as Dr. van der Zanden had mentioned earlier, more of our students are bringing in college credit. So this graph here represents the number of college credits on average that an Iowa high school student is bringing into the Regent University when they matriculate. Most of those credits, while some are coming from AP, most of those credits are coming through concurrent enrollment or dual enrollment through the community colleges and are free of no cost to the Iowa high school student. Now, in addition to looking at that overall average, we can break it down into different categories. And so we have an increasing number of students that are bringing in not just 1 semester, but 2 or even 4 semesters of college credit with them when they enter our universities. Now, that has a lot of benefits in some cases for these students because oftentimes they can maybe take a lighter load their first year. They can maybe get another minor or maybe double major. But it also has some challenges as well. One of those challenges is there's an expectation sometimes as it gets formed if you walk in the door with 60 credit hours that you can be done in 2 years. Now, the issue is in some cases this does shorten your time to degree, and we talked about a little bit earlier about how psychology being one good example of that, engineering not being a good example of that because of a very kind of lockstep curriculum that the students need to have to complete. The issue is that most of these credits coming in are 100 level courses, and you can't build a 4-year degree with introductory classes. So while they can be very helpful for shortening your time, the idea that you could take off 2 years with concurrent enrollment credits would be unbelievably difficult. The other challenges that come with this are also due to pace. So a concurrent enrollment college credit class in high school is taught over 1 year. That same curriculum is taught over 1 semester when they get to college. You can ask my son, there's a big difference between taking AP Calculus over 1 year in high school to taking engineering calculus over 1 semester. And then finally, this creates workforce challenges. So when students are coming in and they are basically have all the credits they need for their general ed or for some of their electives, we have to make adjustments in our workforce as far as the classes that are being taught. Some of those introductory level classes are no longer aren't being taught, or there are fewer sections of them, or they're smaller. And then finally, I want to end this with every new entering class at our Regent universities for the 3rd year straight, we provide information to all of those new students about what they can expect potentially to earn with their major 1, 5, and 10 years after graduation, what the typical debt load is going to look like for them, what the typical payment per month is going to look like. That's kind of truncated off of this particular slide. Well, we provide all that information to them as they walk in the door so they can make educated choices about what kind of major they want and have expectations of what it's going to look like for them when they graduate. And with that, I'll take any questions that folks might have.
Are there any questions, excuse me, or comments? Regent.
So are you saying that there's kind of a sweet spot of dual enrollment classes or credits that you bring in from the community, like from dual enrollment or community colleges, that you can actually have too many that wouldn't necessarily apply? Or, I mean, is that kind of what?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of benefit, I think, for being able to explore those different classes in different kind of areas. And so maybe more students are coming in with a better idea of what they want for their major because they've taken more of those college level courses. But Iowa State did a study, it's been probably about 10, 15 years now, but it didn't matter how many credit hours students were bringing in, they usually couldn't shorten their time to degree by more than about a semester to a year. And so there does seem to be, I would say, probably a sweet spot. There's a point of diminishing returns as you get more of those credit hours.
Any other questions? Thank you. It's always a very interesting report, Jason. I appreciate it. I'd like to introduce Dr. Carl Mueller, Director of U.S. Department of Energy, Ames National Laboratory.
It's the presentation everyone's been waiting for. It's my pleasure to introduce the November faculty speaker, Dr. Carl Mueller. In addition to being a professor of chemistry, Carl is director of the U.S. Department of Energy Ames National Laboratory. Ames Lab is an Office of Science national lab that for more than 70 years has focused on the discovery and application of new materials that advance economic competitiveness and help ensure our national security. Summing it up from a quote from Carl, our mission is to deliver critical materials solutions to the nation. Carl Mueller's career work in energy has prepared him for this position. He has hundreds of publications in premier journals with over 18,000 citations of his work. In fact, he almost has 20 papers, which each have over 100 citations. If we had more time, I could tell you what an H-index is, but his is quite high. I'm sure you know this already as members of our board, but for our guests and those on the live stream, Iowa State holds a contract from the U.S. Department of Energy to operate the Ames National Laboratory and is the only lab physically located on a university campus. Dr. Mueller joined us earlier this year after serving in multiple roles in the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, most recently as Director of Program Development for its Physical and Computational Sciences Directorate. Before that, he served for 17 years in the Chemistry Department at Penn State University. On his first day at Ames Lab, Carl was traveling and jumped right in and one of his first orders of business was to meet with Energy Secretary Chris Wright. This was followed up during a recent visit at Ames National Lab, where U.S. Energy Secretary Wright emphasized the importance of critical raw materials. His remarks called Ames Lab one of the country's premier scientific institutions, further highlighting the lab's role as a leader in reshoring essential minerals for national security and economic stability. Ames Lab is playing a key role in helping satisfy some of Secretary Wright's 9-point plan for American energy dominance. Carl holds a bachelor's degree in chemistry from the University of Rochester in New York, a PhD from the University of California at Berkeley, and a postgraduate certificate from the University of Cambridge, where he was a Winston Churchill Scholar. I can tell you we are thrilled to have Dr. Mueller on our campus, and I'm excited for you to hear more about his vision and mission and the importance to Iowa State University. Dr. Mueller.
Thank you very much, Provost Keith. Well, I'm absolutely thrilled to be here today and have an opportunity to tell you about both what I've learned in the past 5 months here at Ames National Laboratory and Iowa State University, as well as the vision that I have along with my great leadership team at Ames Lab. So as Jason said, we are a government-owned, contractor-operated laboratory, but it is so much more than just a contractor-contractee relationship. In fact, the relationship between Ames National Lab and Iowa State University is one of the closest that I've seen within the national laboratory system. As Jason said, we've been a national lab for a while. 1947, actually, when the Atomic Energy Commission asked us to be a national laboratory, and that goes back to the very first director of the laboratory, Frank Spedding. There have only been 5 directors of Ames National Laboratory over that time frame, and so I am the 6th, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here. We have such a close relationship with Iowa State. The laboratory brings in about $70 million a year in research contracts from the Department of Energy and a few other entities, but there's a broad relationship out into the university as well. We have approximately 40 joint faculty members, and they are supported by grants across 12 different departments. We also leverage startup packages for new faculty in departments such as physics and astronomy, as well as chemistry. And we're also in the business of workforce development, with over 40 postdoctoral scholars right now, and over 100 Iowa State graduate students who are supported per year. In the past 5 years, we've also had dozens of Iowa State University undergraduates that have participated in research at Ames Lab. So today I want to briefly tell you about some of the exciting advances we're making at Ames Lab in 3 areas which are really critical to our national energy and security sectors. The first one is something that we are very well known for, and that's critical materials, where Ames Lab leads the Critical Materials Innovation Hub, which is a $30 million per year effort that has been ongoing now for 13 years. I also want to introduce some new capabilities in advanced magnet design and manufacturing, and that's where we're thinking about actually reestablishing the manufacturing of magnet technology here in the United States. And then I briefly also want to discuss some visions we have around nuclear fusion, where scientists and researchers are really attempting to harness the energy that comes from the sun, or the type of energy that comes from the sun, by fusing together nuclei. And this happens at millions of degrees Celsius. And in order to do that, we actually have to contain these reactions, and that means that there are very extreme conditions that we have to develop materials from. So I'm going to start off by talking about the fact that there have been executive orders around the ideas of critical materials and how important they are for our economic health and the national security of our nation. This was one of the earlier executive orders from 2017, really spelling out what it means in terms of our national and economic security to have a critical materials supply chain that we have been able to harness. And that's going to be that we can reduce dependence on imports, preserve our leadership in technical innovation, support job creation, improve our national security and our balance of trade, and really enhance our technological superiority. And that even branches over into our armed forces. Now, I noted that we lead the Critical Materials Innovation Hub. We partner with 8 other national laboratories, more than a dozen universities, and many industrial partners, which I've listed up on this slide. And we really have the goal of securing the supply chain of critical materials such as rare earth elements that are critical for microelectronics and computer industries. I assume all of you have cell phones. I see computers and computer monitors sitting in front of you. In each of those products, there are approximately 14 different critical minerals or materials, ranging from the aluminum in the cases to the cobalt and the nickel that are in the batteries. The Critical Materials Innovation Hub has a mission to accelerate the scientific and technological solutions to securing and strengthening the supply chains for these rare earth metals and other materials that are critical to all of this advanced technology. So in some late-breaking news, the Critical Materials Innovation Hub has developed a new process. It's got a long name, Rare Earth Metals from Alternative Fluoride Salts. We just call it REMAFS, which allows us to produce rare earth metals without toxic side products. And a company from Texas already called Principal Mineral has taken an option to this technology and is working with the laboratory through a special partnership project to demonstrate that they can make permanent magnets that start with these rare earth oxides, converting the metals first via the Ames REMAFS process, and then processing, alloying, and producing these magnets. Also, being one of the lead institutions in the world at Iowa State for agribusiness from the bioeconomy, we are also exploring biological means to concentrate and harvest the metals using principles of synthetic biology. And so the lab, as shown on the right here, we were recently awarded $2 million in new funding for a pilot research project where we are going to be integrating artificial intelligence and synthetic biology to design new systems to biologically be able to do this critical mineral sequestration. Now, once we have access to pure metals and once we have the knowledge on how to process them effectively, we are able to launch new efforts. And those efforts can include the reshoring of technology development and advanced manufacturing, which we are now doing in this area of magnetics. I really love this quote up here: semiconductors are the brain, batteries are the heart, and the rare earth magnets are the spine of so much of our technological development and the infrastructure in this country, the supply chains for both the U.S. military and for industry. So on the right, I show that we have some more award-winning work that's been going on at the lab in the development of what are called cerium gap magnets. And these actually avoid the use of a lot of critical materials and critical minerals such as neodymium, and it closes the so-called performance gap between weaker magnets. Your typical iron-based magnets are rather weak usually, and the really strong but supply-critical neodymium magnets. We actually had to develop a whole new processing method to make these magnets, recognized through both an R&D 100 award, of which there are not a lot given a year, and something called a Tech Connect Innovation Award. Now, to capitalize on our early technological leadership in this area, we utilize both funds from the Critical Materials Innovation Hub as well as laboratory funds that we had to create our Advanced Magnet Facility, which is a fully integrated and research and development test bed for permanent magnets. The Advanced Magnet Facility at Ames Lab is now addressing critical materials challenges and supporting emerging energy technologies while providing an educational component. And this is really important because companies in the United States don't know how to make these magnets anymore. They've lost that knowledge. So if we're going to reshore these critical magnet manufacturing industries, we have to have places where we can show people what to do. So we're actually planning on having a ribbon cutting for the Advanced Magnet Facility in the upcoming year. We were actually supposed to hold it next week, but because the government was shut down, it was very difficult for us to actually organize people coming out. So we're looking forward to doing that sometime once winter passes, maybe in Iowa. And funds to support both instrumentation at the Advanced Magnet Facility, as well as further the operations and the collaborations, they're going to be part of a new Department of Energy project called Metallic. which stands for Minerals to Materials Supply Chain Research Facility. Here we're going to develop new materials and technologies to support critical materials supply chains, de-risk the commercial adoption of the materials that are produced, integrate smart manufacturing, and really supercharge our workforce training and development efforts right here in Iowa and with partners across the country. In my last science and technology highlight, I want to briefly point out our long history of material synthesis and processing, which has led us into research projects in the exciting area of fusion energy sciences. Now, in nuclear fusion, we are really relocating the reactions that take place in the core of the sun down here to the Earth. And we're going to need incredibly high temperatures to do that, even hotter than the sun itself, because we can't generate the same kind of pressures here on Earth than we can than are generated in the center of the sun. We do this by producing really high energy states of charged particles, which go by the fantastic name of plasmas. And our story at Ames National Lab is that we design and synthesize the materials that can actually contain these chemical reactions. And we've been doing this for a number of years now, but we've recently received new funding from the Office of Science at DOE, as well as the Advanced Research Projects Agency Energy Branch, ARPA-E, to advance our studies. So on the right, you see a picture of a new so-called atomizer that's being installed in our testing facilities, where we can make very, very fine particles that go into the materials that go into the fusion testing facilities. And on the left, there are a few pictures from something I did last month. I took a number of Ames researchers to a National Fusion Week that was taking place, where I've had a lot of contacts in the past, and I organized two panels. One of them was on critical material supply chains, something very near and dear to us here at Ames, for the fusion industry, and another where I assembled 6 national laboratories to discuss opportunities for partnering with new companies in the fusion space. I want to point, though, to a few new directions that we're exploring, and one is in the area of scientific discovery aided by artificial intelligence. There we believe that we can use these new types of tools, everything from large language models to machine reasoning algorithms, to actually accelerate very quickly the way that we're able to carry out science. And that might include the design and development of new materials. We're launching a new strategic goal in this direction, with support already from the Department of Energy through a new all-lab consortium that is working directly with industrial partners. And I work very closely with Amazon, with IBM, and a number of others. And so we're very excited about how we can elevate AI, and I just formed our first AI council at Ames National Laboratory. The second, I show up on the right here, builds on a technique called magnetic resonance. And I'm very excited about this because that was my scientific career for well over 20, 25 years that I was a researcher in magnetic resonance. And that's the same technology that's used in hospital MRIs. And the work they're doing at Ames Lab actually increases the ability to not probe the human body like a typical hospital MRI would do, but to actually look at chemical reactions that happen at the surfaces of particles. That is where a lot of interesting chemistry and a lot of interesting science takes place. With this new technique called dynamic nuclear polarization, we can obtain snapshots of chemical reactions and structures at the surfaces of particles in the matter of minutes to hours. When I first started doing this kind of work, even as a graduate student, those kind of experiments, not taking minutes to hours, they would have taken months at a time. So imagine if an MRI, which can take up to an hour, was able to be obtained in just seconds. That's the kind of pioneering work we're doing in terms of materials characterization now at Ames National Laboratory. And we are really excited about the influence that we can have regionally and nationally. And I just point out this example of how Ames Lab is boosting the local economy or bringing positive attention to our region. The first is from an article that I've linked to here in a recent issue of Traction magazine. And it talks about how at the edge of Boone, a small town right near here, there's a nondescript industrial building where a high-tech revolution is actually unfolding. There's a company called Critical Materials Recycling, which is small, but they're growing, and they're pulling precious rare earth elements, which are, as I showed you, crucial for everything from wind turbines to fighter jets, from a very unlikely source, and that is old, discarded hard drives. And they're doing so with technology that was developed in the Critical Materials Innovation Hub. And that work was also demonstrated first in a project with Western Digital, who you may recall is the name of a manufacturer of hard drives, and they were partnering with Microsoft to show that they could pull the very rare metals out and then reutilize them in this recycling project. Finally, as Provost Keith noted, we had a recent visit by the Secretary of Energy, who toured the lab, met our researchers, and said, Ames Laboratory is leading the way in groundbreaking science and innovation that will strengthen America's energy future. And we're very proud to be doing that here in the state of Iowa, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions for Dr. Mueller?
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Very interesting. Thank you, Jason. At this time, we will have public comment before the board for us to listen. The board recognizes that the opportunity for expression of public views on issues that come before the board is important. Each presenter is limited to 3 minutes of time. We will now open the microphone for the first presenter. Please come forward when your name is called.
Anne Marie Butler.
Thank you. My name is Anne Marie Butler. I'm Associate Professor of Philosophy at Iowa State. I am Professor in charge of the Applied AI program, and I'm a proud alumna of University of Iowa. Although my comments draw on my experiences, I'm speaking for myself only and not any institution. Thursday's Workforce Alignment Review report organizes lots of data from disparate sources and creates one-page scorecards for each academic program. Thanks to the board and university members for their tremendous effort. If the board accepts the report, I encourage the board to honor the report's recommendations. The board's website and the report's scorecards have many different audiences, including the public, legislators, current and prospective students and their families, as well as the regents and university communities. Each group may interpret the same scorecard in different ways. Creators and distributors of the scorecards bear responsibility to forestall the most likely misinterpretations. First, some programs are misrepresented because of how SIP codes are organized. Second, there are some peculiar mappings of SIP codes onto SOC codes. The report acknowledges these shortcomings and recommends review. Third, the skills attributed to each program are determined by the skill sets needed for identified career paths, which the scorecard calls associated occupations. This merits reconsideration. Some program scorecards list over 20 occupations, while others list less than 5. The occupations are listed in a rough alphabetical order within SOC codes, but no disclaimer or indication is given that the list is arbitrarily truncated. It's a distorted picture. The scorecard's method of tying skills to careers often underreports skills that degree programs develop. One program may list 10 skills, and a similar related program lists just 5. We can do better. Fourth, again, acknowledged in the report, the short and long-term workforce effects of AI adoption are unknown. This raises questions about the reliability of historical labor data to predict future career prospects and program viability. I frequently, in my AI hat, encounter articles published in business and technology outlets that stress the need for employees with a wide base of knowledge, judgment, and flexibility. To my ears, this is a call for liberal arts curricula. Finally, please honor the recommendation to empower each university to conduct holistic review of their low enrollment majors in light of the wide variety of considerations identified in the report. Our public universities' curricula are interdependent and not neatly parceled into independent departmental silos. On a separate matter, thank you to the board for appointing David Cook as ISU's next president. Congratulations. Thank you to the search committee for so many hours of work. And thank you, President Winterstein, for over 40 years of service to Iowa State University. Best wishes in your retirement.
President Bates, that concludes public comment period.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you for your comments. This concludes the board's business. This meeting of the Iowa Board of Regents is adjourned.